nor an academy. The place itself floated in the sky, a colossal fortress of stone hanging in the clouds like some giant had tossed a toy block up there and forgotten about it. The old stone walls glimmered faintly, rippling with a strange, heavy power. Jie Ming stood among thousands of boys and girls crowded in front of the academy's massive bronze gates. He copied their expressions as best as he could, glancing around with what he hoped looked like normal nervous curiosity. In reality, his nerves were on a completely different level. 180, 181. Seriously? There are over 180 golden core. No, in this world they're called second-rank official wizards, just welcoming students at the gate. He tried to keep up the bumpkin seeing the big city for the first time act, but his eyelids twitched. Luckily, everyone else looked equally overwhelmed, their faces saying, "Who am I? Where am I?" So he didn't stand out. He felt the thin strand of true essence in his body, the result of years of grinding just to reach Qi refinement stage 1, and almost laughed. What kind of cosmic prank is this? How does a spiritless world with zero spiritual Qi produce this mini golden core? Level, no, second-rank wizards. Is my golden finger some cheap bootleg? If something goes wrong here, do I even have a chance to run? He glanced again at the line of second-rank wizards ahead, each one giving off the pressure of a walking humanoid warhead, surrounded by first-rank wizards so numerous it wasn't even worth counting. Even the faintest bit of pressure from them could pin a mere Qi refinement cultivator like him in place. Thinking about the decade he had spent painstakingly using the ancient, refining essence in a Qi method, a technique most proper cultivators would have stuffed into a museum, just to barely step into Qi refinement stage 1. Jie Ming felt the urge to smack himself awake. He'd been in this world for so long that his past life, full of neon lights and high-speed internet, felt more like a dream. Now he was the son of a small merchant in a remote territory. His life could have been safely predictable, nothing more than running the family business. If not for that library administrator authority buried deep in his mind. He took a deep breath to steady himself and shifted a portion of his consciousness inward, finding the majestic white jade palace floating in the depths of his soul. Great Dao Book Pavilion. Just the name alone felt heavy, like it held the final answers to the universe. He had no idea where it came from, but its contents were vast, from basic Qi guiding methods to heaven-defying techniques, along with alchemy, artifact forging, formations, talismans, everything a cultivator could dream of. If I had this thing in a proper cultivation world, I'd be at golden core at least by now. Maybe even nascent soul or spirit transformation. Jie Ming couldn't help a bitter smile. His golden finger was incredible, yes, but it wasn't a cheat that directly poured strength into him. It was more like a supreme online library and lab database. It gave knowledge, not power. He still had to study, practice, and find the materials himself. And this world had no spiritual Qi. Without spiritual Qi, all those glorious techniques that needed heaven and earth energy, the alchemy that needed spirit herbs and veins, the formations that needed spirit stones, were all completely useless. A master chef couldn't cook with no ingredients, and the great Dao Book Pavilion couldn't summon spiritual Qi out of nothing. So he'd been forced to use the pavilion's outdated, refined essence into Qi methods, literally eating his way into cultivation. Every bit of progress cost insane amounts of time, energy, and food. In a real cultivation world, Qi refinement stage 1 was nothing. Here, it had taken him more than 10 years of chewing dry rations and burning effort just to step onto that first rung. He thought he'd live out his life as someone slightly stronger than normal, relying on this little bit of true essence. Then he learned the truth about this place. This was a high magic world, ruled by wizards who commanded elements, dissected souls, and chased immortality. Worse yet, they were fanatical researchers, obsessed with anything unknown. And he, a cultivator running on a completely different power system, was the definition of unknown. A rare, living test subject. Jie Ming understood very clearly. If they ever discovered he was an outsider, they would lock him up, study him, cut him open, and put what's left in a display case. Human rights? Morality? Expecting that from a group of soul-experimenting, plane-invading wizards was a joke. So when his local lord told him it was time to go take the Academy's aptitude test, Jie Ming's first reaction was to refuse. But under the crushing aura of a second-rank wizard, he didn't even dare open his mouth. Still, he wasn't ready to lie down and wait for death. Even if most of the great Dao Book Pavilion's knowledge was unusable here, its collection of strange, niche methods went far beyond his expectations. With a thought, a streak of light flew out from the white jade palace and formed a floating book in front of his consciousness. He flipped through it with practiced ease, feeling the flow of true essence in his body at the same time and making tiny adjustments so nothing leaked. Internal circulation fundamentals. Internal circulation was a rather eccentric path in cultivation, usually only taken by body-refining cultivators who wanted to turn their bodies into miniature worlds. Instead of absorbing external qi, it focused inward, using the cultivator's own essence, qi, and spirit to build a closed energy loop inside the body. Its greatest strength. Once perfected, it almost completely severed the body's connection to outside energy. If he maintained that sealed state and kept his head down, even a divine sense sweep would struggle to notice the thin strand of true essence locked away inside him. Calm down. I already passed the basic aptitude test at the Lord's Manor. I know wizard tests focus on mental strength and soul. If I hide my true essence with internal circulation and nudge my mental strength down a bit, I should be able to slip by, right? It had to work. This was the best plan he could come up with. Jie Ming let out a slow breath and pulled his consciousness back to reality. To everyone else, he had just spaced out for a second at the entrance from nerves. The line ahead grew shorter. As he got closer to the bronze gates, his heartbeat slowed instead of speeding up. The tests were fast. Groups of hopeful youths went through the gates, then came back out with faces full of joy, relief, or despair. Soon it was his turn. Jie Ming straightened his back, drew in one last deep breath, and let go of his remaining hesitation. All right, time to bet his life. The moment Jie Ming stepped into the aptitude test hall, it felt like he had crossed into another world. The ceiling arched high above, speckled with lights that looked like real stars. The vast space pressed down on him, making his existence feel very small. The hall was filled with strange devices, each giving off a different kind of energy. They were set up in neat sections, and the young candidates were split into lines by the Academy staff, each group guided toward a different testing area. Mental strength test next. The low-ranking wizard in charge spoke with a deep, resonant voice that carried clearly through the hall, reaching even the far corners. Jie Ming moved forward with the line, quietly observing the unfamiliar instruments. The first section had a huge blue-glowing crystal orb. Candidates placed their hands on it, and the brightness of the glow reflected their mental strength. At the same time, a rune-covered plaque nearby displayed a number. He watched a nervous boy step up and place his hand on the orb. The glow was so faint it was almost invisible, and the plaque showed too. The boy's face turned pale. At a staff member's gesture, he left the line, looking crushed. Mental C depth test next. The second section was centered around a heavy stone platform. Candidates sat cross-legged on it and sent their mental strength into the stone. Intricate runes carved into the surface lit up in layers. The more layers that lit up, the deeper one's mental C. Jie Ming saw a girl sit down. Only a shallow layer of runes lit up, and the plaque displayed Depth Scale 3. She bit her lip, eyes red, and walked away. Soul Purity Test. Elemental Affinity Test. Mental Strength Refinement Test. Willpower Test. The tests were far more detailed than what Jie Ming had heard from the local lord. They covered everything a wizard needed. Mental strength, mental C depth, the sharpness and control of that strength, soul purity and resilience, affinity to elements, even willpower and potential. Each section had its own line. The air was heavy with tension. Only the faint humming of the devices and the calm instructions of the staff broke the silence. Jie Ming was currently in line for the mental strength refinement test. The device here looked like a complex metal astrolabe. The candidates before him placed their hands on the center. Light would appear and spread outward along the engraved scales. Jie Ming noticed that most candidates' light was scattered and sluggish, stopping at low levels on the astrolabe. Next, Jie Ming. The cold voice called his name. He straightened slightly and walked up to the astrolabe. The young wizard overseeing this test gave him a brief glance and motioned for him to place his hand. Jie Ming focused and pressed his right hand into the groove at the center. He pushed the internal circulation technique to its peak. His body became a sealed world, completely shut away from any external energy. But to take the test, he had to loosen that seal, at least on the mental side. He felt the probing force brush against his mind and slowly relaxed his control over his mental strength. The runes at the center of the astrolabe lit up, and light began to spread outward. Unlike the diffuse glow of most candidates, Jie Ming's mental strength was highly condensed, moving like a straight, sharp beam that climbed quickly along the scales. 1 scale, 2, 3. The speed was shocking. The supervising wizard's brows lifted slightly. This result already exceeded most of the other candidates today. The light kept moving. 4, 5. At 5, the speed slowed but did not stop. It pushed forward steadily. 6. The light stabilized at the 6th scale, glowing steadily, focused yet dazzling. The wizard's eyes flashed with clear approval. He looked at Jie Ming again, this time with a hint of surprise. Mental strength refinement, level 6, he said, recording the result before gesturing for Jie Ming to move on. Jie Ming withdrew his hand with a calm expression, but a wave of relief washed through him. Internal circulation really was impressive. It had perfectly hidden his true essence and excess mental strength, leaving no obvious flaws even under the device's probing. He had deliberately chosen to show this level. The wizard world's aptitude scale went up to level 10. Each step represented a big leap. Level 5 was already excellent. Level 6 surpassed 90% of candidates. But level 6 was still not at the level of true monsters. In this world, aptitude was equivalent to status inside the academy. Too low, and others would walk all over you. Too high, and you would attract attention he could not afford. A small genius was ideal. Bright enough to be valued, dim enough not to be targeted. Even so, Jie Ming was silently stunned. He estimated that if he stopped holding back and went all out, he might reach level 8 at most. He had spent over 10 years cultivating, slowly clawing his way to Qi Refinement Stage 1, and that only translated to level 8 at best. What kind of freaks could naturally test at 8, 9, or even 10? In the next series of tests, Jie Ming's results fluctuated slightly, but most fell around level 6. By the time he finished, the final evaluation was handled by a central device in the hall. A cold, mechanical voice echoed out. Apprentice Jie Ming, comprehensive aptitude rating level 6. A wave of gasps and murmurs spread outward. Level 6. Level 6 was the threshold for being called a genius. With this, becoming an official wizard was almost guaranteed, and the academy would treat him as a serious prospect. He could feel the stares on him. Envy, jealousy, curiosity. Jie Ming kept his expression steady, but the pressure in his chest eased. At least for now, he had stepped away from the edge of being treated as a research specimen. Next, the guiding wizard's tone was flat again. Clearly, he was used to seeing level 6 talents. They were good, but not rare. As Jie Ming stepped down and moved toward the side, a louder stir erupted from another area. My God! Mental C, depth, level 8. Elemental affinity, lightning, level 9. Soul purity, level 9. What kind of monster is that? Even Jie Ming instinctively turned his head. A crowd surrounded a cluster of youths, and their expressions were full of pride and confidence. Level 9 aptitude. That's the young lady of the Augusta family. Her reputation really isn't exaggerated. And that level 8 is the Horn family's young master. His affinity with evocation magic is insane. He's guaranteed to become a powerhouse in the future. The one with level 9 soul purity has already been claimed by a soul magic mentor. The exclamations rolled on, and Jie Ming's chest tightened as he listened to the announcements. This world really was full of hidden monsters. A level 6 like him was just decent in comparison, which suited him just fine. Standing in the shadow of such brilliance made it easier for him to blend into the background. The aptitude test continued. The hall filled with sighs of relief, cries of despair, and constant low buzz from the crowd. But no one was given time to celebrate or grieve. That same cold, authoritative voice rang out again, cutting through the noise. All apprentices who have passed the aptitude tests proceed immediately to the central plaza. The selection of major disciplines will begin shortly. The words echoed across the hall, leaving no room for hesitation.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
All apprentices who have passed the aptitude test proceed immediately to the central plaza. The selection of major disciplines will begin shortly. The cold announcement repeated relentlessly, urging the crowd to move. Jie Ming, barely having time to collect his thoughts after the tests, was swept along by the tide of people toward the hall's exit. He could feel the anxiety and confusion radiating from the apprentices around him. The emotions from the test results hadn't fully settled, yet they were being herded like ducks to the next life-altering decision. The hall's exit led directly to the academy's vast central plaza, and as Jie Ming emerged with the crowd, the sight before him elicited an involuntary gasp. The plaza was enormous, like a miniature city. Its black, glossy surface stretched to the horizon, reflecting the light from above. But what truly captured everyone's attention were the massive, magical projections floating in the air, pumping adrenaline with their vivid imagery. Wizards clashed in bloody battles on alien planes, powerful spells falling like meteors, each strike accompanied by heart-pounding sound and visual effects. Ferocious, otherworldly creatures, crumbling ancient ruins, and colossal magical constructs traversing the starry void. It was all displayed in the most visceral, eye-catching way. Below the projections, glowing rune text flashed boldly. Glory awaits. Infinite wealth. The fastest path to advancement. Join the combat division. Achieve legend. Soon, a towering wizard's silhouette materialized from the light in the sky. His expression stern and cold, his voice resonating like it came from a distant star, devoid of emotion. Welcome to Norn Academy. The Academy will provide you with the finest transcendent knowledge to ignite your spiritual flame and forge a ring of truth. But power comes at a cost. Per the principle of equivalent exchange, every apprentice must sign a contract with the Academy. Upon reaching a certain level of strength or completing a set period of study, you will be sent to other planes connected by the Star Rail network to expand the territory for the Federation and the Academy. The wizard's silhouette swept its cold gaze over the dense crowd below, its voice unwavering. Now, you must choose between two major disciplines: the Combat Division, representing power and conquest, or the Logistics Division, representing creation and support. You have one day to decide your major discipline. This is your only chance, and once chosen, it cannot be changed. With that, the wizard's silhouette dissipated. Massive magical screens rose in the center of the plaza, dividing it clearly like barriers. Above, bold signs read, Combat Division and Logistics Division. Below, smaller screens listed specific subdisciplines: soul magic, evocation magic, summoning magic for the Combat Division, and alchemy, potion craft, enchantment, construct engineering for the Logistics Division. Near the apprentices, academy mentors and senior students stood, making their final pitches. Choose the Combat Division. Shortest contract term. Greatest resource allocation. The front lines are the best whetstone and the fastest path to high-rank wizardry. A middle-aged wizard shouted enthusiastically in the combat division area, his voice laced with compelling fervor. The Academy will provide the most elite spell models, the most powerful magical gear, and the chance to inherit ancient relics, seizing wealth and glory across countless planes. The scene made Jie Ming dizzy. What is this, a job fair? Have I been transported back to my old world? Amid the familiar hustle, a temporary stage in the combat division area showcased a group of imposing wizards. They wore uniform robes, adorned with badges of at least first-rank official wizards, though most were second-rank, and a few were even third-rank. According to the Academy's promotion, these were alumni who had returned from the front lines to guide the new students. They stood tall or chatted casually, their eyes sharp with battle-honed confidence, exuding powerful auras. Look, that's third-rank Wizard Minarmars. He just returned from a mission on the Red Flame Plain, slaying several powerful fire elemental lords. An apprentice whispered nearby, eyes full of awe. And that young one, recently promoted to second rank. They say he completed his contract in just 5 years and stayed on the battlefield to hone his skills. TCH, aren't we all just apprentices here for testing? How do you guys know so much? Jie Ming grumbled inwardly. Of course, he knew that, unlike a true outsider like himself, many talented apprentices came from noble families, nobles who were often wizards themselves. It was natural for them to know more about the wizard world through exposure. Jie Ming approached the puppet magic section of the combat division, where a screen clearly listed the contract terms. Apprentices joining puppet magic had 10 years of study. After 10 years, or reaching first-rank official wizard status, they would be sent to the battlefield. During this time, all basic and advanced puppet magic knowledge was freely available, with monthly resources equivalent to 100 points. The contract required 7 years of battlefield service or earning a second-class merit to complete the obligation. Jie Ming scanned the other combat division sections, finding similar terms. Study duration and strength requirements were consistent, with related knowledge freely provided. The differences lay in monthly resource points, 100 to 150, and service terms, 5 to 15 years. After a thorough review, Jie Ming turned to the logistics division. In stark contrast to the bustling combat division, the logistics division was noticeably quieter. The mentors there seemed uninterested in promoting, pointing impatiently to the screens when asked questions. Jie Ming glanced at their contract terms and understood the lack of enthusiasm. The study duration was the same, but everything else was worse. Logistics provided only basic knowledge, with advanced knowledge requiring points. Monthly resources were a meager 10 points. And the service term, a staggering 30 years. All logistics division terms were nearly identical, varying only in name. What kind of joke is this? 30 years of service? An apprentice muttered. The combat division's shortest is 5 years. The stark disparity in benefits and the vivid success stories fueled a craving for power and glory, driving many toward the combat division. High-aptitude apprentices were especially targeted by combat division mentors. Jie Ming's level 6 aptitude drew subtle glances from several mentors. Yet, amid this feverish tide, Jie Ming stood apart. Having lived through an information-saturated world, he wasn't swayed by dazzling magical projections or glorified success stories. The constant fear of becoming an experimental subject kept him vigilant, and he soon noticed something odd. There are 97 combat division wizards who returned. Why that number? Jie Ming frowned. These battle-hardened wizards had a distinct aura, gathered on the stage like exhibits for the combat division's promotion. The logistics division, while less flashy, also had its returned wizards, who occasionally cast mocking glances at the combat stage. Jie Ming suspected they were tasked with aiding the promotion, hence their gathering. So why only 97? For a promotional event, why not a round number like 100? In a wizard academy renowned for rigor and knowledge, such an incomplete number seemed unlikely. 2 possibilities. In the wizard world, 97 is a whole number due to some rule or symbolism. Or, Jie Ming's face darkened at the thought, they couldn't muster 100. What did that mean? It meant the rest were likely dead. These 97 were probably the sole survivors of a batch sent to the battlefield, enduring countless trials and slaughter. Jie Ming was startled by his own conclusion. No, that can't be right. He instinctively wanted to dismiss the thought. After all, Norn Academy recruited thousands of students every 5 years across the entire plane, even with stringent requirements. If only 100 or so survived from each batch, what kind of death rate would that be? Yet the idea clung to him like a dark cloud, impossible to shake off. Glancing at the combat divisions area, where the promotion had shifted to a Q&A session, he saw the enthusiastic returned wizards answering apprentices' questions and sharing battlefield experiences, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. It's practically an idle fan meet and greet. Muttering to himself, Jie Ming decisively turned toward the other side, where a few weary-looking wizards, marked by a hint of world-worn experience, gathered. They wore the standard robes of the Logistics Division, embroidered with symbols of alchemy's crucible, potioncraft's flask, or formation runes. They appeared plain, some in robes that even looked worn. Most were only first-rank official wizards, with 2 still at third-rank apprentice level. Their eyes lacked the sharp confidence of the combat wizards, instead carrying a calm born of experience. In contrast, their peers in the combat division exuded a different aura and boasted impressive achievements. It was clear the academy had brought them back for a comparative promotion. As Jie Ming approached, several wizards turned their gazes toward him. He walked forward calmly and asked politely in a low voice, "Excuse me, seniors. I'm a new apprentice considering my major. May I ask a few questions?" Hearing his request, the wizards exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with amusement. An alchemy wizard spoke first. "New kid? Interested in logistics? Not planning to join the combat division for glory? Their benefits are genuinely better. Being watched by wizards far stronger than him, even without deliberate pressure, was intimidating, but years of cultivation had tempered Jie Ming's will. He shook his head sincerely. "I'm not too keen on fighting, and, honestly, I'm a bit afraid of the battlefield." "Fearing the battlefield is normal for a newbie," a potioncraft wizard said. "But logistics, well, advancement is slower, and resources are harder to come by." "I'm curious," another wizard interrupted, eyeing Jie Ming. "Why do you think we'd answer your questions? Wizards value equivalent exchange, and you don't seem to have anything to offer." "Because..." Jie Ming didn't elaborate, merely glancing at the combat division stage, where the returned wizards were still engaging with apprentices. The logistics wizards followed his gaze, then burst into laughter. "You're sharp. We're indeed tasked with aiding the Academy's promotion," the alchemy wizard said, looking at Jie Ming with approval. "Our task includes answering new apprentices' questions, but per the contract, each apprentice gets 1 question, limited to facts you already know or will soon learn, and not restricted by the contract. If your question exceeds that, I can refuse to answer. Now, what do you want to know?" Jie Ming didn't hesitate. "Why are there only 97 returned wizards in the combat division's promotion?" The logistics wizards fell silent. Their expressions varied as they stared at Jie Ming, making him slightly uneasy. Finally, a construct engineering wizard chuckled. "Ha ha! This kid's way smarter than I was back then. Won't even try to recruit him. Kid, join runecrafting. With your brains, you be a big shot. Shoo, recruiting him outright? Not afraid of breaking the contract? And keep your voices down. Other students might hear." The alchemy wizard waved off the others. The wizards ignored him, and a construct engineering wizard smugly pointed upward. "Relax, Jack. This kid's already seen through the promotions trap. As for the other apprentices, I set up an illusion barrier ages ago. They won't notice us." Jie Ming looked up, startled. At some point, a frosted glass-like screen had enveloped them. This must be the illusion barrier, but despite his heightened alertness, he hadn't noticed when it was set up. If the wizard hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed the change. "No need to be shocked. You'll learn these tricks to survive on the battlefield," Jack said, noticing Jie Ming's surprise but not dwelling on it. A commoner like Jie Ming, judging by his attire, would naturally be shocked. Ignoring his teasing friends, Jack turned to Jie Ming with clear approval. I didn't expect you to catch on from that angle. You're right, or rather, the battlefield is even more dangerous than you think. His smile faded, his expression turning serious. I could tell you plainly, whether combat or logistics, what you see here are the only survivors from our batch. What? Jie Ming's eyes widened. He instinctively scanned the area. The combat division's returned wizards were easy to spot, all on the stage. The logistics wizards, though scattered, were nearby in small groups. With his perception, Jie Ming quickly calculated. 153. Our batch had over 5,000 students, with a 50-to-1 ratio of combat to logistics. The 153 you see are all that remain. Jack's words struck Jie Ming like lightning, illuminating the brutal truth hidden behind the Academy's dazzling promotion. In just 5 years, over 5,000 students have been reduced to 153. These weren't ordinary cannon fodder, but wizards trained professionally for a decade. The glorified returnees were the rare few who survived and advanced amidst countless casualties. The Academy showcased them to lure naive youths into becoming fresh cannon fodder. A bone-deep chill hit him. This wizard world was far crueler and more pragmatic than he'd imagined. The Academy wasn't a pure academic haven, but a crucible and conveyor belt for a massive war machine. They needed fuel, and new apprentices were the easiest to ignite. The 30-year contract wasn't just a shackle. With such a high death rate, it also implied the Academy's subtle confidence in logistics wizard survival odds. Even so, nearly half of the logistics wizards perished. As for the combat division, the contract's brevity spoke to the carnage. Wizards weren't philanthropists, but even they believed surviving 5 years on the front lines was enough to break even. Such a terrifying death rate, such brutal warfare. Aren't you afraid? Jie Ming asked instinctively. He'd used up a question quota, but the wizards didn't ignore him. At his question, they exchanged glances, paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, not afraid. There might be people unafraid of death, but they're rare. The potion-craft wizard chuckled, ruffling Jie Ming's hair. Jie Ming's confusion grew, and Jack, reading his gaze, smiled. Don't understand why. Yes, we're afraid of death, but beyond that, there's something worth pursuing that drives us. What? The multiverse is vast. Vast enough that a plane's destruction is just a flicker of starlight. But that also means near-infinite possibilities. Jack pointed to the combat division stage, where the third-rank wizard Mars was signing for an apprentice. See him? Mars had only third-rank aptitude, theoretically never meant to become an official wizard. But look at him now. Knowledge, power, longevity, status, glory, wealth, any desire can be fulfilled in the endless plains. All you need to do is merely survive the battlefield. On the path to chasing your desires and ideals, even a high death rate is just a necessary cost. Jie Ming's heart sank at those words. A necessary cost? Such a light phrase hid unimaginable bloodshed. The plaza's clamor and rallying cries turned jarring and menacing in his ears. The young faces eager for glory and power seemed to him already destined to fall on alien battlefields. What a cruel world, he muttered. But also a world full of hope, isn't it? Seeing Jie Ming's low spirits, Jack gave a meaningful smile. Of course, the logistics division's death rate isn't that high. After all, logistics is Norin's true orthodoxy. What do you mean? Jie Ming blinked. No need to hide it. You'll see when you sign the contract. Jack glanced around. This plane, Norin 13, is just a training base for a certain wizard organization. You won't sign with Norin Academy, but with the organization behind it. And that organization's name, Jack drawled, is Norin Workshop. Jie Ming's eyes twitched. That was a lot to unpack. A wizard organization with multiple planes as talent reserves was already staggering, but the name was unexpected. A workshop suggested it was renowned for creation at its founding. So Jack's claim that logistics was the orthodoxy made sense. But if logistics is the orthodoxy, why do it this way? Jie Ming looked around, puzzled. Compared to the combat division's bustling crowds, the logistics area was desolate. Wouldn't this miss out on many talented individuals? Never mind the clear disparity in benefits. Even if some saw through the dangers, young, highly talented people, brimming with confidence as the protagonists of their own stories, would rarely choose logistics. Because this is a trial of wisdom. At this, not just Jack, but the other wizards grinned proudly. High aptitude means faster cultivation, but for wizards, the most crucial trait is wisdom. Aptitude can be altered, but wisdom is innate. In the endless opportunities of other planes, aptitude becomes trivial. Unlike aptitude, wisdom has no clear outward sign, so the Academy devised this method. The Academy leaves many clues. Seeing through the promotion's facade shows independent thinking, keen insight, and enough self-awareness. Essential qualities for a wizard. Another wizard chimed in teasingly. Back when wizards hadn't left the origin plane, they'd screen for wisdom by sending apprentices on ships to the Academy, facing various enemies along the way. But that was too costly and hard to control. With the Great Expansion needing manpower, they switched to this gentler approach. Ignoring the others' chatter, Jack dispelled the illusion barrier and waved at Jie Ming. That's it for Q&A. The choice is yours now. Bidding farewell to the wizards, Jie Ming turned and stared at the sparse logistics division area, slightly dazed. He could clearly feel the sudden attention from the previously indifferent logistics mentors as he turned away. It was obvious the illusion barrier could only block ordinary apprentices. To these mentors, whose strength he couldn't even gauge, it was as good as non-existent. Though reluctant, since he was already on this sinking ship, he had no choice but to press forward. That said, Jie Ming glanced at the array of familiar and unfamiliar names in the logistics area, his scalp tingling. It's like asking a high school grad to pick a college major. Muttering to himself, he wandered the logistics area while calmly pondering. Though I don't want to, since I've joined the Academy, leaving any time soon is impossible. I need to strengthen myself while hiding my true nature to prepare for the future battlefield. If possible, Jie Ming would have loved to abandon his cultivation and switch to the wizard world's transcendent system to conceal his biggest anomaly. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. While refining essence in a chi was a near-obsolete method, it had its merits. Chief among them was that it tightly bound the cultivator's essence, chi, and spirit. In simple terms, strengthening one would enhance the others in tandem. Conversely, severe damage to one could be healed faster by drawing on the other two. This was a strength, but in the context of abandoning cultivation, it was a critical flaw. The overly interconnected essence, chi, and spirit meant that abandoning his cultivation would irreparably damage his body and soul. Forget becoming a wizard. He might not even survive. Since I can't abandon it, I'll have to disguise it as a native power. Maybe after becoming an official wizard, I'll find other solutions. Besides, I need to consider my future development. Jie Ming began assessing himself. What set him apart from other wizards? His experience of living a second life? A transcendent system from another world? Or his focus instinctively shifted to the white jade palace deep in his consciousness? His greatest distinction was, of course, the transcendent knowledge from another world. With such a huge advantage, and not using it would be a waste, but I can't use it directly. It needs a disguise, and since this world lacks spiritual chi, that knowledge must be adapted. After some reflection, his needs became clear. For now, he didn't need to focus on boosting combat strength. His chosen discipline should ideally reveal the essence of this world, or at least let him understand and utilize its unique materials, energies, and rules. The choice is obvious. With his decision made, Jie Ming turned decisively toward a specific area. As he approached, a strange smell hit him, a mix of molten metal, burning plants, and unknown reagents. Alchemy, which fools see as the art of transmuting metals, is in truth a mirror of cosmic principles. This ancient wisdom is not merely the craft of material transformation, but a path to the sublimation of the soul. Jie Ming silently recited the description on the screen, confirming his choice. This was it. Alchemy, a discipline that explored the transformation of matter and soul, delving into the truths of the world. Mastering it would not only help him adapt the great Dao Book Pavilion's techniques to this world, but also aid in disguising his powers. He headed straight to the innermost consultation desk, where a wizard who screamed alchemist sat, lean, with sparse hair revealing his scalp, wearing a peculiar monocle that framed sharp, weary eyes. His knobby fingers were surprisingly nimble, clearly accustomed to handling materials. "Hello, Minter Clark." Jie Ming glanced at the nameplate, pausing briefly. "I'd like to join alchemy." Clark looked up calmly, his gaze seeming to pierce through appearances as he studied Jie Ming. "Aptitude, level 6. Clark adjusted his monocle, his tone not surprised, merely confirming. Clearly, Minter Clark had somehow learned Jie Ming's test results. "Yes, Minter," Jie Ming replied respectfully. "A wise choice." Clark nodded slightly, his flat tone carrying a faint hint of approval. A dead genius is nothing. Those who survive, even with mediocre talent, will one day see their own horizon. "Yes, I'll heed your teachings." Clark seemed pleased with this apprentice. Without further words, he pulled a scroll from under the desk. The scroll's surface shimmered faintly, radiating noticeable energy fluctuations. The Norin Workshop Apprentice Contract. Clark unrolled it for Jie Ming. "Read carefully. If you have no questions, sign it. Once effective, any violation will come at a severe cost." Jie Ming took a deep breath and accepted the weighty scroll. The scroll was small. Its displayed content limited. The text, formed by a glowing screen, seemed to cut off mid-sentence. Jie Ming glanced at Clark, who offered no explanation. Feeling a spark of intuition, Jie Ming pretended to inspect the scroll's sides before trying to swipe a finger upward on the screen. As expected, the text scrolled with his gesture. It was essentially a scroll-shaped display. Seeing Jie Ming figure out the scroll's use so quickly, Clark's stern face broke into a satisfied smile. Due to the logistics division's quietness and Jie Ming's earlier performance, other logistics mentors were secretly watching. Seeing Jie Ming's aptitude and Clark's smug grin, their gazes turned resentful. When Clark deliberately flashed a boastful smile at them, the resentment morphed into envy and jealousy. Jie Ming quickly reviewed the scroll. Its contents matched the alchemy promotion screen, just more detailed. During the apprenticeship, the Academy's alchemy workshop would provide basic food, lodging, systematic knowledge, and limited experimental resources. Apprentices had to complete assigned study tasks and workshop chores to earn credits for advanced knowledge and resources. The obligation. Upon reaching first-rank official wizard status or completing 10 years of study, apprentices must serve the workshop on the front lines for 30 years. This involved following orders and completing tasks like crafting potions, repairing tools, and participating in research projects. The penalty for breaching the contract was dire. Massive credit and resource fines, plus damage to the soul's origin, ranging from mental strength decline to soul collapse, a fate worse than death. Why not death? Because wizards themselves were valuable research material, and the workshop wouldn't waste them in a manpower shortage. "I have no questions, Minter." Jie Ming looked up, his gaze resolute. Clark glanced at him, a glint in his eyes. His earlier smug smile had reverted to a stern expression. He nodded, instructing Jie Ming to drip a drop of blood and let a wisp of mental strength be drawn into the scroll. As the blood seeped in and the mental strength merged, the scroll erupted in brighter light. Complex runes flickered, then transformed into a stream of light that merged into the apprentice badge in Clark's hand. The alchemy crucible emblem on the badge glowed briefly. The contract was sealed. Clark put away the scroll, his tone returning to its usual flatness. "Good. Since you've chosen alchemy, prepare for patience and resolve. There are no thrilling adventures here, only daily experiments, calculations, and failures. But if you persist, the rewards won't disappoint." He pulled 2 heavy books and a seemingly weighty wooden box from under the desk. "This is the basic alchemy manual, covering everything a novice alchemist apprentice must master, from material identification to potion crafting, basic rune carving to simple alchemical constructs. Your basic credits will come from these. Clark handed the book to Jie Ming, its pages heavy in his hands. He passed over a slightly thinner book. This is the basic meditation method. You have 10 days until classes start to master and enter it. Failure means losing a month's resources. He handed over the wooden box. This contains basic tools and common materials. The workshop has public labs, but you need to book time, and all material usage must be logged. Advanced materials require credits. Finally, Clark's expression grew stern. Some basic rules. First, safety above all. Alchemy experiments are dangerous. Any mistake could cause explosions, toxic gas, or worse. Follow protocols strictly. Second, no private fighting in the workshop. Disputes go to mentors for arbitration. Third, respect knowledge. Handle borrowed books and equipment with care. Fourth, credits are your only currency here. Earn them diligently. After a few more words, he waved dismissively. Your dorm is in District 1. The enrollment guide has a map. Go. Master the basic meditation method. Ignite your spiritual flame and preview the basic alchemy manual. Ask me only about problems you can't solve through thinking and practice. Jie Ming thanked the mentor respectfully, donned his alchemist apprentice badge, and left the alchemy area with the heavy books and box. Following the map, he quickly found the alchemy apprentice dorms. The entire building seemed made of an unknown metal, gleaming under the sunlight. Occasional faint explosions echoed from rooms, and the air carried various unidentifiable odors. Thankfully, the dorm's ventilation and safety systems were effective, swiftly dispersing stray gases with seemingly minimal casualties, probably. Jie Ming watched silently as a frothing, convulsing apprentice was swiftly carried off by silver-white humanoid golems. Okay, maybe not that safe. He found his room number and opened the door with his badge. The dorm was small, about 10 square meters. Besides a private bathroom near the entrance, it had only a bed, a desk, and a long chair. Most notable was a worn-looking small experiment table in the corner, with glassware, test tubes, and an intricately detailed mechanical clock on the desk. This would be his home and study space for a long time. It was modest, but sufficient as a dorm. Jie Ming placed the basic alchemy manual and basic meditation method on the desk and opened the heavy wooden box. Inside were neatly arranged basic alchemy tools: crucible, mortar, measuring cup, tweezers, a small flame projector, and bottles of various colored powders, liquids, and plants. Without sorting the contents, Jie Ming plopped onto the chair, sensing the energy fluctuations and aura around him, so different from his internal true essence, and gazed out the window at the sky, slightly dazed. The basic alchemy manual, the experimental tools, the unfamiliar glassware, and the grand, mysterious academy buildings outside all silently told him he had stepped into a new world. Ooh. Exhaling deeply as if exhausted, Jie Ming regained some energy. Though the process had gone smoothly, his mind had been on high alert until now, finally relaxing slightly. I was a bit careless, he sighed, shaking his head. With his keen perception, he could feel the logistics mentor's intense gazes and knew he'd become too conspicuous. This was due to insufficient information. To match today's performance, I'll need to tweak my plans going forward. After mulling things over, Jie Ming cleared his thoughts and sat at the desk, inspecting the box's contents. Though I've passed the first hurdle, I can't let my guard down. I can't be sure there's no monitoring in the dorm, so I need to be cautious. For now, I can't openly practice cultivation-related things. Since he couldn't cultivate, he'd have to learn something else. With Clark giving him only 10 days, his priority was mastering the wizard system's foundational practice, the basic meditation method. Only by igniting his spiritual flame could he truly embark on the wizard's path. Jie Ming found a comfortable position on the bed and picked up the heavy book on the meditation method. The pages seemed made of some metal, the text concise, each word imbued with a strange energy. Skimming through, he grasped that the basic meditation method centered on visualization and inscription. It guided practitioners to empty their minds, focus their mental strength inward, and use it to draw and construct specific geometric patterns in their mental sea. The book explained that these patterns weren't arbitrary. They were simplified forms of truth runes, developed by wizard sages over countless years to align with the wizard world's energy system. Successfully inscribing these patterns in the mental sea would draw in ambient energy particles, nourishing mental strength and forming a personal mental circuit, marking the entry to the wizard system. The first meditation pattern for beginners consisted of 5 components, forming an abstract triangular pyramid when combined. The book advised beginners to first master inscribing each component before attempting to combine them. Jie Ming closed his eyes, placed the book under his head as a pillow, and blocked out external senses. For ordinary beginners, the first few attempts required using the book as a pillow for assistance, not just for its rich content, but because it was inscribed with arrays to help novices quickly immerse in their mental sea. Jie Ming didn't need the aid, but did it as a precaution, keeping up appearances. His consciousness deftly sank into his mental sea, where he sensed his highly refined mental strength, honed through years of cultivation. Following the method's guidance, he began using his mental strength to draw the first component pattern. It was an odd sensation, his mental strength like tendrils delicately tracing lines in his mental sea. Surprisingly, the process was remarkably smooth. Perhaps due to his years of cultivation, Jie Ming's control over his mental strength was extraordinary. Drawing patterns with it was as effortless as a mortal writing on paper. The lines he inscribed were smooth, stable, and precise, the patterns swiftly taking shape in his mental sea, needing only one final stroke to complete perfectly. But just as that final stroke was about to fall, a thought struck him. Wait! He abruptly halted the stroke and deliberately skewed it at the last moment. Boom! The near-perfect pattern was ruined at the final moment, and the gathered mental strength lost its guide, spiraling out of control. An invisible mental shock erupted within his mental sea, jolting his entire consciousness. Jie Ming grunted, feeling dizzy as his mental sea seemed stirred by a giant hand. Though painful, he quickly stabilized his mind and assessed the impact of this failure. The sensation of being hit by his own mental strength was uncomfortable but caused no real damage. That was close. I almost forgot about the control gap. A chill ran through him. Despite his low cultivation, years of practice gave him mental control far beyond that of an uninitiated novice. His true inscription ability and mental control were not what a level 6 aptitude apprentice, just starting the meditation method, should have. Conversely, unless extraordinarily gifted, normal apprentices shouldn't inscribe truth runes so easily. So, he had to pretend. Pretend to be a beginner who'd struggle, fail, and need time to fumble through. Not just the control gap. When a truth rune inscription fails, the stored mental strength releases completely, causing a mental shock to the mental sea. I'll need to watch my endurance and recovery too. Jie Ming's mental strength and related attributes were equivalent to an unpracticed level 8 aptitude apprentice, meaning he experienced the same as they would. But what about apprentices with lower aptitude? He was posing as level 6, so, besides control, he had to mimic other responses to mental backlash. Fortunately, he noted the mental strength corresponding to each aptitude level during testing. Jie Ming quickly calculated. The backlash from failure was fixed, so while negligible to him, it would be painful or even dangerous for low-aptitude apprentices with fragile mental seas. By his estimates, apprentices below level 5 would suffer significant mental sea disruption from such a shock, needing considerable time to recover before trying again. Conservatively, even non-stop, they could attempt 6 to 8 times daily, each failure torment. For his displayed level 6 aptitude, that backlash, while uncomfortable, would allow recovery in about an hour to try again. As for level 8 or 9 geniuses, their mental strength and soul foundations were stronger, making backlash a mere nuisance. Unless they failed repeatedly, one or two shocks were trivial. Aptitude didn't just affect cultivation speed and potential. It also determined trial and error costs and fault tolerance. High-aptitude apprentices could endure more failures and attempts, naturally progressing faster. The advantage of aptitude is clear early on. 10 days to master, this isn't easy for low-aptitude apprentices. With the recovery speed of a normal level 6 aptitude, I need a rest for an hour now, Jie Ming calculated inwardly. Though it was a rest period, there were still things he could do. He glanced at the dorm's simple but complete setup, then down at the basic alchemy manual and the box of alchemy tools on the desk. To play the part of a diligent alchemy apprentice, meditation alone wasn't enough. Jie Ming pulled out the enrollment guide included in Mentor Clark's wooden box and began reading carefully. The guide detailed the academy's structure, course schedules, credit system, public facilities, and rules to follow. He learned the critical role of credits. They were the sole currency for accessing advanced knowledge, rare materials, lab rentals, and even mentor guidance. Lab rentals, Jie Ming mused, lost in thought. Though his understanding was limited, he knew wizards valued knowledge above all. And in this world, they were incredibly stingy with it. After all, knowledge here could literally become power. If that's the case, labs shouldn't have surveillance, right? The more wizards prized and hoarded knowledge, the more secure labs would be. If surveillance were discovered, it would enrage the entire Academy's wizard community. To secure enough privacy, I need to find a way to get my own lab. The guide mentioned that credits could secure a private lab long-term, though it didn't specify the cost, which was surely substantial. This added another task to his list, earning credits. After quickly skimming the guide, he checked the time. During his mental C recovery period, Jie Ming picked up the hefty basic alchemy manual and began studying. The manual was incredibly detailed, covering everything from basic material classification and property identification to foundational alchemy principles, formulas, and experimental steps. The text was dense, the formulas complex, and many concepts were entirely new to him. Fortunately, with the great Dao Book Pavilion as his golden finger, he'd grown adept at learning over the years. Soon, he was immersed in the manual's contents. Thus, Jie Ming studied the basic alchemy manual during breaks from cultivation, resuming meditation once his state recovered, only to accidentally skew a critical stroke with his mental strength each time, precisely engineering failures. Each failure was accompanied by subtle signs of pain, a furrowed brow, a slight tremble. After 3 such cycles, evening had arrived. I'm a bit hungry. Might as well check out the cafeteria. A thought struck him. Visiting the cafeteria would not only solve dinner, but also let him observe other apprentices' conditions, helping him refine his acting strategy. With the idea in mind, he put away the meditation book and manual, tidied his clothes, and left the room. Following the guide's map, he headed from the alchemy dorms to the apprentice cafeteria. The alchemy dorms were relatively isolated, but the cafeteria was shared by all academy apprentices. Along the way, he saw many young figures, weary but curious, likely heading to eat after their own initial meditation attempts. The closer he got to the cafeteria, the more complex the air became. No longer reagents and metal, but the enticing aroma of cooking. Swiping his apprentice badge on the detection array at the entrance, Jie Ming pushed open the cafeteria doors and was quietly stunned by the sight. This was less a cafeteria and more a luxurious restaurant. The vast space held neatly arranged tables, the floor gleaming, the air free of grease, filled only with the tempting scent of food. The central buffet displayed an array of dishes, golden, juicy roasted meat from unknown magical beasts, fragrant mushroom soups, vibrant fruit salads, and even desserts and pastries. Best of all, the food was free. As long as you were an apprentice, you could take as much of these seemingly expensive dishes as you wanted. Only a special section on one side offered rare ingredients or potions with unique energy effects, which required credits to purchase. TCH, No surprise from a wizard academy controlling an entire plane's resources. The basic benefits are generous, Jie Ming thought. For many apprentices from poor backgrounds, this free, lavish food was a fortune in itself. Ample nutrition also aided mental strength cultivation and physical recovery. Even for Jie Ming, it was appealing. Refining essence in a qi consumed his vitality and energy. He was, frankly, a massive glutton. He grabbed a tray and walked along the buffet. Instead of loading up, Jie Ming discreetly observed the other apprentices. Their excited and curious gazes marked most as today's new arrivals, sitting in small groups, chatting quietly. With his keen cultivator senses, he could discern their mental fluctuations and physical states. That pale guy with erratic mental fluctuations must have failed meditation multiple times. The one clutching their head in pain probably got hit hard by backlash. Looks like entry isn't easy for newbies. But those few in the corner, looking rosy and full of energy, high aptitude or solid foundations, barely affected. Have they already succeeded? He quickly sketched a mental newbie status map. Low aptitude apprentices clearly suffered in their first meditation attempts. Even level 5 and 6 apprentices mostly looked drained. Only a few stood out with excellent condition. Jie Ming's gaze landed on a corner where a few distinguished-looking youths sat. They were clearly the geniuses from today's tests, handling the challenging meditation entry with ease. They were surrounded by admiring apprentices, exchanging quiet words. He didn't approach, instead heading to a quieter area, casually filling his tray with roasted meat and vegetable salad. As he sat to eat, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Hey, new alchemy apprentice?" "Me too." "Hey, new alchemy apprentice?" "Me too." Jie Ming's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but quickly smoothed into a calm expression. He looked up to see a girl with curly brown hair and a bright smile standing by his table. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity about everything around her. "Hello," Jie Ming replied, subtly sizing her up. Her clothes weren't lavish, but neat and clean. She looked tired, likely from multiple failed meditation attempts. Yet her vitality overshadowed the fatigue. Her mental fluctuations level 5 aptitude, above average among the apprentices he'd scanned. "Your badge has the alchemy crucible." "Awesome. Finally meeting a fellow newbie." The girl plopped down across from him without hesitation. Her tray was piled high with a diverse spread, clearly showing a hearty appetite. "I'm Amy. Amy Graysong," she introduced herself, blinking and extending a hand. "What's your name? You look kind of lonely sitting here alone." Jie Ming's guard went up. In this unfamiliar place, a talented fellow apprentice approaching so eagerly and directly. Too suspicious. With his cultivator's sharp insight, he noticed the casual yet scrutinizing glint in Amy's eyes. Probing? For intel? Or for something else? He judged instantly. "Jie Ming," he replied curtly, offering no more. "Jie Ming, nice to meet you." Amy seemed unfazed by his coolness, her smile growing warmer. "I'm exhausted today, especially with meditation. Have you tried drawing patterns in your mental sea? God, those lines are crazy complex. My mental strength feels like a tangled mess of noodles. Can't shape it. Got backlash a few times. My head's about to explode." She chattered while devouring a piece of roasted meat. Manners absent, but sincerity apparent. Like a carefree, open-hearted person. "Yeah, right." Jie Ming lowered his eyes, eating casually, but inwardly smirked. There were only 3 types who'd choose logistics despite the combat division's hype. Those who saw through the trap, those with wizard family backgrounds who knew the score, and those who'd given up. Since she failed meditation, she wasn't a wizard's heir. Her upbeat demeanor ruled out giving up. That left one option. A smart person like that approaching him suddenly must have a motive, and her current act was just a facade. Amy kept rambling about her meditation failures, while Jie Ming listened quietly, analyzing. "No, she's not probing my meditation progress or state," he thought, considering he was posing as a failed meditation apprentice, pale and weary. An idea struck him as he listened. "She's trying to build rapport, through shared struggle. Just networking, testing the waters. He nodded slightly, showing agreement. It's tough. I tried a few times, right? So hard. A bunch of my classmates are in the same boat, failing multiple times, heads ready to burst. Amy chewed, continuing her casual chatter. But some are amazing, already getting the hang of it. One's from our alchemy group. Oh, for real. Jie Ming feigned surprise. That fast? What a genius. Alchemy's got some real talent. They haven't fully succeeded, just got the first pattern down. Still impressive. I'm way behind. It's not that big a deal. I heard that person's a noble with a wizard family, probably had prior training. Amy eagerly shared more. And you're pretty great too, Jie Ming. You're probably the highest aptitude among this year's alchemy newbies. Thanks for the flattery. Jie Ming gave a shy smile. But there aren't many alchemy newbies this year, right? He was now certain she'd sought him out deliberately. Besides his name, he hadn't revealed anything. Since she knew his aptitude, she'd done her homework, so he probed lightly. Just 3 of us, but you're definitely the top talent among us. Amy gave an awkward smile. You know a lot for your first day, Jie Ming said casually. Amy paused at his question, but bit into her meat, eyes squinting with satisfaction. I'm not great at much, but making friends and chatting? I got a knack for it. She stuck out her tongue playfully, her tone carrying subtle pride. Everyone's kind of out of it in the cafeteria, so it's easy to chat. Plus, I talked to a bunch of people during the aptitude test queue. We're all newbies, more friends, more paths, right? Hearing her openly explain herself, Jie Ming sighed inwardly. Caught. Not his cultivator identity, but his earlier feigned ignorance had tipped her off. He'd asked too directly, hitting the core of her approach, and she'd noticed something off. But as she claimed, Amy was skilled at socializing. Even when called out, she showed no embarrassment, swiftly adjusting to open honesty. This made it hard for Jie Ming to dislike her, despite knowing her approach was calculated. After all, her goal was, as she said, more friends, more paths. As newbies, they had no conflicts, and with future military service looming, they shared common interests. Plus, Amy had shown her value. Her knack for gathering intel was genuinely useful to him right now. With these thoughts, Jie Ming looked up, extending his hand with a serious expression. Let's start over. Jie Ming. Seeing his approval, Amy's eyes curved with delight. Amy. The conversation flowed more easily and casually after that. Amy shared cafeteria gossip and newbie struggles, while Jie Ming listened, subtly building his mental map of the academy and its relationships. They hit it off, only noticing the late hour when the cafeteria crowd thinned. All right, I'm heading back to tackle my meditation again. I won't sleep easy until I get that first pattern down. Amy stood, stretching like a cat. I'm done for today, too. I'll give it another shot. Jie Ming rose. Cool. See you tomorrow. Hope we both get the hang of it soon. Amy waved energetically and headed toward the alchemy dorms. Jie Ming watched her go, his smile fading into a deep gaze as she vanished from sight. Interesting. He recalled Amy's sly eyes and her seemingly casual probes. She came to me for a reason. She knew my level 6 aptitude, wanted to gauge my potential, and see if I'd seen through the academy's game. Smart and pragmatic. He shook his head, a trace of admiration rising. Looks like no one who makes it to logistics on their own is simple. Amy, hopefully a good partner. He needed an extra intel source, and Amy fit the bill. Meanwhile, as Amy walked back, her smile faded. She muttered, Jie Ming, level 6 aptitude, sharper than he looks, every word measured, questions on point, and he's seen through the academy's tricks. This guy's the type to keep things hidden. But he's probably stronger than that show-off. Gotta stay on good terms. Several days had passed since the Norn Academy aptitude tests. Jie Ming felt the timing was right. From his gathered intel, most level 5 aptitude apprentices were nearing success. As a level 6 small genius, he needed to succeed slightly earlier. Tonight, he let his efforts pay off. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he sank into his mental sea. He deftly began inscribing the final component pattern, his mental strength flowing like a brush, smoothly tracing each complex line. He felt his mental strength move and condense along specific paths, the pattern structure exquisitely aligned with some deep cosmic law. This time, he made no mistakes. The final stroke landed perfectly, connecting with the starting point. Boom! A silent thunderclap erupted in his mental sea. The space trembled violently, but this wasn't the backlash of failure. It was a vibrant, transformative force. The completed truth rune blazed with radiant light, spreading outward, as if carving a new region in his mental sea. Jie Ming clearly felt the pattern link tightly with his soul and mental strength, becoming an anchor in his mental sea. As the pattern fully stabilized, an insight naturally arose. He saw its deeper structure. He realized the final pattern was fundamentally different from the other four. The truth rune consisted of 4 outer patterns and a 5th at the center, forming the abstract triangular pyramid. The basic meditation method S-Truth rune relied mainly on the 4 outer patterns for most of its effect, but the 5th, central pattern felt strangely familiar. Comparing it to the basic alchemy manual's description of basic alchemy runes, he understood instantly. That 5th pattern was one of alchemy's core runes. It represented transformation, the key to interacting with specific energy fields in the first truth rune. He pulled out the basic alchemy manual and basic meditation method for comparison. As expected, the second and third truth runes' core patterns were alchemy's fusion and refinement runes. No wonder Clark stressed mastering the meditation method quickly, and no wonder the Academy forced apprentices to choose disciplines. It wasn't just that mastering a discipline required immense effort. The meditation method itself was tailored to each path from start. As the first truth rune stabilized in his mental sea, Jie Ming sensed a new, faint connection to the external environment, unlike anything he'd felt before. Following the method's later instructions, he focused on the completed pattern, using his mental strength to draw that vague connection. The next moment, faint but vibrant energy particles were pulled by the pattern, slowly gathering from the environment into his mental sea. These were the elemental forces Wizard spoke of, active, diverse, and varied in nature. As they entered his mental sea, the truth rune absorbed them, gradually merging with his mental strength, nourishing and strengthening his mental sea. The mass of elements gathered around the rune, forming a flame-like energy shape. So this is igniting the spiritual flame. No wonder. He felt his mental strength grow more active and resilient, distinct from cultivation's spirit-refining methods. Sensing the elemental energy flowing in, a sudden inspiration hit, maximizing internal circulation to seal his internal state from detection. Jie Ming tentatively used the refining essence in a qi method, leveraging the interplay of essence, qi, and spirit to guide some elemental energy into his true essence system built by internal circulation. The cultivation system's refining essence into qi and internal circulation methods converted essence, qi, and spirit into each other, forming a self-sustaining cycle. So when external elemental forces entered his internal circulation system, his true essence could digest and convert them. Jie Ming clearly felt his true essence grow slightly without refining vitality. The chaotic elemental energy, filtered and refined by his internal circulation, was slowly converted into pure, true essence. Though the conversion rate was low compared to absorbing spiritual qi, it worked. Jie Ming's heart surged with barely containable joy. This meant he'd finally found fuel for his cultivation in this spiritless world. The wizard system's meditation method had unexpectedly opened a door to absorbing external energy. More importantly, this solved another problem. He no longer needed to fake his meditation progress. By adjusting the proportion of elements converted to true essence, he could slow his meditation progress to match a level 6 aptitude apprentice persona. 10 days passed in a flash, and the day for Mentor Clark's class arrived. Jie Ming woke early, ate breakfast, and followed the enrollment guide's directions to the alchemy workshop. The alchemy workshop of Norn Academy sat in a relatively secluded corner of the campus. Unlike the eye-catching towers, it was low and sturdy, like a fortress rooted in the earth. Its outer walls were made of dark stone, etched with basic runes. Stepping through the workshop's gates, Jie Ming found a spacious interior filled with a mingled sense of metal, minerals, plants, and peculiar chemical reactions. The smell was odd, but not unpleasant. With time to spare before class, he wandered around. The workshop's interior was complex, like a giant honeycomb of countless rooms and corridors of varying sizes. There were warehouses stacked with raw materials, high-temperature furnace areas, potion-making zones filled with distillation equipment and test tubes, and numerous basic and advanced experimental areas. Their first class was in a spacious basic alchemy lab on the east side of the workshop. The lab's walls were silver-white metal, lined with dozens of sturdy work tables, each equipped with an adjustable magical light, fixed metal clamps, and an exhaust chimney. Entering the lab, Jie Ming was surprised to see quite a few people inside. But judging by their robe badges, only he, Amy, and a haughty-looking male apprentice were true alchemy apprentices. The others, marked by different badges, were from other disciplines. Jie Ming even spotted the genius with level 9 soul purity from the aptitude test, already claimed by a soul magic mentor. The other apprentices seemed equally shocked by this genius's presence clustering around them. Jie Ming had no interest in joining the crowd and found a quiet spot near the wall. To his surprise, Amy was there too. "You're not mingling with them?" he asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Over the past few days, their occasional cafeteria meetings confirmed Amy's knack for socializing. She could connect with anyone, regardless of personality, making Jie Ming briefly wonder if she had some supernatural charm. Amy greeted him and shrugged casually at his question. "Quite the opposite. Now's not the time for networking. If I went over, I'd just be background noise." Jie Ming nodded noncommittally. She was the expert here, and he had no place to comment. "Speaking of, our alchemy batch only has 3 newbies. What are these others doing here?" "They're learning alchemy too, but for them, it's an elective. From what I know, besides that soul magic genius, the level 9 Augusta Heiress and the level 8 Horn Heir have also picked other logistics disciplines as electives." "You could take electives?" Jie Ming glanced at the soul purity genius, recalling Jack's words. It seemed logistics truly was the Norn workshop's orthodoxy. Even combat division geniuses were sent to study logistics. He understood why these top talents got special treatment. Though Jack said aptitude wasn't crucial, Jie Ming, having tackled the meditation method, knew a high aptitude gave a head start. In cultivation, one step ahead meant staying ahead. True comebacks were rare. "I'm jealous. If only I could take electives too," Jie Ming sighed. Alchemy suited his needs, but adding potion craft or rune crafting would be even better. "You can if you want," Amy said, looking at him. "Alchemy classes are once every 5 days, with the rest of the time free. As long as you complete assigned tasks, you can spend credits to study other disciplines." "Oh, the guide didn't mention that." Jie Ming's eyes lit up. "How much for elective courses?" "Not much. I heard basic knowledge for any logistics discipline is 5 credits, but you'd need to buy extra tools." Their chat was cut short as Mentor Clark appeared at the podium. Still balding, monocle in place, he wore a worn but spotless alchemy robe. At his arrival, the apprentices crowding the soul purity genius fell silent, scurrying like quail to the nearest work tables. "Welcome to alchemy, one of Norn Academy's most stable and foundational disciplines," Clark said, unfazed by the apprentices' reactions, his tone calm and measured. "Here, you'll learn the core of alchemy, understanding, decomposition, and reconstruction. Understanding is grasping a material's essence, analyzing its elemental makeup and energy properties. Decomposition breaks it down to its fundamental units. Reconstruction uses your mental strength to guide energy and matter, reshaping it into new forms or imbuing it with new properties." His gaze swept over each apprentice, turning stern. "Alchemy demands immense mental strength. Your precision in controlling it determines your ceiling in this art. He stepped to a small operation table by the podium, where a heavy, irregular golden lump sat. You should have previewed basic alchemy, so I won't waste time. Today's first lesson is basic shaping, Clark said calmly. This is one of alchemy's foundational practices, using mental strength to control an object's form. We'll practice with gold. At the word gold, some apprentices showed surprise or excitement. In a mortal world, gold was a precious currency. Clark seemed to read their thoughts, explaining coolly, in the wizard world, gold isn't rare. Controlling multiple planes, we have countless ways to obtain it. At a certain alchemy level, you can even transmute other materials into gold. Compared to other metals, gold is stable and uniform, making it easier to analyze with alchemy. Though it resists mental strength, making control harder, this resistance ensures that even if you fail, it won't trigger violent energy reactions, explosions, or toxic gases, just damaged or distorted material. It's the safest and most suitable practice material for beginners. Click. Clark removed his monocle, revealing eagle-sharp eyes. Without extra tools, he lifted the fist-sized, irregular gold lump for all to see. Watch closely for my demonstration. With that, he deliberately externalized his mental strength, making the gold float from his hand. Jie Ming clearly sensed Clark's mental strength, steady as a stream, yet brimming with resilience. Under Clark's guidance, the irregular gold seemed to come alive. It didn't melt or change too quickly, but shifted slowly and firmly in an invisible force field. Its uneven surfaces smoothed, edges sharpened, the process fluid and stable. In seconds, the irregular lump became a perfectly smooth, sharp-edged cube, its surface so polished it reflected like a mirror. Clark withdrew his mental strength, and the golden cube settled back on the table, faintly gleaming. This is alchemy's basic shaping. Through repeated practice, you'll master precise mental control over a material's form. He put his monocle back on. Now, collect your materials and tools and begin. With a wave, supplies flew from the lab's cabinets. Each apprentice received an irregular gold lump similar to Clark's in a basic toolbox. Besides standard crucibles, tweezers, gloves, and goggles, the toolbox contained a metal disc etched with complex runes. Jie Ming collected his materials and returned to his work table. Upon touching the disc, he felt his mental seize truth rune surge, its central alchemy rune resonating with the disc's runes. Since you haven't completed the first 3 truth runes, you'll need the alchemy disc as an aid for now. Once you've inscribed all 3 alchemy runes in your mental sea, you can perform alchemy barehanded, Clark reminded flatly. The disc is expensive. The first is free as a textbook, but damage means buying replacements with credits. Jie Ming donned his gloves and goggles, placing the gold in the disc's central groove as instructed. Using mental strength to control a material's form, incredible. Is this unique to the wizard system? He mused. Cultivator's divine sense was for perception, scanning, attachment, or direct mental attacks, and could manipulate true essence to move objects remotely. Altering a material's physical form was possible, but relied on brute external force, unlike alchemy's approach of coaxing the material to change itself. Jie Ming took a deep breath, sank into his mental sea, and extended his mental strength through the truth rune, connecting with the disc to gently envelop the gold. Buzz. A faint but clear resistance pushed back from the gold, rejecting his mental strength. He tried guiding his mental strength like elemental energy in meditation, condensing it into a beam to press a protrusion on the gold surface, aiming to dent it. Instead, crack. His momentary overforce didn't dent the gold, but chipped off a small fragment. Startled, he adjusted quickly. Trying again, he carefully focused energy on a corner, aiming to round it. Instead, sizzle. The localized temperature spiked, and the gold surface began to melt into a flowing liquid. Damn, it's completely different, Jie Ming cursed inwardly. Using his cultivator-style mental control, for wizard techniques felt awkward. It was like a sculptor skilled with a chisel being asked to embroider, different in both force and technique. Looking around, most apprentices were struggling similarly. Some gold lumps were pocked with dents, others melted into puddles, and some even crumbled into dust during decomposition attempts. There were exceptions. Amy, nearby, worked slowly but steadily, her energy fluctuation stable. Her gold lump was gradually changing shape, rough but showing signs of shaping. Jie Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to abandon his habitual mental control and mimic Clark's demonstrated fluctuations. He rewrapped his mental strength around the gold, not rushing to shape it, but, like a cultivator, nurturing a treasure, gently and persistently interacting with it, sensing its nature and resistance. Failure. Try again, failure. The gold grew increasingly misshapen, but he gradually grasped alchemy's essence. Understanding, decomposition, reconstruction. I see. Understanding was key. Knowing a material's structure, properties, and energy fluctuations enabled guided changes, not brute force. After several tries, he barely shaped the gold into a cube. It was lopsided, its surface marred by melted and resolidified patches, edges blurry, a far cry from Clark's pristine cube. This is my first alchemical creation. Jie Ming looked at the ugly lump, torn between laughter and tears. Just then, Clark descended from the podium, inspecting the apprentice's work tables. His sharp gaze lingered on each success or failure, offering brief critiques. At Jie Ming's table, he eyed the distorted cube, and Jie Ming felt a rare twinge of nerves. Clark's eagle-like eyes studied the gold, then glanced at Jie Ming. Mental control, decently stable, Clark said, his tone as flat as ever. But energy output is unstable, and temperature and force field control are poor. He pointed to the melted marks and twisted edges. Practice basic meditation more to stabilize your mental strength and get used to handling elemental forces. Pay attention to material structure details in alchemy. He offered advice and moved to the next table. Jie Ming nodded inwardly, impressed. Clark had pinpointed the issue. The unstable output stemmed from maintaining internal circulation, sealing his state while outputting energy, a tricky balance. Suddenly, a pain scream and a loud metal shatter echoed from the lab's other side. Boom! All eyes turned to the source. An apprentice lay on the floor, his work table a mess of scattered metal fragments. He hadn't used gold, but some hard, unstable metal. Under erratic mental guidance, it had violently warped and exploded. Worse, some fragments had embedded into his arm and face. These shards didn't stay on the surface, but, like living things, grew and fused into his flesh amid his agonized screams. Clearly, the reckless apprentice had unintentionally imbued the metal with flesh-corroding properties during alchemy. Clark's face darkened. He strode over, but didn't immediately help. He coldly eyed the writhing, wailing apprentice and the metal burrowing into his flesh, a mocking smile on his face. Foolish. His voice was icy. How many times did I stress strict safety protocols? No using unknown or unstable materials in basic practice. No attempting dangerous alchemical processes. He glanced at the pale, frightened apprentices. Every year, some fool thinks their smarts and guts will let them soar. This is what happens with subpar mental control. Misguided energy creates monsters that harm others and yourself. To the writhing apprentice, he added, "You've caused major lab damage and need treatment. That's 15 credits deducted, to be paid within a month, or plenty of wizards will want an extra test subject." Without a gesture, 2 protrusions appeared on the silver-white metal wall. 2 blobs of liquid-like silver metal hit the floor, twisting into humanoid golems. Take this fool to treatment. At Clark's command, the golem's eyes glowed red. They grabbed the apprentice's limbs, ignoring his struggles, and hauled him out. As he thrashed, the metal in his body occasionally broke against the golems, revealing red blood at the fractured surfaces. The metal's fusion with his flesh was far deeper than imagined. This scene shattered any romantic notions the apprentices held about alchemy. As a form of wizardry, alchemy wasn't just mystery and knowledge. It was a rigorous, dangerous discipline. By next class, I expect you to proficiently shape gold. The first alchemy class ended in shock and with assigned homework. Afterward, the apprentices left the lab with their deformed gold lumps and heavy hearts. Jie Ming, holding his ugly golden cube, paused at his work table, struck by an idea. I heard that poor guy's father is an alchemy wizard. He always acted like he knew alchemy inside out. So though he chose potion craft, he wanted to craft a weapon to impress everyone, Amy said, appearing beside him. Didn't expect the consequences to be so terrifying. Jie Ming snapped back, glancing at her. What's your next move? Nothing special. Back to practicing alchemy. You. Same. Know any good ways to earn credits? For senior apprentices, there are plenty. Selling potions, weapons, completing commissions, or submitting research results all earn credits. Amy shrugged. But for us, it's just grunt work at the workshop for credits. Why, looking to buy something? I'm thinking of renting a lab, Jie Ming said, not hiding his intent. He had many secrets, and a private lab was essential for privacy. Lab rentals weren't something he could hide from others. Though I don't think you're reckless, I'll remind you. For gold practice, your dorm's enough, Amy cautioned. Jie Ming shook his head. No, I need to test some ideas. Wow, not bad for our batch's genius. I'm rooting for you. Amy grinned, patting his shoulder. She didn't pry further. In the wizard world, knowledge and inspiration were precious. Frowning in thought, Amy offered, regular labs are out, way too expensive. But short-term low-tier lab rentals are affordable for apprentices like us. From a cost-benefit angle, low-tier labs aren't great, but for short-term use, they're perfect. Where can I find them? Jie Ming's interest peaked. Every discipline's first-floor hall has a task area. Check there. Those are Academy-certified labs, safer. Thanks. After parting with Amy, Jie Ming headed to the Alchemy Workshop's first-floor hall. He'd noticed ATM-like machines along the walls earlier, but it was too early then for crowds. Now, they were lined with queues. A massive bulletin board on the wall listed tasks and credits. This was the workshop's daily operation. Apprentices earned credits by completing simple tasks. Tasks varied, but most required some knowledge. For instance, Jie Ming saw tasks like preparing lab cleaning solutions, requiring basic potion knowledge, crafting standard quartz containers, needing precise alchemy skills, or charging magical devices, demanding energy conduction basics. Almost no tasks required zero knowledge, and even these paid meagerly. Jie Ming frowned at tasks offering just a dozen credits a month. Looks like these basic tasks won't cut it for credits. First, I'll check the cost of a short-term lab rental. Before the machine, Jie Ming followed the other's example, placing his apprentice badge on a detection array beneath it. Soon, a screen of light displayed a wealth of information. Seeing the task details, far more comprehensive than those on the larger screen, Jie Ming felt a stir of emotion. This thing, it's practically a magic network, isn't it? While commoners are still stuck in the Middle Ages, wizards have already stepped into a network society. Given the wizard's ability to conquer multiple planes, entering a network society wasn't particularly surprising. Let's see. Jie Ming browsed his personal information and was shocked to find his points balance wasn't zero. What's going on? He stared at the 6 points in his account, puzzled. Thankfully, the transaction details explained the source. Since the period from the start of the term to next month is less than a full month, per the contract, a portion of the monthly 10-point allowance was refunded. Damn. Jie Ming was genuinely stunned. The sheer resources required to refund so many students was staggering, and the Academy's actions left him in disbelief. They're this generous? Even in my past life's lawful society, how many organizations would do something like this? Amid his amazement, excitement surged within him. It seemed wizards took contract rigor to a level beyond his expectations. Even if this was likely a tactic to win loyalty, Jie Ming couldn't help feeling a sense of belonging. willing to follow rules, and the rules are relatively fair. That's enough to inspire trust. With a few startup points suddenly in hand, the pressure on Jie Ming eased significantly. He quickly searched for information on laboratory rentals. Small low-tier laboratory, 10 hours for 5 points, but a whole month for just 200 points. Damn, what a gap. Fortunately, his points were just enough. Jie Ming casually left the machine, grabbed dinner at the apprentice cafeteria, and returned to his dorm. Locking the door, he sat cross-legged on his bed, appearing to meditate, but his consciousness had already arrived before the great Dao Book Pavilion. A stream of light descended with his will, transforming into a book. Jie Ming grabbed it and flipped through it swiftly. I remember it's here. Got it. This was a foundational book on practice, detailing methods for extracting various materials. On the page, Jie Ming focused on. The text described a material called essence gold, asterisk metal, refined through 100 temperings. Yet there exists a secret method to extract its marrow from 10,000 caddies of mundane gold, yielding the purest and strongest substance, named essence gold. This material embodies the solidity of heaven and earth, containing the principle of eternal constancy, impervious to myriad laws and untouched by all evils. It is the supreme choice for crafting protective armor or treasures that hold vast spaces within the smallest grain. Asterisk. In essence, from vast amounts of gold, one could extract a material called essence gold, which carried a concept of eternal immutability. Its properties were extraordinarily stable, nearly unaffected by any energy, making it ideal for crafting defensive or storage treasures. Back then, Jie Ming's cultivation hadn't even reached the first layer of qi refinement, and though his family were small merchants, gathering enough gold for refining was a pipe dream. So he had only skimmed the book. Today, seeing a fist-sized lump of gold in his alchemy class, his first thought was of this. Let's see. It's difficult, but with enough tools, even a first-layer qi refinement cultivator could barely refine essence gold. The material loss is significant, though. The book also noted that essence gold was merely a basic spiritual material. With further refinement, it could become even higher-grade materials. For Jie Ming's current situation, refining essence gold was enough. Carefully studying the method for refining essence gold, he suppressed his excitement and withdrew from his consciousness. He picked up the crude gold block he crafted that day. The block was heavy, too much for an ordinary person to lift with one hand. But since mastering the basics of meditation, the elemental forces strengthening his spirit had also enhanced his body. Combined with the dual benefits of cultivation and meditation, lifting it was no trouble. Fiddling with the gold block, Jie Ming put on the perfect expression of a country bumpkin seeing the world for the first time. Secretly, he channeled his true essence, using the detection method from the great Dao Book Pavilion to probe whether this gold, like that of the cultivation world, could be refined. The results were thrilling. The gold structure was nearly identical to that of the cultivation world, capable of being refined into essence gold. Phew! I can't rush this. The conditions aren't fully ready yet. Calming his excitement, Jie Ming began pondering the potential benefits of this material and how to turn it into his first profit. But no matter what, I can't neglect alchemy to better conceal this. Resolved, Jie Ming sat at his desk with the gold block, reviewing the basic alchemy handbook to solidify the foundational knowledge taught by Instructor Clark, while studying the complex metal alchemy disc. For a while, Jie Ming fell into a seemingly monotonous routine. During the day, he holed up in his dorm, studying alchemy theory and reshaping the gold block with alchemy. At night, when all was quiet, he meditated, cultivating in place of sleep. Occasionally, he'd run into Amy at the cafeteria, maintaining just the right level of contact. Amy always brought gossip and rumors from the academy, providing Jie Ming with valuable information. After over 10 days of this, once Jie Ming was confident in his mastery of essence gold refining, he began his true plan. Mr. Jie Ming, this is the laboratory you reserved. Per your request, it has a window facing the sunrise. For now until 6 a.m. tomorrow, this lab is yours. Please note, The defensive arrays can only withstand spells below the first ring. Any damage will require compensation. A silver-white metallic golem prattled on about lab rules while opening a fully sealed metal door. The lab is completely sealed. If anything goes wrong, no one outside will know, so please stay safe. Got it, got it. Cutting off the golem's chatter, Jie Ming swiftly shut the lab door. The so-called laboratory was a small room, barely a dozen square meters. Its walls were rough stone, not metal, and the floor was laid with simple runic tiles. At the center stood a basic workbench, illuminated by a mana lamp overhead. In a corner were common basic tools, a small crucible, bellows, a water tank. Most crucially, the room's four corners and doorframe were inscribed with basic runes. Is this the simple anti-detection array? After locking the door, Jie Ming felt the faint energy fluctuations as the array activated. It might not stop a high-tier wizard's probing, but any attempt to breach it would cause a disturbance, serving as an adequate warning system. Everything in the lab was rudimentary, offering little beyond the protective and isolation arrays. But upon closer inspection, Jie Ming found a surprise. There's an independent magic network terminal in here. In a corner sat a machine identical to the one in the task hall, linked to the magic network. Activating it with his badge, Jie Ming found its content even richer than the task halls. Beyond standard tasks, labs could buy or sell materials and products among themselves. There's even free delivery for basic material trades, way better than the task hall. The task hall offered similar material trading, but required buyers to pick up their goods. For high-end resources, that was fine, but for common materials, points had incredible purchasing power. Jie Ming also noticed that the tasks and purchase requests between labs hinted at the beginnings of a forum from his past life. Sadly, knowledge's immense value in this world kept discussion shallow, leaving the forum in its infancy despite long development. Even so, the scattered information in these discussions proved invaluable to Jie Ming. The paid knowledge system is terrifyingly robust. Earth's academic networks can't compare. Lost in a magic network for a while, Jie Ming snapped back. Damn, it's been so long since I've been online, I got a bit carried away. So, aside from ensuring privacy, the main perk of a low-tier lab is constant internet access. Realizing this, he stared at the magic network terminal in silence. What is this, a private internet cafe? The connection fee is way too steep. After some internal grumbling, Jie Ming wasted no time and got to his main task. From his toolbox, he took out the gold block, reshaped countless times through alchemy. Instead of using the lab's crucible, he pulled a stone from his toolbox. Per the Great Dao Book Pavilion, refining essence gold at the first layer of chi refinement required specialized tools. The simplest was a custom cauldron, its unique structure concentrating heat to aid refining. Jie Ming placed the stone on his alchemy disc. Soon, it transformed into a cauldron the size of a rice cooker. This shaping feels so smooth. Indeed, unlocking internal circulation makes it work better, he marveled. He placed the gold block in the stone cauldron, focusing his mental energy and channeling his hard-earned true essence. Asterisk the aging gold refinement method, a basic metal purification technique from the Great Dao Book Pavilion. It uses the high purity of true essence and precise divine sense to strip impurities, extracting the core essence. Sadly, with my cultivation, I can only refine a small amount, and the material's properties must be stable. Thankfully, gold stability makes it barely viable. Asterisk. Activating the lab's heating array, a flame materialized on the workbench. Placing the cauldron atop it, Jie Ming channeled true essence into the gold bit by bit. The true essence seeped into the gold like a supreme solvent, permeating every particle. His divine sense, like a scalpel, sensed the core gold essence and the impure, mundane essence within. The process consumed true essence rapidly. Jie Ming felt his meager reserves draining like a breached dam, bringing waves of weakness. His face paled, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Fortunately, his meditation practice allowed him to draw elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish true essence. Gritting his teeth, Jie Ming maintained the output of true essence and the precise guidance of his divine sense, using the lab's simple tools to assist per the aging gold refinement method. Each step demanded absolute focus. He could feel the mundane essence being repelled and stripped under the guidance of true essence and external forces, turning into invisible dust, expelled from the gold's surface and incinerated in the cauldron's heat. Time ticked by, and Jie Ming's true essence neared depletion, his body's weakness peaking. The faint hum of the isolation array grew distant, and he felt dizzy. Finally, just before his true essence ran dry, all impurities were stripped from the gold. The fist-sized gold block in the cauldron had become a fingertip-sized piece, glowing with a subdued radiance. Success. Exhausted, Jie Ming slumped against the workbench, panting heavily. Too drained to inspect his work, he sat cross-legged on the floor, fully activating the truth runes in his mental sea to draw elemental energy and replenish his true essence. Half an hour later, somewhat recovered, Jie Ming stood and used tweezers to carefully extract the gold piece from the cauldron. It was cold to the touch, yet impossibly heavy. No longer mundane gold. It embodied an ineffable sense of eternity and stability. After appraising it per the great Dao Book Pavilion's knowledge, Jie Ming confirmed it was essence gold, a metal essence only extractable in the cultivation world through special methods. Ecstatic, Jie Ming gazed at the fingertip-sized essence gold, his first encounter with a transcendent material in this world. But it's incredible. Why can pure gold be refined into essence gold? Its density is high, but its mass is nearly half what it was. Where did the rest of the substance and mass go? What are those impurities? The process of refining essence gold was very cultivation-like, but neither scientific nor wizardly. Jie Ming examined the cauldron, confirming no residue remained. Using the lab's magic network terminal, he checked the waste gas and material output. Though some impurities had turned to black smoke, the total mass still didn't account for what was lost in refining. What a curious phenomenon. In the cultivation world, he might not have cared as much, but in the wizard world, where material structures resembled his past lives, built from fundamental particles, gold should theoretically remain gold, even at peak purity. Refining it into essence gold shouldn't be possible. Now wasn't the time for such questions, though. If he were only verifying the refining method, Jie Ming wouldn't have gone to such lengths. The lab rental had already consumed most of his points. Now he needed to use this essence gold to break even, or better, profit for startup funds. Thanks to the wizard world's reverence for knowledge, as long as he didn't sell raw materials outright, no one would dare probe into his methods or principles. As for monetization, he planned to take it slow, but his earlier internet session revealed a promising market. At the lab's magic network terminal, he input commands to access the Academy's internal network. Using his mental energy, he searched for materials related to stability, isolation, anti-magic, and anti-detection. Results popped up instantly. The Academy's database listed various isolation materials, used widely in lab protection, sensitive area shielding, precious item storage, and even specialized equipment crafting. To Jie Ming's delight, these materials were not only expensive, but, in a sense, semi-consumable. The data showed that while basic isolation materials were cheap, advanced ones were exorbitantly priced, with some rare materials requiring astronomical points to exchange. Due to the chaotic experiments in the wizard system, materials resistant to energy and mental erosion were in high demand. Frequent accidents made them consumable with massive market needs. Jie Ming couldn't help laughing inwardly. His essence gold, stable against nearly all energy, was a high-grade isolation material compared to the database's offerings. As for costs, excluding the hard-to-quantify knowledge from other systems, it boiled down to gold consumption, lab rental, and labor. Lab rental was unavoidable, costing at least 5 points each time, but it was within his plans. Labor costs were negligible. As for gold, Jie Ming checked the price of buying gold on the Magic Network, and his face twitched. 1 point for a cubic meter of non-transcendent metal? Holy hell. Gold, though precious to commoners, fell within the non-transcendent metal category for wizards. So, this is what it feels like to master core technology. It's intoxicating. After his excitement, Jie Ming began planning. He didn't need to refine large amounts of essence gold. That would drain too much true essence and draw unwanted attention as an isolation material. Instead, he'd refine a small amount and use alchemy to plate it onto a common metal base, granting strong isolation properties. This essence gold coating would use minimal true gold while avoiding overly exceptional effects. No more hesitation. Jie Ming spent his last points to buy a cubic meter of white iron. A common metal with average properties but high malleability, it was ideal for alloy bases. When the lab door was knocked, Jie Ming opened it to find a silver-white golem carrying a massive iron block. Directing the golem to place the white iron in the lab center, Jie Ming watched it meld back into the corridor's silver walls. White iron, true to its name, had a whitish hue. Jie Ming placed his alchemy disc upside down on the block, closed his eyes, and channeled the truth runes in his mental sea. Over half a month since his first class, he constructed a second truth rune. As an alchemy apprentice, this rune's core pattern represented the fusion concept in alchemy. The main reason he acted today. His plan was simple. Use white iron as the base material, shape most of it into standard iron sheets, and fuse essence gold as a thin coating via alchemy. Selling was even simpler. The lab's magic network terminal allowed product listings, and interested wizards could buy directly, with proceeds credited to Jie Ming's account. Before selling, the products needed academy testing to confirm their properties and isolation levels. But that wasn't his concern. He handed the products and test samples to the golem outside, leaving the rest to the process. Checking the time, only minutes remained before his lab rental ended. He destroyed the stone cauldron, erased all traces, and restored the low-tier lab to its original state. Stepping out of the lab, despite physical exhaustion from extensive alchemy, Jie Ming's spirit was electrified. My initial hunch was right. With the great Dao Book Pavilion's knowledge on artifact forging, talismans, and arrays, once I find the right materials and methods in this world, I'll become the wealthiest alchemist in the wizard world. He could almost see countless points and rare resources beckoning him. After submitting the application for selling refined gold, Jie Ming couldn't help but feel smug for quite a while. He had already begun to imagine himself making a fortune through refined gold, using the earned points to enhance himself, forming a perfect resource cycle, and ultimately becoming an unrivaled powerhouse. Whenever he saw those apprentices toiling away for points, though he didn't show it outwardly, Jie Ming couldn't suppress a sense of satisfaction deep inside. As expected, without unique techniques and production resources, you're just exploited by others. This kind of grueling, low-point work, honestly, even a dog wouldn't do it. Dogs won't, but I will. I freaking love doing tasks. In the area of Distillation Tower number 3, Jie Ming's expression was somewhat contorted. The air here was thick with a nauseating, pungent mix of odors, like rotting plants combined with spoiled potions. Wearing heavy protective gear, complete with sealed goggles and a mask, Jie Ming held a long-handled scraper issued by the workshop and a rag soaked in acrid solvent. His task was to clean the massive metal distillation tower in front of him, which was at least 10 stories tall. He had no idea what had been processed here before, but the tower's interior was coated with a black, tar-like, viscous residue. They said this stuff was highly sensitive to energy factors, completely untouchable by witchcraft, so it had to be cleaned purely by manual labor. He needed to crawl into the cramped internal space, scraping, wiping, and washing bit by bit. As for why he was doing this task, it was a long, tearful story. He had once thought that by refining gold, one of the materials most urgently needed by wizards, he could permanently solve his resource problems. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. The worst-case scenario Jie Ming had imagined was that his refined gold would go unsold, lost among a pile of similar insulating materials. But the truth was even crueler. He didn't even make it to the selling stage. His submitted white iron-based insulating material was stuck in the workshop's magic network system, displaying a glaring awaiting inspection. No matter how many times he checked daily, the status didn't budge, as if forgotten in some corner. Without passing inspection, it couldn't be listed for sale, let alone be criticized by others or earn him any points. This hidden path to wealth he'd stumbled upon was now firmly blocked by an unexpected obstacle. Meanwhile, Jie Ming's need for points was as urgent as breathing. As his studies progressed, the demand for points only grew. Want to practice shaping with special materials after class? Fine, head to the material storage and exchange points for a new allocation. Want to analyze an unknown or using newly learned knowledge? Sorry, the detailed material properties compendium requires points to unlock access. Want to rent a slightly better crucible with mental energy enhancement for more complex experiments? No problem, just pay points at the Magic Network terminal. Everything in the Academy revolved around points. The Alchemy Workshop didn't keep idle hands. They provided basic food, lodging, and knowledge, but anything more required labor and results in exchange. Damn it, what kind of inefficient bureaucratic nonsense is this? Jie Ming cursed inwardly, but could only obediently don his protective suit and get to work. The work was monotonous and grueling. The protective suit blocked most of the smell, but made movement sluggish and cumbersome. The swelteringly high temperature inside the tower was uncomfortable even for someone with Jie Ming's constitution. Sweat steamed inside the suit, and the grating sound of the scraper against metal echoed within the tower. "This is freaking exhausting," muttered another apprentice nearby, his protective suit caked with stubborn grime. Jie Ming nodded in agreement, saying nothing but mechanically repeating his motions, seemingly too worn out by the heavy work to care about conversation. Yet, in truth, his powerful mental energy was quietly active. He carefully sensed the internal structure of the distillation tower, the intricate pipeline connections, the engravings of energy transfer runes, the joining of different metal materials. These were living textbooks. He quickly relayed the information to the great Dao Book Pavilion, letting it cross-reference his observations with similar knowledge for study. The design of this energy interface, it's remarkably similar to the basic artifact crafting techniques in the great Dao Book Pavilion. It seems to utilize spatial folding principles, but the core is still rune-based energy conduction. I'll need to memorize this part and start studying runology soon. In such a harsh environment, Jie Ming endured the monotony and fatigue while integrating the wizarding world's knowledge into his cultivation system. After a day's work, he returned to his dorm and collapsed onto his bed. Though mentally exhausted, his body didn't feel overly strained. In fact, his inner true essence had become even more condensed. More critically, he could feel the energy within him surging wildly. The barrier to Qi Refinement Layer 1 was already fragile, ready to break at any moment. Climbing off the bed, he assumed a meditative pose and gazed into his mental sea. In the seemingly boundless ocean, 3 radiant, intricate patterns occupied 3 points around its perimeter, continuously drawing elemental energy from the outside world into his body. In just over a month, he had unknowingly inscribed 3 truth runes in his mental sea, fully engraving the runes representing the core alchemical concepts of transformation, fusion, and refinement. His meditation progress had reached the peak of a level 1 apprentice in the wizarding system. His mental sea had more than doubled in size since he first enrolled, and his mental energy was now both refined and vibrant. Next, as long as he successfully meditated and inscribed a 4th truth rune, he could officially become a level 2 apprentice. But at the same time, the mental foundation brought by Jie Ming's talent had been completely exhausted. Now, he could only rely on meditation to absorb external elemental energy, slowly accumulating more mental energy to support his attempt at the next rune. This was an advantage for geniuses like him. His talent allowed him to effortlessly reach level 1 wizard apprentice. He speculated that top-tier geniuses, those at levels 8 or 9 might not exhaust their innate mental foundation until they reach level 2. Mental energy accumulation wasn't something that happened overnight, so meditation progress wasn't his immediate concern. The real trouble was that his cultivation was also on the verge of a breakthrough. It hadn't even been 2 months since he broke through to Qi Refinement Layer 1, and now he was on the cusp of the next layer. The energy in his body was becoming uncontrollable, as if it might explode at any moment. The most unique aspect of the refining essence in the Qi system was its view of essence, Qi, and spirit as a unified whole. Jie Ming's rapid improvement in mental energy, spirit, greatly stimulated the growth of his essence, physical constitution, and Qi, true essence. At the same time, the overall enhancement of his cultivation nourished his mental Si and soul strength, further boosting his wizard meditation progress. Like stepping on one foot with the other, the two systems secretly reinforced each other, forming a near-infinite cycle of rapid improvement. If not for the methods Jie Ming found in the great Dao Book Pavilion to suppress his cultivation and solidify his foundation, he might have already surpassed Qi Refinement Layer 1. Even so, at the peak of Layer 1, he was starting to feel unable to suppress his power. His true essence was like a flood about to burst its dam, ready to break through to Qi Refinement Layer 2 at any moment. But breaking through in the dorm would cause a massive energy fluctuation, likely detected by the Academy's omnipresent monitoring arrays or even noticed by passing wizards. That would be a disaster. He had no choice but to break through in a safe, insulated environment, like a laboratory with a robust isolation array. However, Jie Ming's entrepreneurial venture had collapsed halfway, and his pockets were emptier than his face was clean. This was a major reason he was frantically taking tasks to earn points. He never imagined that in a spiritless world, he'd be worried about suppressing an imminent breakthrough. Damn those points! Looking out at the deep night, feeling the surging true essence within him, Jie Ming knew time was running out. He had to earn enough points to rent a laboratory before his breakthrough. With a sigh, he left the dorm and headed toward the task hall in a nearby academic building. The distillation tower cleaning task paid per job, but the next one wasn't for another 10 days. He needed new tasks to fill the point gap. In front of the task board, there was always a crowd of apprentices. They stared at the constantly refreshing task listings, their eyes filled with longing. Jie Ming was now one of them. He desperately needed points, immediately, urgently. As he scanned the task list, a slightly impatient voice came from beside him. "Move aside. Pick carefully. Don't block the way." A tall, lanky apprentice with sharp, calculating eyes pushed forward, his fingers flying across the task board, his gaze faster than the magic network terminal's refresh rate. Jie Ming recognized him. This was Victor, the third and final apprentice in their alchemy cohort. Victor didn't even glance at Jie Ming, his eyes glued to the task listings as he muttered rapidly. Cleaning tasks, high repetition, stable points, sorting, time-consuming and labor-intensive. This one, prepare basic stabilizing potion. Looks complex, but the process is fixed. Materials provided by the Academy. Just pass the product inspection. High points. Before his words even finished, Victor tapped the screen, and the prepare basic stabilizing potion task vanished from the board, snatched by him. Jie Ming watched it all unfold. Victor was clearly a wizard's descendant. Though he hadn't cultivated before enrolling, his upbringing and related knowledge gave him far more task options than the average apprentice. After grabbing the task, Victor smirked with satisfaction, finally noticing Jie Ming. His gaze flicked to the alchemy crucible badge on Jie Ming's chest, then to his empty task slot, a faint trace of superiority in his eyes. "Hey, Jie Ming, still looking?" Victor's tone was casual, but carried an unmistakable hint of gloating. "You've got to be quick with tasks. Good ones don't wait. As long as you're capable, there are plenty to choose from." His words were framed as advice, but were really a showcase of his own insight and ability, while subtly belittling apprentices stuck with mundane tasks. Jie Ming's expression remained unchanged. He nodded calmly. "Thanks for the tip. I'm still thinking. looking for something that suits me. Victor shrugged, non-committal. Without another word, he turned toward the other side of the workshop, likely to collect materials for the potion task. Though they were both alchemy apprentices, they hadn't interacted much. Their social circles were entirely different. Amy, with her exceptional social skills, was quite familiar with Victor, so most of Jie Ming's impressions of him came from her. Watching Victor's retreating figure, Jie Ming's assessment of him sharpened. Smart, calculating, efficient, and unabashedly utilitarian with a clear sense of superiority. He didn't hide his pursuit of profit and took pride in it. He'd kindly offer advice in public, but it was always laced with a display of his own advantages. He wouldn't be an enemy, unless you stood in the way of his gains, but he'd never be someone who genuinely helped either. A quintessential wizard, shaped by the rational rules of the wizarding world, a high-efficiency egoist. A perfect example of a wizard, Jie Ming thought. Not necessarily a bad thing for me. People like this had clear strengths and weaknesses. Most importantly, they were smart and wouldn't antagonize others over petty reasons like jealousy or dislike. If you could offer them benefits, they could even become allies. Of course, don't expect them to help in a pinch. But in my current state, I'm hardly in a position to look down on him. Recalling his pitiful point balance, Jie Ming shook his head, pushing thoughts of Victor aside and focusing back on the taskboard. Luckily, it wasn't long before he found a suitable task. Sort common ores in warehouse number 5. Weight, 10 tons. Points, 2. Jie Ming's eyes lit up. The points were low, the workload heavy, and the environment harsh. So few competed for it. The upside? It was pure physical labor, requiring little knowledge. The task even provided an or catalog, offering extra learning opportunities. Best of all, like the distillation tower task, it paid per job, not monthly, perfect for Jie Ming's current needs. He tapped the screen and confirmed. The Task Inspection Center at Norn Academy was located in the deepest part of the underground 10th floor. It never saw sunlight, illuminated only by the cold glow of magic energy lamps. Countless complex magical instruments hummed softly, and the air was thick with the peculiar, intense smell of mixed materials, far stronger than in the laboratories. This was one of the busiest areas in the entire workshop. As part of a wizard organization ruling multiple planes, Norn Academy controlled several smaller planes. With wizards from the Academy constantly conquering new planes, the Academy received a flood of new materials daily from various sources. These materials required rigorous testing to determine their properties, grades, and potential uses. The inspection process was meticulous and tedious, involving dozens or even hundreds of tests for physical strength, energy conductivity, elemental erosion, chemical reactions, stability, curse resistance, and more. Even with wizards working tirelessly, the inspection queue was often despairingly long. Due to a shortage of manpower, despite frequent complaints, the issue remained unresolved. Today, the wizard responsible for testing insulating materials, a gray-haired, wrinkle-eyed elder nicknamed Resistance Bastion, a level 1 formal wizard, sat at his inspection station, as usual. His job was to place new insulating material samples into specific magical instruments and run a standard testing protocol. The work was dull and repetitive. Most mature materials from senior wizards went straight to higher-level testing or research departments. What he handled were mostly new creations from low-level wizards or apprentices, often filled with unrealistic ambitions and wildly varying quality. White iron-based insulating material. Another new insulating material. He picked up a sample bottle with a crude label and scoffed mockingly. The bottle contained a few unremarkable pieces, looking like ordinary white iron coated with a layer of gold dust. He'd seen this kind of thing countless times. These newcomers always thought they could create groundbreaking inventions by stumbling upon some odd or haphazardly mixing alchemical materials. They'd even cautiously obscure the material's exact name, fearing others might steal their exclusive formula. Naive, the old wizard thought, shaking his head. Not only was this work bound by Academy contracts, making theft impossible, But with their broader knowledge and deeper expertise, formal wizards saw these apprentice creations as childish toys, not worth stealing. Their so-called formulas were often riddled with errors, sometimes even violating basic alchemical principles. Though he grumbled inwardly, he dutifully placed a sample into a large testing instrument and started the standard procedure. This was the rigor of a wizard honed by years of experimentation, adhering to protocol even for hopeless cases. The instrument hummed to life, runes glowing as energy waves scanned the material's interior. Beginning basic test, physical impact resistance, blunt force impact grade, inferior. Hearing the instrument's report, the old wizard recorded the results without looking up, as expected. Soon, a series of physical resistance tests concluded, and the final result appeared on the instrument screen. Physical impact resistance, inferior. As expected, he muttered, pursing his lips and moving the material to another instrument for further testing. Energy impact resistance. Energy impact resistance, inferior. No surprise there. Seeing both initial results as inferior, his expectations hit rock bottom. He'd already had a hunch when he saw the material structure. Clearly, the gold-like substance was the only active component, with the rest relying on white iron for support. He'd held some hope for its energy resistance, but now it seemed he'd overestimated it. With poor physical and energy resistance, the material structure and energy conduction were obviously flawed. Unless it performed exceptionally in erosion resistance, it was destined to be deemed useless. Next, erosion resistance tests, starting with elemental erosion. He pressed the button to begin the next round. With inferior physical and energy resistance, it would need to reach at least a level 1 formal wizard standard in erosion resistance to be considered usable. To garner attention, it would need to match a level 2 or even level 3 wizard standard. But that was a tall order even for formal wizards, nearly impossible for an apprentice's creation. Yet, as he waited with these thoughts, the instrument emitted a soft but crisp chime. The results were in. Elemental erosion resistance, superior. Assessment, equivalent to a level 3 formal wizard. Whether it was his imagination or not, the instrument's voice seemed almost excited. The old wizard's hand trembled, nearly dropping his record board. What? He snapped his head up, staring at the screen in disbelief. Superior? Level 3. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he'd misread. In his decades of testing, he'd seen countless materials, including some from formal wizards. A level 3 wizard's elemental erosion resistance was something even most level 2 wizards' works couldn't achieve. And this came from a crudely labeled, white iron-like material. This single result, even if every other test was inferior, was enough to draw formal wizards' attention. But his shock came too soon. Corrosion resistance. The next results followed swiftly. Mental erosion resistance. Exceptional. Assessment. Equivalent to a level 4 formal wizard. Mind control resistance. Exceptional. Assessment. Equivalent to a level 4 formal wizard. Corrosion resistance. Exceptional. Assessment. Exceeds current instrument range. Recommend advanced testing. Curse resistance. Exceptional. Assessment. Exceeds current instrument range. Recommend advanced testing. A string of superior and exceptional results burst forth like a barrage, leaving the old wizard's jaw practically on the table. His once mocking smile froze, replaced by sheer astonishment and an uncontrollable tremble. Mental erosion resistance and mind control resistance at a level 4 standard. This was already approaching the core resistance of some high-tier protective constructs. In the final few results, corrosion and curse resistance, reported assessment exceeds current instrument range, with a prompt to recommend advanced testing. This instrument was standard equipment capable of testing materials up to a level 5 wizard's resistance. How could this be possible? The old wizard's reaction drew the attention of the other testing wizards nearby. They crowded over, and when they saw the glaring inferior ratings for physical and energy resistance, followed by a dazzling array of superior, exceptional, and even exceeds range results. The entire testing center erupted. What the hell? What kind of material is this? How can the physical and energy resistance be so poor, yet the erosion resistance so high? It's completely unbalanced. Exceeds the instrument's range? That's at least a level 5 wizard's material. Who submitted this? Submitter's name? Is this from some senior wizard? Why didn't it go through the special channel? They all turned to the crude label on the sample bottle, which read only white, iron-based insulating material, and an apprentice's ID number. An apprentice? Everyone froze. A wizard apprentice? What kind of joke was this? A level 1 formal wizard, hands trembling, grabbed the record board, his voice breaking. Quick, get the supervisor. The testing center descended into chaos as every wizard gathered around, staring at the unremarkable white iron pieces with shock, doubt, and disbelief. Some quick-thinking wizards, seeing the results, were already discreetly contacting their associates, urging them to prepare to buy this material on the magic network the moment it became available. Curse and corrosion resistance beyond level 5. This was an absolutely controlled substance, even in Norn Workshop. Insulating material? What a waste. A material of this caliber would be perfect for crafting protective artifacts. As for its weak physical and energy resistance, that was never an issue. Wizards excelled at those protections and had countless methods to compensate. In endless planar conquests, the greatest threats wizards faced were erosions and damages from incomprehensible unknown forces. Logistics wizards joined the front lines precisely to analyze unique energies or substances in those planes and develop countermeasures on the spot. Likewise, the greatest losses among logistics wizards came from injuries sustained during such research. With this material, unless you were extraordinarily unlucky, it was like gaining an extra life. More and more wizards realized this, and the covert communications intensified. By the time the supervisor arrived, nearly every formal wizard in the academy was buzzing with excitement. That night, an anonymous apprentice in an unassuming material sent a silent thunderclap rippling through the depths of Norn Academy's alchemy workshop. Meanwhile, the center of all this fervor, Jie Ming, was still sweating away in a corner of the warehouse, toiling for those life-saving points. Completely unaware of the seismic stir his unintentional act had caused within the academy. Warehouse number 5 was filled with the mingled scents of dust and various ores. The warehouse resembled a massive cave, stacked high with raw materials. Dust from ores and the dry smell of plants floated in the air. Sunlight streamed through a few rune glass openings at the top, forming beams of light where countless tiny particles danced. Jie Ming, clad in protective gear, was assigned here with a few other apprentices, facing a small mountain of ores and plants. They needed to identify each material against the basic materials manual, sort them into different boxes, weigh them, and label them. Ugh, another physical job, sighed a fellow apprentice, bending down to start moving ores. If it was just physical work, that'd be fine. Why do we have to identify ores too? They all look the same, another apprentice grumbled. Jie Ming said nothing, donning his protective gear and joining in. While carefully identifying ores with his mental energy, he mechanically sorted and weighed them. Suddenly, he paused, noticing Victor and his task partner entering the warehouse. They seemed to have just finished a task and were looking for the next. Victor spotted Jie Ming's group sorting but didn't approach. Instead, he led his partner to the task board's terminal within the warehouse. A moment later, Jie Ming heard Victor's voice from nearby. He'd apparently found another promising task and was persuading his partner. Look, this test energy conductivity task requires going to energy room number 3. It's a bit out of the way, but the task itself isn't hard, just operating a few instruments. Plus, the points are double what sorting pays. Victor's tone was persuasive. Don't just do physical labor. Use your brain. His partner hesitated. Energy room, huh? I heard the energy fluctuations there can be unstable. No worries. There are protective measures. Besides, Instability is perfect for logging extra data. Maybe you could even write a small report for the mentor to make a good impression, Victor said lightly, brushing off the concerns with a confident, trust me vibe. Listening, Jie Ming smirked to himself. He was certain Victor was getting some kind of kickback from someone in the energy room, totally setting up his partner. Not that it was a complete scam. Victor's words weren't wrong. But he conveniently left out that the energy fluctuations in the energy room were often discordant. They weren't harmful, but you'd be dizzy, nauseous, and out of sorts for a couple of days after. Still, Jie Ming had no intention of exposing him. They had no deep grudge, after all. The manual says it's moon shadow stone, but why does it feel so similar to the star iron next to it? A nearby apprentice's voice pulled Jie Ming's attention. The apprentice was rubbing his eyes, struggling to tell them apart. Jie Ming quietly scanned the ore with his mental energy, instantly perceiving its elemental composition and energy traits. It's moon shadow stone, but a lower grade, mixed with some iron ore. He offered a casual tip, deftly picking up another common ore, weighing it, and sorting it into the right box. "Oh, thanks," the apprentice said, momentarily stunned, but quickly expressing gratitude. "No big deal." Jie Ming shook his head. Identifying ores was also helping him get familiar with his current strength. With the 3 truth runes, each tied to alchemical concepts, settled in his mind, he could feel his soul and spirit subtly evolving almost constantly. His sensitivity to distinctions between materials and energies was sharpening. Even without constructing alchemy in his mind, he could analyze anything he touched. The information was still chaotic, but with practice, Jie Ming could clearly sense changes in his mind. He was certain that once these changes were complete, even without deliberate study, his mental sea would naturally inscribe his first witchcraft, alchemy. While he worked, Victor, also in protective gear, approached with another apprentice. Seeing the heavy boxes in front of Jie Ming, a smug glint flashed in Victor's eyes. Pointing to 2 piles of ores, Victor spoke with barely concealed pride. "I'll show you once, so pay attention. See, this pile of glowstone looks numerous, but each piece is light and uniform, easy to sort. That pile of spike crystal ore is smaller, but made of large, sharp-edged pieces that can cut you. We'll tackle the glowstone first. Quick work, early settlement, then rest before dealing with the tricky stuff." His partner, not having considered this, paused, then nodded in agreement. Victor's lips curved into a barely noticeable smile as he swiftly began sorting glowstone, his movements as smooth as an assembly line worker. Jie Ming took it all in. Clearly, these wizard apprentices were also short on points and smart. Ones like Victor were already earning commissions by guiding newcomers. This was the gap between apprentices with wizard backgrounds and those without. While their talents might be similar, the knowledge accumulated over years wasn't something you could catch up to overnight. Jie Ming quietly continued sorting, absorbing knowledge without comment, unfazed by Victor's showy display. After all, Victor only had a slight edge, while Jie Ming was playing a different game entirely. The night was deep. Jie Ming finally finished the task. Leaving warehouse number 5, he still felt the dust of ores and the sharp scent of plants clinging to him. But there was no time to return to the dorm to wash off the grime or rest. Urgency burned within him. The task board showed his point balance had finally hit the number he desperately needed. 5. 5 points, enough to book another private room. Without returning to the alchemy workshop, he reserved a lab through the warehouse's magic network terminal and sprinted toward the potion lab district. After this sorting ordeal in warehouse number 5, the 3 truth runes in his mind grew even more active, and his mental sea became restless. His true essence, like ignited fire, surged wildly through his meridians, each pulse a reminder that his breakthrough was imminent and unavoidable. If not for his extraordinary willpower, he'd have lost control long ago. Even now, he was teetering on the edge. He quickly activated his temporary lab, pushed open the door, and entered the small, simple, isolated space. The moment the door closed, all external noise and worries were shut out, leaving only him and the explosive power within. Without hesitation, Jie Ming sat cross-legged in the center of the lab, took a deep breath, and sank his mind into his body. Qi Refinement Layer 2. In the cultivation system, it wasn't particularly significant. According to the Great Dao Book Pavilion, anyone who reached Layer 1, no matter how mediocre their talent or resources, could grind their way to Layer 3 with enough time. After the breakthrough, true essence would become denser, circulate faster, and greatly enhance nourishment to the body and spirit. But precisely because it was so straightforward, suppressing the breakthrough after accumulating enough spiritual energy was incredibly difficult. Now's the time. He stopped holding back, letting the massive flood of true essence surge through his body. Techniques from the Great Dao Book Pavilion flashed through his mind, guiding the wild energy. Boom! His inner world seemed to turn upside down. His meridians expanded and toughened under the rush of true essence. The lake of true essence in his dantian spun rapidly, compressing with a low rumble. Intense pain swept through him, but Jie Ming's divine sense remained crystal clear, precisely guiding the true essence along its transformative path. The lab's basic isolation array hummed faintly, containing the sudden burst of energy from his body. The process lasted about half an hour. Sweat soaked his clothes, his body trembled slightly, and his face was deathly pale. But as the final meridian was reshaped, a new, more powerful sense of strength surged through him. Qi Refinement Layer 2. Success. His true essence was now as dense as mercury, more than double its volume from Layer 1. In his meridians, true essence flowed like a roaring river, producing a pleasing hum. His physical strength grew slowly under the nourishment of true essence, and his mental sea felt injected with new vitality, becoming clearer and more expansive. Jie Ming slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath laced with dark impurities. Though physically drained, he felt an unprecedented sense of power and clarity. Not bad. The enhanced mental energy should be enough to inscribe another truth rune. Sensing the strength of his mental sea, Jie Ming smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, becoming a level 2 wizard apprentice was just a matter of time. Speaking of which, both cultivator and wizard methods are all about steady progress. Recalling the similarities between the two systems, he fell into thought. The basic Qi refinement method he practiced, though rooted in the ancient principle of refining essence into Qi, was considered relatively new according to the Great Dao Book Pavilion. Jie Ming wasn't entirely sure how new or old techniques were classified, but both Qi refinement and meditation shared a clear trait: few bottlenecks. Qi refinement only had barriers at Layer 3 to 4, 6 to 7, and 9 to foundation establishment. The other levels could theoretically be reached with enough time. Wizard meditation was similar. Only the transition from level 3 apprentice to formal wizard was challenging. Otherwise, the 3 apprentice levels had no bottlenecks. Just inscribe enough truth runes to advance. Theoretically, anyone with enough time could reach level 3 wizard apprentice, but that's just in theory. The key was enough time. 4 Qi refiners, even the basic Layer 1 integrated one's vitality, allowing a healthy, disease-free life up to 160 years. Wizards had it tougher. While elemental energy strengthened their minds and bodies, it also eroded their vitality. Without becoming a formal wizard, an apprentice's lifespan was capped at about 70 years. Unlike Qi refiners, who grew stronger with age, wizard apprentices past their prime would see their mental sea weaken as their bodies aged, making them weaker over time. Of course, this issue was resolved upon becoming a formal wizard. Thanks to wizards' expertise in body modification, their lifespans could even surpass those of foundation establishment cultivators. Overall, Qi refiners have longer lives, but more bottlenecks and stricter advancement requirements. Wizard apprentices advance more easily, but the jump to formal wizard is probably much harder than it seems. Shaking his head, Jie Ming set these thoughts aside and stood, feeling his body return to normal. There was still time left on the lab rental. He wondered how to use it. Check the magic network? But renting a lab cost the equivalent of 5 cubic meters of gold. Using it as an internet cafe felt a bit extravagant. Yet there didn't seem to be much else to do. Just then, the lab's only window, a small pane of special material that blocked external prying but allowed light through, caught the first soft rays of dawn. Morning had arrived. Jie Ming stood there, watching the rising sunlight, his body trembling with a sudden jolt. Jie Ming's gaze pierced through the window, fixed on the distant sky. At that moment, an indescribably strange sensation surged within him. To mortal eyes, it was just ordinary dawn sunlight. To wizards, it might reveal dense energy particles and vibrant rays. But in Jie Ming's freshly heightened, post-breakthrough perception at the core of the increasingly radiant sunlight, he saw a faint trace of purple. The purple was subtle, like a condensation of some energy deep within the sunlight. It hovered quietly, carrying an ancient, mystical aura. Purple chi from the east. Jie Ming's heart jolted. The great Dao Book Pavilion did mention purple chi from the east. It referred to a rare phenomenon at sunrise under specific celestial conditions, where the sun's core released a trace of pure primordial chi, immensely beneficial to cultivators. This chi existed only in the fleeting moment of sunrise, incredibly rare. Capturing even a wisp was a tremendous opportunity. He'd thought such a deeply cultivator concept existed only in the distant cultivation world. Yet here, in the wizarding world, in Norn Academy's lab, at the moment of sunrise, he had seen this purple chi from the east. With no time to ponder why, his cultivator instincts drove him to act, spurred by an innate craving for this primordial chi. His newly advanced Layer 2 true essence circulated according to a specific technique, drawing the faint, nearly dissipating purple chi. As if guided by an invisible force, the purple chi passed through the lab's walls and window, drifting slowly toward Jie Ming. It was unaffected by the isolation array and didn't trigger the monitoring array, as if it didn't exist at all. But as the purple chi entered his body, Jie Ming instantly felt its effects. It melted into his true essence, circulating through his body with each cycle. It refined his true essence, making it denser and purer. It cleansed his body, leaving the freshly broken through Jie Ming with an unprecedented sense of clarity and lightness. Most astonishingly, this purple chi was also purifying his mental energy. His mental sea grew clearer and brighter under its nourishment, shedding subtle impurities, leaving his mental energy purer and more vibrant. Purifying mental energy. In the wizarding world, this was practically a divine treasure that could enhance innate talent. Wizard talent ratings heavily depended on the purity of the soul and the depth of the mental sea. The purple chi from the east could actually improve such fundamental qualities. Jie Ming was stunned. The most terrifying part? Acquiring it was almost effortless. Just circulate your technique at sunrise to absorb it. A free opportunity. But why could something thought exclusive to the cultivation world appear in the wizarding world? His thoughts drifted to the refined gold he'd created. When refining it with cultivator methods, a large amount of gold's mass vanished, yet it condensed into a substance imbued with the concept of eternal constancy. This seemed to defy conservation of mass and energy, more like refining something intangible. With this question in mind, Jie Ming queried the great Dao Book Pavilion. The response was swift, 3 streams of light appearing before him. Asterisk Chronicles of the Chun Jiezi Asterisk. Explanation of the true mysteries. Initial exploration of concept harvesting and formation. Return to the origin of artifact crafting. Concept attachment and low spirit refining techniques. What are these? Jie Ming quickly skimmed them. The latter 2 were straightforward. Knowledge on artifact crafting. The first, however, was a biography, or rather a memoir, of a great Ascension Realm cultivator named Chun Jiezi. Chun Jie seems to have emerged in an era when the cultivation world's resources were utterly depleted, in the age of the end of Dharma, with spiritual qi nearly gone and traditional spiritual materials and immortal herbs reduced to legend. Yet, cultivation didn't die out. It flourished even more. After careful study, Jie Ming confirmed the 3 books resolve his doubts. The cultivation system isn't just about energy refinement. The Book Pavilion's knowledge unfolded in his mind. According to this memoir, in the later stages of the cultivation system, as resources dwindled and understanding of the cosmos deepened, the raw materials for cultivation and crafting shifted from tangible spiritual materials to more abstract concepts. Refining gold wasn't about compressing physical mass, but using true essence and divine sense to strip away all mundane and changeable concept from gold, condensing the eternal constancy concept into a small portion of matter, granting it near immutable properties. The lost mass was the dissipated mundane concept. The purple chi from the east is similar. It's not a specific energy or gas. At its core, it's a grand concept, dawn hope, rebirth, manifested at the moment the sun rises, when yin and yang intersect and the old gives way to the new. When cultivators absorb it, they're essentially refining themselves with this concept. To make it easier for practitioners to perceive and absorb, cultivation techniques, refined over eons, perfected methods to manifest this concept as a perceptible purple chi, using true essence to draw it in. Closing the 3 books, Jie Ming's heart couldn't calm. This explanation was like a thunderclap, shattering his understanding of both the cultivation system and the wizarding world. Cultivation was already dabbling in concept refinement at the chi refinement stage, so even in the wizarding world, he could manifest the purple chi from the east by harnessing concepts. His mind raced, countless new possibilities exploding in his thoughts. If true, he'd be unbound by material limitations. By extracting concepts, even the most common air or dirt could be refined into extraordinary materials beyond anyone's imagination. His future potential would far exceed what anyone could conceive. Jie Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his wild joy. He glanced at the fully risen sun outside, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. It was a basic theory class at the alchemy workshop. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating Instructor Clark's perpetually stern face on the lecture platform. He was explaining the energy conduction properties of certain basic, or his voice as dry as grinding stone. Jie Ming sat near the back, mechanically jotting notes while skillfully circulating the internal circulation technique to suppress his true essence fluctuations. With his recent breakthrough, his internal circulation technique had become more refined, concealing his aura even better than when he was at Chi Refinement Layer 1. Thanks to that wisp of purple Chi from the east, his Chi Refinement Layer 2 had stabilized overnight. But further cultivation required more accumulation and more points to rent a lab. The purple Chi's cleansing of his soul had elevated his aptitude further, and the mental energy boost from his cultivation breakthrough had, in turn, accelerated his meditation efficiency. Even without inscribing the 4th truth rune, the speed at which his meditation converted elemental energy into true essence was alarming, requiring constant suppression. He calculated that, even if he delayed inscribing the 4th truth rune to mask his talent, at this rate, he'd face another breakthrough crisis in just over a month. To avoid repeating the previous near disaster, he needed to grind out more tasks to earn enough points for a safe breakthrough. As his thoughts wandered, Instructor Clark, as usual, left the classroom promptly when the time came. A suppressed, excited whisper came from beside him. "Hey, Jie Ming, did you hear? Big news." It was Amy, looking unusually spirited today, her face beaming with the thrill of uncovering a massive secret as she leaned in. Jie Ming turned politely, offering a tired smile that fit his hard-working but slow-progressing Level 6 talent apprentice persona. "What news? You look thrilled. You won't believe it." Amy lowered her voice, but her excitement was uncontainable. A super talented apprentice in the workshop created a new material that shocked all the formal wizards. Oh, Jie Ming's heart stirred. He was intrigued by a new material that could capture the wizard's attention. The wizarding world's material system was new to him, and it might offer insights to integrate into his cultivation system. It's not just Amy waved dramatically. It's huge, huge, HUG news. She mouthed the words, her eyes glinting with gossip. They say when the material was submitted for testing, it nearly made the old wizard in charge fall over. The results shocked everyone in the testing center. Think about it. These are formal wizards who've seen everything, and an apprentice's work floored them. Jie Ming listened with interest. Indeed, for an apprentice's work to shock formal wizards, it had to be extraordinary. Thinking of his own refined gold, still languishing in review, he couldn't help but sigh. Some people really outshine others. Even with his cheats, could he not match these native geniuses? Speaking of which, he'd forgotten to check his material's review status yesterday. It was probably still pending. No need to worry too much. He put on a surprised expression. That crazy? What kind of material? It's insane, Amy said mysteriously. I dug around for details. It's some kind of insulating material, but super powerful. Word from the testing side says it has terrifyingly high resistance to elemental erosion, curses, and stuff. Some tests even maxed out their instruments, showing exceeds range. Jie Ming was smiling, his face showing just the right mix of awe and curiosity. He imagined this unknown apprentice's genius, crafting something so incredible. To stir up such a storm in the wizarding world, that was true talent. Wait a second. His smile froze for a moment. An insulating material? With terrifyingly high resistance to elemental erosion and curses? Why did that sound familiar? He shook his head. No way, absolutely no way. There are countless materials out there. And while refined gold involves some concepts, it's just a basic material. It can't be that strong, probably from the great Dao Book Pavilion's knowledge. Refined gold was merely the most basic spiritual material. It could be further refined with related concepts to create superior materials. So, theoretically, it shouldn't be an issue, right? Amy didn't notice his subtle shift and continued excitedly. And the craziest part? The material hit the workshop's internal magic network for sale and was snapped up by formal wizards instantly. Now tons of wizards are privately asking who this apprentice is, trying to buy more. The price has skyrocketed. I heard one unit costs 100 contribution points. 100 points. Amy gasped at the jaw-dropping price. I couldn't afford a fraction of that with a month's points. Who's this genius? Making a fortune quietly. And they say the submitter's info is confidential. Seems the Academy's taking this material seriously. Jie Ming's mind uncontrollably flashed to the task terminal, his apprentice ID on the submission record. Amy kept going, and they say the material's name was super casual, something like white iron-based insulating material? Ha, such a plain name. Who'd have thought? Goes to show you can't judge people or materials by appearances. Jie Ming's face froze completely. Hearing the name of the material that haunted and infuriated him, his mind felt like a planet had exploded. Could it be? Maybe. Possibly. Perhaps. That apprentice was actually him. As Amy animatedly recounted the epic deeds of this mysterious apprentice, Jie Ming felt his vision darken. Quietly making a fortune? Fortune my foot. He just wanted to make a low-grade material for some points. So how did he suddenly become the center of attention? Now, forget staying low-key. His material had made him so high-profile it shook the entire academy, maybe even other academies. Amy kept talking, oblivious to the internal tsunami raging in her fellow apprentice. Amy, I just remembered something urgent. Jie Ming blurted a flimsy excuse, ignoring her confused look, and bolted out of the classroom like a gust of wind. He raced to the task hall, found a magic network terminal in a corner, and, with trembling hands, pulled out his badge. Login. His eyes locked onto the point balance field on his personal page. A dazzling, dizzying number appeared on the screen, like the cruelest judgment. Point balance, 500. 500. Jie Ming felt a wave of dizziness, his legs buckling, nearly collapsing. Normally, he'd be thrilled to see such a balance. But now, leaning against the cold wall, staring the shocking point total and the sold-out status next to his material sales record, stars danced before his eyes. Damn it, dear father and mother, when you see this message, I might already be on an operating table as an experiment subject. But don't be sad. As family, you'll probably be dragged in as test subjects too. I'm sure we'll reunite soon. Honestly, after hearing Amy's devastating news and confirming it was about him, this was Jie Ming's knee-jerk reaction. After that, his life felt like sitting on a guillotine, constantly awaiting the blade's fall. After all, he was now the mysterious apprentice who shocked the Academy. He'd expected the Academy's wizards to come for him immediately, questioning the material's origins or his alchemical training. Worst case, they'd discover issues with his power system and take him in for study. As for escaping, forget it. From 2 months of study, he knew how terrifying Norn Academy's combat strength was. As the supreme authority over Norn Plane 13 and dozens of nearby minor planes, the Academy's dean was a level 7 wizard. The instructors of various schools were mostly level 4 wizards or higher, and the number of level 1 and 2 wizards staying for short-term rest or study was countless. And he, Jie Ming, holder of the great Dao Book Pavilion, was only at Qi Refinement Layer 2. So, after this fiasco, he'd completely abandoned thoughts of resistance or escape. Instead, he began mentally preparing explanations, ready to spill everything and seek protection if confronted. I just hope whoever comes for me gives me a chance to explain. Various possibilities flashed through his mind, leaving him in constant dread, awaiting an inevitable reckoning. Yet, half a month passed and all was calm. The workshop remained its dull, busy self. Instructor Clark was still the expressionless instructor. Amy still chattered about the latest gossip, and Victor still calculated tasks meticulously. No wizard, not even a senior apprentice, showed any special interest in him. This puzzled Jie Ming. Could it be inventing a special material isn't enough to draw the Academy's attention? He began convincing himself it wasn't impossible. After all, not just in his past life, but in the wizarding world too, material science was a bottomless pit. Beyond discovering naturally occurring exotic materials in other planes, creating a new material with unique properties through recombination, purification, or synthesis was unimaginably difficult. It required 7 parts deep knowledge and theory, 3 parts relentless effort and experimentation, and 90 parts sheer luck. So, an apprentice stumbling upon an exceptional material through talent or pure luck wasn't entirely unthinkable, right? Jie Ming kept telling himself this, but his actions didn't relax. His internal circulation system ran non-stop, sealing his aura completely, ensuring no trace of his cultivator fluctuations leaked. To guard against potential mind control or soul infiltration, he even carefully coated his body with a nearly invisible protective film of refined gold using alchemy. He knew these were mostly psychological comforts. If the Academy's high-level wizards truly suspected him and dug deeper, they had countless ways to pierce his disguises. He was like a small boat before a storm, calm on the surface but roiling with inner turmoil, bracing for the waves that could crash at any moment. Amid this constant dread, the storm didn't arrive, but an unexpected incident suddenly erupted. That afternoon, during a public class, Jie Ming was in the alchemy workshop practicing shaping composite materials into standard forms. To increase difficulty, several apprentices nearby were using an old elemental dust separator, a device for extracting specific elemental particles from air or materials to enchant their composite materials. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. Jie Ming's heart lurched. It was a warning of equipment overload or failure. Instinctively extending his mental energy to the machine, he detected an uncontrolled energy surge in its core runes, causing energy blockages and turbulence. A corrosive gray dust, carried by the chaotic energy, was spreading outward like a tide. "Watch out!" Jie Ming shouted instinctively, his body reacting before his mind. He leaped back, agile as a cheetah, diving behind a sturdy load-bearing pillar. As he retreated, he glimpsed Amy near the separator, staring blankly at it, not yet reacting. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing her arm and yanking her back with undeniable force. Amy yelped, stumbling as Jie Ming dragged her behind the pillar. Immediately after, a visible gray mist spread from the separator. "Ah, my hand! It hurts! What is this stuff?" Apprentices who couldn't escape in time screamed in pain. The corrosive dust, though limited in range, was terrifying, eating into flesh on contact, emitting sizzling smoke. Some apprentices, dodging, were hit by chaotic energy surges, convulsing as they collapsed. The scene descended into chaos and panic. Hiding behind the pillar, Jie Ming avoided a wave of energy erosion. Seeing the gray mist spread across the room, he frowned. The separator's alarms continued, its energy fluctuations growing wilder. His accumulated knowledge let him quickly grasp the machine's core rune structure and the trajectory of the runaway energy. He identified key blockage nodes, knowing that without swift action, the machine would either explode or cause a larger leak. Trouble. The moment the incident occurred, the lab's doors sealed to prevent hazardous materials from spreading. Though the safety manual said instructors would rush over immediately, Jie Ming wasn't about to bet his life on that. If he didn't want to be reduced to ash in an explosion, he'd better stop the machine's collapse now. While other apprentices panicked, dodged, or scrambled for emergency shutdown protocols, Jie Ming acted. He darted from behind the pillar, a blur of speed, racing toward the blaring separator. Corrosive dust still lingered, and the apprentices watching him risk, rushing and gasped. Yet, the gray dust that could sizzle flesh hit the refined gold film on Jie Ming's skin and vanished like it met an invisible wall, unable to harm him. Ignoring the stares, Jie Ming reached the separator, his eyes locked on the key rune nodes he'd sensed. His right index finger extended, a wisp of elemental energy condensed from his mental force at its tip. With swift, precise movements, he tapped the first node. Buzz. The node hummed, releasing a surge of runaway energy, which Jie Ming's refined gold film redirected. He didn't pause, following his mentally rehearsed plan, tapping the other critical nodes in succession. Each tap weakened the separator's alarms and calmed the chaotic energy fluctuations. In a fleeting moment, Jie Ming danced through the danger zone like a butterfly. When he tapped the final node, click, the separator's alarm stopped, and the runaway energy was fully stabilized. The corrosive dust, without its source, was quickly neutralized by the lab's emergency system. Crisis averted. Jie Ming stood by the separator, catching his breath, a trace of lingering fear in his eyes. The onlookers froze, then erupted in cheers. But pained groans from injured apprentices snapped them back, prompting them to check their corroded wounds. Amy clung to the pillar, her face pale. Looking at Jie Ming, her eyes held not just shock, but incredulous amazement. She'd always thought Jie Ming was talented, but in that crisis, he displayed qualities far beyond theirs. My judgment was spot on. Building a good relationship early was such a win. Amy thought gleefully as she reveled. The lab's doors were kicked open, and a group of heavily armed wizards stormed in with silver-white golems. The golems swiftly moved to the injured apprentices, pairing up to carry them out of the lab. Even lightly injured apprentices were checked by wizards and escorted out by golems. Seeing the dwindling crowd and the wizards closing in, Jie Ming sighed and raised his hands obediently. "Don't worry, I'll fully cooperate." It seemed these wizards weren't just handling the incident, but also coming for him, the anomaly. The wizards paused, exchanging surprised glances, then quietly took Jie Ming away amid the chaos. On the way, Jie Ming felt oddly relieved. The second shoe had finally dropped. Deep within Norn Academy, in a secretive chamber, the room was bare, with only cold metal walls and floor, and a large glowing screen floating at its center. The screen replayed the recent incident in the Alchemy Workshop's public lab. The elemental dust separator's failure, the apprentice's panic, and a figure rushing into the danger zone, resolving the crisis with astonishing speed. Several figures cloaked in wide wizard robes stood or sat quietly before the screen. Their faces were shadowed, but their potent mental energy fluctuations marked them as at least level 4 formal wizards. The screen paused on Jie Ming leaving with the enforcement wizards. A sidebar displayed data, energy fluctuation levels, dust concentration, and each apprentice's reaction scores. Number 3, slow reaction, retreated 2 seconds after warning, points deducted. Number 5, overly panicked, hindered others' retreat, points deducted. Number 1, swift reaction, timely warning, decisive action, points added. Low, emotionless voices announced each apprentice's performance scores. Their evaluations were cold and objective, like analyzing a complex equation. The screen shifted, freezing on the fleeting golden glow on Jie Ming's body as he entered the corrosive dust zone. Next to the data, a bold label flashed. Anomalous reaction. This apprentice, a voice said, tinged with interest, is the one who submitted that. White iron-based, insulating material? A slightly balding figure nodded, asking in a deep voice, "What's the status of his investigation?" Soul scan completed. Another voice replied calmly, "I compared his soul records from enrollment, before and after applying the special material. No anomalies detected. His soul essence is clear, with no signs of parasitic entities or soul replacement. His social network was thoroughly investigated," another voice added. "Before and after enrollment, his interactions are minimal. He was a quiet kid in his hometown. Since enrolling, aside from cohort peers and a few classmates, he's had no deep contact with unknown or suspicious entities. All related contacts have clean records. Subconscious and mental scans show no signs of tampering. Cognitive tests just conducted show no distortions." A litany of test results poured from the surrounding wizards until, finally, they all turned their gazes to the balding wizard who'd spoken first. The slightly balding wizard spoke slowly, his voice carrying a trace of profundity. "I've also examined his fate. It's remarkably clean. Within the traceable span of time, there's no evidence of any connection to unknown powerful entities." At his words, the other wizards couldn't help but cast envious glances his way. Whether it was time-related sorcery or fate-related sorcery, both were extraordinarily complex. Such inspections could only be conducted by at least a 6th-level wizard, far more intricate and difficult to falsify than the previous tests. Even though everyone present was a genius capable of ascending to 5th-level wizardry, there were still disparities among geniuses. Clearly, this balding wizard was the most gifted among them. What about the dean's side? A voice raised the final critical question. After the previous rounds of audits, Jie Ming's situation was theoretically confirmed, but for absolute certainty, the highest level of verification was still required. This highest level of confirmation often involved touching the plane's origin, and that was something only the dean, who held true mastery over the entire plane, could accomplish. From the void, a message devoid of any emotional fluctuation, transmitted directly by powerful mental energy, answered the question. Plane origin data has been examined. In the past century, no traces of intrusion by external higher life forms or higher energies have been detected. Hearing this highest level confirmation, the wizards present nodded in acknowledgement. The balding wizard then delivered his conclusion. In that case, we can essentially confirm that this apprentice is neither a spy from another civilization nor a pawn remotely controlled by some unknown powerful entity. Unless, of course, the entity he's in contact with surpasses a 9th-level wizard. At this, the balding wizard remained unfazed, but a few of the other wizards couldn't help but chuckle. A 9th-level wizard was a legendary existence, the speaker who ruled over the entire wizarding civilization, standing at the pinnacle of countless planes. For certain reasons, a 9th-level wizard's power was theoretically infinite. If there truly existed an entity surpassing such comprehension, deigning to manipulate a mere apprentice, even if they found the slightest clue, they'd have to pretend not to notice and perhaps even indulge in the entity's whimsical game of make-believe. But unfortunately, based on current theories, it was almost impossible for anything to surpass a ninth-level wizard. Thus, it was essentially certain that Jie Ming was neither a spy nor a traitor. However, just as this relatively calm conclusion was reached, a voice broke the silence. I heard the properties of this material are quite unique. Even the wizards from the Crimson Court were stirred, willing to spend vast resources to acquire it. Though unspoken, the greed in the speaker's tone betrayed their intentions. At those words, the atmosphere in the secret chamber plummeted to freezing. Mr. Clark, the slightly balding wizard, slowly turned around. Though his face remained shrouded in shadow, his gaze pierced through the obstruction of his robe, like two icy blades stabbing toward the wizard who spoke. His voice, no longer a low inquiry, now carried undisguised mockery. Forcibly seizing the knowledge of a wizard who is neither a spy nor a traitor, he spoke slowly, each word striking like ice against the ground. Do you intend to openly violate the covenant established by the Star Orbit Tribunal? If you're not afraid of being targeted by the dimensional judgment of those 9 esteemed speakers, then be my guest. The proposing wizard froze, as if doused with cold water, his fervor instantly extinguished. The Star Orbit Tribunal, a supreme supervisory body composed of 9 ninth-level wizards. Legend held that they wielded terrifying authority capable of altering reality itself. Combined with the infinite power represented by a 9th-level wizard, they were undeniably the true rulers of the wizarding civilization. The tribunal's purpose, beyond balancing the various factions within the wizarding civilization, was to uphold the right of wizards to possess and study their own knowledge. In the eyes of the tribunal's 9th-level wizards, whether an 8th-level wizard or a wizard apprentice, all were ants that could be crushed with a single hand, ensuring the fairest oversight. It was precisely because of the tribunal's existence that high-tier wizards could not arbitrarily seize the research results or core knowledge of lower-tier wizards. This fair oversight was the cornerstone of the wizarding world's continuous emergence of new knowledge, the vitality that propelled its progress, and the fundamental reason it could conquer multiple planes. Many of the wizards present had, during their apprentice or low-tier days, benefited from the tribunal's covenant. They knew full well the consequences of crossing this line. A voice laced with clear mockery broke the silence. Don't act like you've uncovered some earth-shattering secret. That material is somewhat special, but it's only at the level of a 5th-grade material, isn't it? High corrosion resistance, but pitifully weak in physical and energy resistance. His tone shifted, carrying a pride only peers could understand. Which one of us here wasn't a genius back in the day? Creating a 5th-grade material is nothing. Besides, doesn't our Norn Academy have a super genius who crafted a 6th-grade material during their apprentice days? At these words, all the wizards instinctively turned their gazes toward Mentor Clark, the slightly balding figure, their eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of concealed wariness. Mentor Clark faced their gazes with calm indifference, his shadowed face as expressionless as ever. He looked at Jie Ming's image on the light screen, his tone returning to its initial calm and objectivity. Since it's confirmed that this apprentice is a genius, with qualified crisis-handling abilities, demonstrating calm judgment and decisive action, he has shown potential worthy of cultivation. He paused briefly. Therefore, I propose initiating the 2nd-tier cultivation protocol for this apprentice. The 2nd-tier cultivation protocol meant the Academy would invest more resources, providing better mentorship, superior cultivation environments, and prioritized resource allocation to accelerate the apprentice's growth. The other wizards raised no objections. The threat had been ruled out, and the benefits couldn't be forcibly taken. What remained was a genius worth investing in. From the start, their gathering here wasn't about some trivial material, but to determine whether this individual held investment value. A silent vote, took place among the wizards. The results came quickly, with the proposal passing by an overwhelming majority. Even the wizard who had coveted Jie Ming's achievements voted in favor. The protocol is approved. Notify the relevant departments to allocate resources, Mentor Clark announced. The light screen slowly faded, and the chamber fell into darkness as the wizard's figures gradually dissipated. Dear father and mother, apologies for the brevity, but I think I'm in deep trouble this time. Wait, no, I might actually survive. In the chaos, Jie Ming was escorted away by several wizards from the enforcement team, clad in standard wizard robes, to a secret chamber deep within the academy. The room was small, its walls forged from a cold, black metal, windowless, with only a heavy metal door. Jie Ming sat on a comfortable chair in the center of the room, initially tense but soon realizing things weren't quite as he'd imagined. Though the chamber appeared heavily guarded, the wizards didn't seem particularly concerned with him. He wasn't restrained, nor did he sense any coercive energy fluctuations. The enforcement team wizards had simply brought him here, then stood silently outside the door, neither entering nor engaging with him. On a small round table nearby, there were even a few delicate pastries and a cup of glowing, warm beverage. What's this? Some kind of waiting game? The peculiar kindness left Jie Ming puzzled, but it also eased his nerves slightly. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. He cautiously picked up the drink and took a small sip. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing an indescribable comfort, as if soothing his mental fatigue. If he had truly been exposed for practicing a cultivation system outside wizardry or suspected of being a spy, they wouldn't be this courteous. Wizards dealt with enemies, especially those who might threaten the entire civilization, with ruthless efficiency. No restraints, no interrogation, and even snacks and a drink. This didn't feel like an interrogation for a spy. Waiting for judgment wasn't pleasant, but this lack of pressure made him somewhat relaxed. He leaned back in the chair, his internal circulation running ceaselessly within, a hidden layer of refined gold coating his body's surface, ready to respond to any sudden situation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the heavy metal door let out a clank and slowly opened. A familiar figure, slightly balding and dressed in the long robe of an alchemy mentor, stepped inside. Mentor Clark. Seeing it was Clark, Jie Ming's instinctive fear of his head instructor kicked in, and he immediately tensed, sitting upright and barely daring to breathe. He expected a cold interrogation or scrutiny to follow. To his surprise, Clark showed no signs of probing or questioning. His face remained as expressionless as ever, but his gaze seemed slightly less rigid than usual, carrying a hint of, how to put it, the look of someone appraising the value of a commodity. Jie Ming's mind swirled with questions, but he didn't dare voice them, only waiting silently for his judgment. Fortunately, Clark didn't beat around the bush. He sat down on a chair opposite Jie Ming and got straight to the point. The white iron insulation material you submitted has passed the highest level evaluation, showing significant potential. Additionally, your performance during the public laboratory incident, calm, decisive, and accurate in assessing the equipment's core, demonstrated exceptional reaction speed and talent. Jie Ming swallowed hard, unsure of what his mentor was getting at, bracing for a but to follow. But things didn't unfold as he feared. Mentor Clark paused, then uttered a term that felt unfamiliar to Jie Ming. The Academy has decided to initiate the second-tier cultivation protocol for you. Second-tier cultivation protocol? Jie Ming was momentarily bewildered. What was that? He vaguely recalled Amy mentioning something about the Academy's apprentice cultivation plans, but the second-tier cultivation protocol, it sounded similar but seemed like a different concept. Noticing his confusion, Mentor Clark, in a rare display of patience, explained. The second-tier cultivation protocol is established by the Star Ring Federation for apprentices assessed to have the potential to surpass formal wizard ranks and aim for higher tiers. It signifies that the entire Federation will prioritize your development. Specific privileges include your credit account will gain expanded purchasing authority. While ordinary apprentices are limited to items and knowledge related to first-level formal wizards, you, with sufficient credits, can purchase nearly all non-restricted items within the Academy's mana network, including some regulated knowledge and items. Additionally, you're granted the right to establish a private laboratory. You can own a lab in the designated workshop area, enjoying better research environments and equipment resources. Of course, you'll bear the associated costs. Most importantly, through the Academy's channels, you can sell your research products across the Star Ring Federation's energy communication network. Unlike the Task Center's campus-limited network, this is a cross-plane, cross-faction trading platform, giving you access to vastly broader markets and resources. Listening to Mentor Clark's explanation, Jie Ming grasped the immense value of the second-tier cultivation protocol, but still had some doubts. Mentor, these seem like permissions, not tangible support? Jie Ming hesitated. Does the Academy provide substantial aid, like free materials or credit subsidies? At this, Mentor Clark's perpetually stoic face displayed his signature. You're an idiot, look familiar from class. Credits? Subsidies? He stared at Jie Ming, his tone shifting to the analytical cadence Jie Ming knew well from lessons. Apprentice Jie Ming, if you can't even earn the credits needed for your cultivation and research, you don't deserve the second-tier cultivation protocol, let alone prove your ability to reach higher tiers. These permissions are the greatest support. They remove the ceiling on your resource acquisition and expand your channels for obtaining them. How much you earn and how far you go depends entirely on your own capability. Hearing this, the weight on Jie Ming's heart finally lifted completely. So that's how it was. Not only was he not treated as a spy or suspected of hiding some grand secret, but the Academy had confirmed his investment value and cultivation potential. In other words, I've cleared my name as a genius regarding the material issue. The sense of relief washed over Jie Ming like a tidal wave. He was finally safe, at least within this Academy. Under the protection of the rules, he was temporarily safe. Jie Ming felt a surge of gratitude, mixed with a touch of embarrassment. The massive shift in his emotions made him chuckle, his expression visibly relaxing. Mentor Clark keenly noticed the change in Jie Ming's mood. Seeing the relief of surviving a crisis on Jie Ming's face, a rare glint of mischief flashed in Clark's eyes, something Jie Ming had never seen before. What? Mentor Clark leaned forward slightly, making a rare joke. You didn't think we went through all this trouble, mobilizing so many resources and personnel, just for that bit of knowledge about your new material, did you? Jie Ming awkwardly scratched his head, masking the flicker of relief in his eyes. I was a bit worried at first that I'd be questioned. Mentor Clark didn't comment on his worries, and instead began speaking in his usual steady narrative tone. You may not realize it, but to confirm your purity and potential, the Academy expended resources far beyond your imagination. The examination of your soul, relationships, and karmic threads involved at least 5 wizards above the 4th level, including experts in rare disciplines. The inspection of the plane's origin data required the Dean's authority. The mana and manpower consumed, even for Norn Academy, is no small matter. We did this not because your material is so valuable. A 5th-grade material is decent, but not irreplaceable for us. The real priority was eliminating any potential threats to the Academy's safety and determining whether your potential justifies investment. Mentor Clark paused, his gaze seeming to pierce through the chamber's walls, as if looking into the distant void. And, to be honest, we weren't entirely without some unrealistic expectations. His tone grew complex, tinged with a hint of disappointment and a seeker's regret. Truth be told, many of us hoped you might have some connection to an external, unknown entity, perhaps something that, in certain planes, could be called a deity. Jie Ming felt a bit awkward, unsure how to respond, but fortunately, Mentor Clark wasn't expecting him to. Wizards pursue knowledge, but our knowledge isn't rigid dogma. It's like a living thing, constantly absorbing, digesting, and transforming into our own power and understanding, Clark continued. Even knowledge deemed corrupted in many fates can be swiftly utilized and transformed by wizards. Long ago, when the wizarding civilization had just ventured beyond the origin plane, we encountered a peculiar plane cluster inhabited by a group of deities with the trait of indescribability. They had no fixed form, no clear hierarchy, and delighted in forcibly pulling mortals into their understanding of truth or knowledge, causing mortals to go mad or die from the overwhelming influx of information and concepts. Jie Ming swallowed hard, feeling these deities sounded oddly familiar. They were dangerous but brimming with knowledge, Mentor Clark said, his tone revealing a trace of inexplicable fervor. Later, the wizards of that time destroyed that plane cluster and devoured those deities. Using the wizards' methods, we analyzed their forms of existence, absorbed their power and knowledge, and fully integrated them into the wizarding civilization system. And through the legacy of those deities, the wizarding civilization gave birth to a new ninth-level wizard. A ninth-level wizard. Even in this moment, Jie Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of longing. So, if you truly had some connection to an external entity capable of bringing unknown knowledge and concepts, Mentor Clark's tone carried a touch of regret. Even just reporting such a matter would secure our Academy's resources for a long time. If the entity was powerful enough, it might even lead to the birth of a new ninth-level wizard, potentially expanding the boundaries of the entire wizarding civilization. He looked at Jie Ming, concluding calmly, "So, when we confirmed you were just a highly talented, lucky native apprentice with a clean record, honestly, many of us, including myself, were quite disappointed." Hearing Mentor Clark's disappointment, Jie Ming felt his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He resolved, no matter what, to keep the great Dao Book Pavilion in his mind hidden at all costs. No one could ever be allowed to detect its existence. After all, even Jie Ming himself wasn't sure whether, if exposed, the wizards would classify it as his own knowledge or a hidden hand of some unknown divine entity. But after the initial shock, Jie Ming calmed down. From what his mentor said, it seemed he had already been thoroughly vetted without his knowledge, which was why he received the second-tier cultivation protocol. And this protocol was initiated by the Star Ring Federation. If Norn Workshop was the superior entity to Norn Academy, then the Star Ring Federation was the superior entity to Norn Workshop. The Star Ring Federation was a coalition of powerful wizard factions united by shared beliefs, one of the four major camps in the wizarding civilization. The greatest benefit of this protocol for Jie Ming wasn't the permissions, but the fact that it completely cleared his identity. With the Star Orbit Tribunal's covenant in place, as long as he was neither a spy nor a traitor, no wizard could forcibly seize his knowledge. This meant that, as long as he was cautious enough not to reveal the great Dao Book Pavilion, his greatest secret, he could gradually showcase more under the guise of a genius in the future. By strategically disguising the knowledge of the cultivation world as wizarding knowledge and materials, he could secure greater benefits and resources. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Jie Ming took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. "Thank you, Mentor," he said sincerely, bowing to Mentor Clark. "I won't let down the Federation's cultivation. It has nothing to do with me." "This is your own ability," Mentor Clark said with a nod, reverting to his usual expressionless demeanor. "The second-tier cultivation protocol will take effect within a week, and the relevant permissions will be granted to your personal account. Remember, the opportunity is provided. How far you go depends on your own skill." With that, Mentor Clark stood, said no more, and turned to leave the chamber. The heavy metal door slowly closed again, and the room returned to silence. Jie Ming sat in the chair, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Recently, Jie Ming had been living quite comfortably. Not only had he cleared his identity, resolving his biggest concern, but he had also gained greater privileges. Although, according to Mentor Clark, the second-tier cultivation protocol didn't provide tangible credits or material rewards, it offered significant conveniences in other areas, including fast-tracked approvals for various applications. The permission to establish a laboratory came through quickly. Jie Ming had initially planned to rent a low-tier laboratory long-term, but upon learning that the laboratory establishment permit came with discounts for leasing, he decisively opted for a mid-tier laboratory. Compared to low-tier labs, mid-tier labs were not only larger, with more comprehensive protective facilities and equipment, but also came with multiple rest areas and even free delivery services from the cafeteria. In other words, if the lessee desired, they could practically live in the laboratory. In fact, many wizards did just that, as research projects often lasted months or even years. For Jie Ming, who needed to cultivate under the morning sun daily, this was perfect. As for why he didn't rent a high-tier lab, simply put, high-tier labs were too expensive. Low-tier labs varied in cost from 200 to 1,000 credits per month, depending on their specifications. Mid-tier labs started at 2,000 credits, while high-tier labs demanded a minimum of 20,000 credits per month. Jie Ming had thought that selling refined gold would make him flush with credits, but reality hit hard, leaving him momentarily disheartened. The issue with selling refined gold for credits was that, despite the lifted restrictions and the material's popularity, snapped up almost instantly upon listing, his progress was bottlenecked by the availability of raw materials. After all, gold wasn't particularly valuable to wizards. Beyond its use in basic teaching materials, it was only occasionally needed for crafting specific equipment. Although the Academy could mobilize resources from all 13 Norn planes and dozens of surrounding smaller planes, gold collection had never been a priority, resulting in a mere 23 cubic units of gold in the Academy's reserves. Moreover, after Jie Ming bought out this stock, replenishing it would take time. In other words, for the short term, the refined gold produced from these 23 cubic units would be his primary source of credits. Since refining gold into refined gold consumed over 90% of its mass, the yield wasn't high. Over a month, Jie Ming finally produced just over 10 standard units of refined gold. Considering refined gold's utility as a crafting and insulating material for future experiments, Jie Ming kept half for himself and sold only 10 standard units. Based on the Academy's appraisal, pure refined gold was classified as a 5th-grade material. Referencing the prices of other 5th-grade materials, Jie Ming sold his stock at 10,000 credits per standard unit. I only made a measly 10,000 full profit. I'm just too kind-hearted, Jie Ming said smugly, lounging in the luxurious, cushioned chair of his mid-tier laboratory, legs crossed. Though the mid-tier lab's annual rent cost him 20,000 credits up front, the remaining 80,000 credits were enough to sustain him for quite a while. With this in mind, Jie Ming pressed his hand on the desk, and a light screen materialized before him. TCH, 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 as expected of a mid-tier lab. The Mana Network Terminal's tech level is leaps and bounds ahead. If low-tier labs' Mana Network terminals were akin to bulky CRT monitors, mid-tier labs had skipped LCDs entirely, stepping straight into futuristic holographic projections. Should I splurge on some high-tier knowledge for fun? Come on, let me see the limits of wizarding civilization. Smack! Jie Ming suddenly slapped the desk, shutting off the light screen, sinking into deep thought. Am I doing this wrong? Reopening the Mana Network terminal and staring at the string of zeros in the price column, Jie Ming felt his head throb. Forget it. Those are too far out of my reach. Better stick to learning some basic knowledge. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he scrolled the light screen to the beginner knowledge section and, following his earlier plans, purchased courses and foundational texts on runic studies and potioncraft. After buying the essentials, Jie Ming began pondering his next steps. The knowledge from both worlds is an advantage, but it also comes with challenges. First, I need to identify the differences between the two worlds to smoothly transplant cultivation knowledge here. His fingers absent-mindedly traced circles on the desk. Beyond the most fundamental world rules, the most critical difference is likely the composition of matter and energy. Energy differences could be studied by comparing different supernatural forces, with Jie Ming himself serving as an ideal test subject. As for rule differences, The runic studies he'd soon learn and the alchemy he was currently studying would reveal the underlying framework of the wizarding world's rules. The great Dao Book Pavilion could provide insight into the cultivation world's rules for comparison, so he wasn't too worried about that for now. The first two require accumulating knowledge, which can't be rushed. So, that leaves material differences. Alchemy and potion craft will gradually build my understanding over time, but there's a way to speed things up. Jie Ming's gaze instinctively drifted to the laboratory storage, where various miscellaneous materials were kept, purchased alongside the gold to obscure the refined gold's exact formula. The great Dao Book Pavilion held an extensive repository of material-related knowledge. If he wanted to delve deeper into a specific material, the pavilion could even provide a phantom of similar materials for him to examine within his consciousness. So, to accelerate his analysis of the differences between the two worlds, he could start with the materials available in the wizarding world. As an educational institution, Norn Academy was perfectly suited for this. With newfound confidence, Jie Ming opened the Academy's Mana Network material exchange section, ready to go on a shopping spree. However, as he browsed and calculated, he stumbled upon a new, disheartening reality. The wizarding civilization had conquered countless planes. Each conquered plane brought new creatures, environments, minerals, and plants. The variety of materials was astronomical, with new ones discovered and cataloged almost constantly. Basic Material Compendium, Extraplanar Material Index, Mineral Encyclopedia, Mutated Plant Genealogy. The data on ordinary materials alone was mountainous, and the actual number of material types was countless times greater. Jie Ming stared at the constantly refreshing material list on the Mana Network, from common copper and iron to rare elemental crystals and mineral samples from unknown star domains. Though his credits were substantial, purchasing and studying every ordinary material was nearly impossible. There were simply too many types, and these were just the ordinary materials. Above them were extraordinary materials, imbued with unique energies, laws, or concepts, key to crafting powerful magical artifacts and potions. His current credits, compared to the vast material reserves of the wizarding civilization, were like a drop in the Pacific Ocean. Not to mention extraordinary materials. Even collecting samples of all ordinary materials would quickly drain his credits through purchasing, shipping, and storage costs. Looks like I'll have to take it slow. Jie Ming sat in his mid-tier laboratory, gazing at the material list on the Mana Network, sighing. The excitement from earning a massive amount of credits was significantly dampened by the sheer scale and complexity of the material system. His path to becoming stronger seemed far longer and more arduous than he'd imagined. Abandoning the idea of a massive purchase, Jie Ming symbolically bought a few special materials that seemed to have counterparts in the cultivation system, planning to start with those. With a calmer mindset, Jie Ming's days returned to a peaceful routine. He attended classes during the day, returned to the lab to study the basics of alchemy, potion craft, and runic studies afterward, and at night, during cultivation, he delved into his consciousness to meticulously study the knowledge from the great Dao Book Pavilion. Under this intense study schedule, Jie Ming's life became fulfilling and tightly packed, his desire to earn credits waning slightly. Over a month later, the Academy restocked 50 cubic units of gold, but this time he didn't buy much, only 20 cubic units to refine into gold as a base stock for future crafting, choosing not to sell the rest. After all, with his current situation, the credits from his last refined gold sale were enough to last him a long time. One day, after finishing a public lecture on basic alchemy theory, Jie Ming was about to head back to his lab, as usual, when Mentor Clark, uncharacteristically, called out to him. "Apprentice Jie Ming," Clark said, looking at him with his usual expressionless face. "Mentor, is something the matter?" Jie Ming's heart instinctively tightened. Clark seemed oblivious to Jie Ming's tension, asking in his emotionless tone, "What research have you been working on lately?" Is he showing concern for me?" Jie Ming blinked, unable to glean anything from Clark's stoic face. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer partially truthfully. I'm trying to familiarize myself with the properties of various materials." Clark gave him an unreadable look. Without further comment, he simply instructed, "Go check the task section on the Mana Network." With that, he turned and left, leaving Jie Ming standing there, filled with confusion. Was that look just now a sign of approval? Jie Ming wasn't sure, as his mentor's expressions were notoriously subtle. He sometimes envied Clark's poker face, which made it nearly impossible to discern his true thoughts. Following his mentor's odd instruction, Jie Ming said goodbye to a surprised Amy and returned to his mid-tier laboratory. He activated the lab's Mana Network terminal, connected to the Academy's internal network, and navigated to the task section. Scrolling through the announcement board, he browsed casually. The familiar low-tier tasks were still there, but a new announcement at the top instantly caught his eye. Workshop Urgent Project Announcement. Lower-level storage material sorting project initiated. Description: the wizarding civilization has conquered countless planes, resulting in a massive backlog of unprocessed, old-era, or extraplanar material samples in the lower-level storage. These samples are diverse and complex, urgently requiring personnel for preliminary cataloging, cleaning, and basic property analysis. We are recruiting volunteer apprentices with a foundation in material studies who are willing to contribute. Task duration: long-term. Credit reward: moderate, calculated based on workload and results. Special note: participants will have the opportunity to interact with a large number of unclassified rare material samples. This is an excellent opportunity to enhance material studies knowledge and broaden horizons. Application method: submit an application to the task office. Jie Ming's eyes lit up as he read the announcement. This was exactly what he needed right now. A legitimate opportunity to access a vast array of different materials and conduct preliminary research. And for such a task to remain unclaimed, Jie Ming would eat the desk if there wasn't something fishy going on. It was like a pillow delivered to someone dozing off, and a top-grade down pillow at that. Privileges were despicable. Oh, wait, the privilege was for him? Never mind, then. Without hesitation, Jie Ming clicked the Apply button on the Mana Network terminal and submitted his apprentice ID. Application successful. He glanced back at the task announcement board, intending to review the details. But in the blink of an eye, the announcement that had just been at the top vanished silently, as if it had never existed. Jie Ming froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. Well, not even pretending, huh? So that's what Mentor Clark's unreadable look meant. Sitting in his chair, staring at the now empty task announcement board, Jie Ming felt a surge of gratitude and awe. He finally understood the true convenience of the second-tier cultivation protocol. It wasn't just about credits and permissions. It was the subtle support from high-tier wizards providing information and opportunities. This protocol had opened hidden channels for Jie Ming that ordinary apprentices didn't even know existed. Meanwhile, in his own laboratory, Clark nodded with satisfaction as he saw the task claimed on his terminal interface, then used his authority to close task applications. In a world where knowledge was power, no one dared spy on a wizard's laboratory. That was a grudge deeper than wiping out a family. But gathering trivial information didn't require such extremes. For instance, one could infer quite a bit from someone's recent purchase list. Phew! Chi refinement, third layer. Jie Ming slowly exhaled a turbid breath, feeling the pure and refined true essence flowing within him like a gentle stream. With ample credits, Jie Ming no longer scrimped on his appetite, indulging in various high-energy foods. The nourishment from these essence-fortifying foods, combined with the purple chi from the East technique and the guidance of an increasingly advanced meditation method, propelled his cultivation progress like a rocket. In just half a year since enrolling, he had advanced from the first layer of chi refinement to the third. The true essence in his dantian had formed a broader, deeper lake, and each circulation brought a noticeable increase in strength. His body, tempered by the true essence, grew tougher and more translucent, his 5 senses sharpening. At the same time, his wizard meditation method was progressing by leaps and bounds. Thanks to the cultivation system's nourishment of his mental sea and soul, the aid of a higher-grade meditation chamber, and the fact that his genius status allowed him to advance without hiding his speed, Jie Ming had successfully inscribed his fourth truth rune as a wizard apprentice. The fifth was on the verge of completion. Jie Ming focused inward. In his mental sea, the first three truth runes representing the foundations of alchemy, transformation, fusion, and refinement, shone brilliantly. Following closely, the newly inscribed fourth rune radiated powerful mental fluctuations. Choosing the core for his fourth truth rune had been a deliberate decision. During the wizard apprentice stage, 9 core truth runes were to be inscribed, laying the foundation for a wizard's future school and abilities. Though his primary focus was alchemy, the wizarding school system was vast and complex, with many runes versatile enough to support or complement other disciplines. Ultimately, Jie Ming anchored his fourth core rune on stability, one of the 3 core runes of the potioncraft school. This stability rune could balance energy and material structures, suppressing runaway reactions, an indispensable foundation for potioncraft. It was also a secondary rune for alchemy, essential for many advanced alchemy experiments to stabilize energy. Choosing it deepened Jie Ming's expertise in alchemy while laying groundwork for future potioncraft studies. Jie Ming had already decided his path. All 9 core truth runes during his apprentice phase would be from logistical schools, alchemy, potioncraft, and runic studies. This choice was rare, even among logistical wizards. Many logistical wizards, after inscribing 3 to 6 core runes from their school, often chose combat-oriented runes like amplification, energy, shield, casting, or elemental to compensate for their lack of direct combat ability. But Jie Ming was different. He had another cultivation system. The great Dao Book Pavilion recorded countless exquisite combat spells, physical techniques, and methods for crafting talismans and magical treasures, so he had no need to worry about lacking combat means. Thus, in choosing truth runes, he could entirely ignore combat capabilities, focusing solely on accumulating logistical knowledge to build a solid foundation for the eventual fusion of his dual systems. Phew! Adjusting his breathing, Jie Ming didn't end his cultivation state. Instead, he capitalized on the mental clarity following his breakthrough, shifting his focus to the center of his mental sea. Surrounded by the 4 truth runes was his first witchcraft model, nearing completion in the wizarding system. Learning witchcraft in the wizarding world wasn't as simple as incantation plus gesture, like meditation methods. It required constructing a witchcraft model in one's mental sea. Since building these models consumed mental energy, many wizard apprentices, and even formal wizards, avoided inscribing too many, as it could hinder their cultivation progress. Moreover, constructing witchcraft models was dauntingly complex. In the wizarding civilization, every wizard was a researcher, and a witchcraft model was akin to a research breakthrough, achieved through their knowledge system and direction. Casting a spell was the practical application of this research. Thus, no 2 witchcraft models were identical. Even for the most common basic alchemy witchcraft, different wizards' models varied due to differences in knowledge accumulation, personal understanding, and subtle research focuses. The advantage was that these models weren't static dead objects with fixed ranks. They evolved with the wizard's growing knowledge, deeper understanding of the world, and technical improvements, allowing continuous optimization and enhancement. Due to this unique learning method, most wizards mastered only a handful of original witchcraft models, much like researchers in his previous life producing only a few truly valuable breakthroughs. Of course, this referred to orthodox witchcraft models. Beyond the orthodox, the wizarding system had an unorthodox shortcut, memorizing and forcibly inscribing another wizard's completed witchcraft model into one's mental sea. This allowed casting the corresponding spell without understanding its principles. However, such pirated models lost the potential for advancement or optimization. In planar conquests, if rules were incompatible or other issues arose, these memorized spells could fail, unlike orthodox models built on personal understanding, which could be adjusted on the fly. Unorthodox models were often favored by combat wizards. They needed quick, effective attack or defense methods, and principles mattered less than usability. In the wizarding civilization's planar invasions, data on the target plane was collected first, and witchcraft models were adjusted accordingly. Due to the differences between combat and logistical schools, logistical wizards typically handled adjustments and countermeasures, while combat wizards, often called cannon fodder, provided the data. Combat and logistical schools? More like orthodox and cannon fodder schools. After grasping the research and application essence of the wizarding system, Jie Ming couldn't help but quip inwardly. No wonder that Wizard Jack had said logistical wizards were the orthodox ones. Now, it was clear, logistical wizards were the ones who truly grasped the essence of wizarding power. Thanks to his work on the material sorting task in the lower-level storage and his tireless research in a mid-tier laboratory comparing refinement concepts and wizarding materials, Jie Ming's knowledge of alchemical material properties and energy structures far surpasses peers, rivaling some low-tier formal alchemy wizards. This solid foundation made constructing his alchemy witchcraft model remarkably smooth. His first witchcraft model, alchemy, formed faster than that of his fellow apprentices. Taking advantage of the peak state of true essence and mental energy after breaking through to the third layer of qi refinement, Jie Ming immersed himself in his mental sea, making final adjustments to the nearly completed alchemy witchcraft model. This model, unique to him, was built on his understanding of wizarding materials, the integration of great Dao Book Pavilion's crafting principles, and a preliminary grasp of concept forces. As it was newly formed, the core effect of his alchemy model was similar to the standard alchemy spell used by wizard apprentices, analyzing material composition and exerting a degree of control and reconstruction. The greatest advantage at this stage was that he no longer needed external tools like alchemy discs or specialized workstations to perform alchemy, unlike other apprentices. With sufficient mental energy, his alchemy model allowed him to cast it barehanded, as Minter Clark had once demonstrated. Though classified as a logistical spell, alchemy wasn't useless in combat. Its essence was analyzing and controlling material composition. In theory, with a high enough mastery, he could freely manipulate and distort the physical structure of living organisms. If he also constructed the basic runic study spell, analysis, he could parse, control, and manipulate even powerful protective energies covering a living body. Enemy energy shields and physical forms would become toys in his hands. At that point, whether elemental, physical, or other special attacks, anything entering his alchemy's control range would have its composition and energy controlled by him. As long as his computational power and mental energy could keep up, no attack could breach his defenses. It would be true invulnerability to all methods. Of course, organic matter's complexity required an exponential increase in knowledge, far beyond his current alchemy model's capabilities. His newly formed alchemy model could only easily control relatively simple metals. For more complex inorganic materials, it required more mental energy with limited control, and organic materials were out of the question. As for runic studies analysis spell, that was even further off. But this level of alchemy is sufficient for now. For what Jie Ming planned next, completing the alchemy witchcraft model and reaching the third layer of qi refinement were both necessary conditions. The third layer of qi refinement meant abundant true essence. For Jie Ming, this wasn't just a boost in strength, but a milestone for unlocking new cultivation techniques. According to the great Dao Book Pavilion, only after reaching the third layer could one begin attempting another key cultivation art, talisman crafting. Talismans consisted of two parts: the Lu, registry, representing identity authentication, and the Fu, symbol, a method of solidifying spells onto a specific medium for rapid casting. Its core comprised two components: the medium and the talisman seal, or rune. The medium was the material carrying the seal, typically special talisman paper, jade, or metal. The seal was specific text or patterns forming the spell's core, containing methods to channel and manipulate spiritual energy. Following the Great Dao Book Pavilion's guidance, Jie Ming began his first attempt at talisman crafting. First, the medium. In the cultivation world, talisman paper made from specific spiritual plants was common, light, and ideal for holding spiritual energy. But in the wizarding world, he hadn't found a suitable plant substitute. However, alchemy offered another option. Jie Ming took out some refined gold and mixed it with extraplanar metal essences from the lower-level storage, chosen for their excellent conductivity and malleability. Per the Great Dao Book Pavilion, metal mediums were typically used for Lu registries, not for special reasons, but because refined gold was the base material for talisman crafting. However, as talism ANS were consumables, using pure refined gold was too costly. The pavilion's simplified crafting methods required at least late-stage qi refinement, so Jie Ming had to rely on alchemy to refine and fuse these materials. Fortunately, after deliberate practice, his alchemy excelled at handling metals, allowing him to create a metal talisman paper with sufficient toughness and energy capacity. Though heavier and costlier than true talisman paper, it solved the medium issue. Next, the talisman seal. Jie Ming initially had no intention of innovating. Following the Great Dao Book Pavilion's records on flame talismans, he used true essence as a brush, meticulously inscribing the intricate seals onto the metal talisman paper. Each stroke carried specific frequencies and rhythms, requiring precise infusions of true essence and mental energy at varying intensities. Thanks to the robust mental energy from his meditation and qi refinement methods, Jie Ming, despite no prior practice, executed the strokes with near-machine precision, completing a talisman. Upon completion, a faint glow emanated from the metal talisman paper. Eagerly, he went to the laboratory's testing area, designed to withstand blasts from third-ring wizards, giving him confidence to experiment. Activating the testing area's recorder, Jie Ming took out the freshly made talisman, infused a trace of true essence, as instructed, and activated the inscribed seal. "Command," he intoned softly. He expected, as described in the texts, a roaring flame capable of engulfing a large wooden stake. However, the metal talisman paper only trembled slightly, and then, with a faint puff, a thumb-sized flame flickered up, wavered twice, and extinguished. Jie Ming. What was that? Jie Ming had prepared for failure. But what was this nonsense? The talisman seemed to have activated successfully, so why only a tiny flame? Unwilling to give up, he tried several more times. Soon, he identified a pattern. The flame size correlated with the amount of true essence he infused. More essence, bigger flame. When he poured in most of his third layer true essence, the flame reached the power described in the texts. But this made it utterly useless. If the talisman's power depended on his infused true essence, he might as well cast the spell barehanded. It was more flexible and didn't require pre-making talismans. Moreover, casting a spell directly used less true essence for the same effect, while the talisman consumed extra energy. This was completely unlike the text's claim of needing only a wisp of spiritual energy to activate. After several more attempts and summarizing his issues, Jie Ming immediately accessed the Great Dao Book Pavilion. Spending half a month studying the pavilion's texts and advanced alchemy knowledge, he finally understood the fundamental difference between cultivation talismans and wizarding supernatural artifacts. The essence of a talisman isn't simple energy storage or activation. It's more like a precise starter or program. Jie Ming held a golden talisman, examining its patterns closely. The talisman seal is an index and command for spiritual energy. During activation, the talisman uses the user's faint spiritual energy as a key, with the seal as the program, to draw, aggregate, and unleash vast environmental spiritual energy, releasing a complete, powerful spell. Of course, if conditions allow, one could pre-store powerful energy for the talisman to directly call upon. The cultivation world is rich in spiritual energy, pervasive in heaven and earth. Thus, a mere wisp of activation energy lets the talisman draw endless environmental energy, unleashing potent spells. But the wizarding world lacks spiritual energy, so the talisman can't draw environmental energy, rendering its program incomplete. The flame size merely results from the infused true essence being temporarily aggregated and triggered within the talisman structure, not its intended power. It's even weaker than a direct spell due to extra energy spent on non-functional program parts. Jie Ming pulled out a scroll made of animal hide, similar in effect to a talisman, capable of releasing a flame spell with a bit of mental energy. Though cheap at 10 credits per scroll, few bought them. A magical artifact with the same effect cost at least 100 credits, but could be recharged repeatedly. Wizarding supernatural artifacts, like spell scrolls, wands, or disposable sigils, operate on a completely different principle. Jie Ming activated the scroll against a training target, watching it turn to ash as it unleashed a fireball. During this, the surrounding elemental energy remained unchanged. They store a complete spell, including all required energy, within the medium. A wizard only needs a faint mental energy as a switch or password to trigger the stored spell with fixed power. This method's advantage is reliability. Unless in extreme conditions like artificial anti-magic zones, the artifact can unleash a complete spell anywhere, anytime, and be recharged for reuse. The downside is that its power is tied to the creator's skill, not the user's strength. It's also inflexible. A fireball scroll only casts a fireball, with no adjustment possible. Summarizing the technical differences, Jie Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He had an idea to combine the strengths of both systems. Cultivation talismans excelled in low activation costs and environmental energy reliance, while wizarding artifacts offered stability and consistent spell power in any environment. The wizarding world's environmental energy wasn't spiritual energy, but ubiquitous elemental energy. What if he applied the talisman's principles, not storing the spell's energy in a medium, but inscribing the spell model and commands to draw wizarding world elemental energy onto the artifact? This way, as long as the artifact wasn't damaged and elemental energy was available, he could, like with talismans, use minimal mental energy as a key to repeatedly trigger the artifact, letting it draw environmental elemental energy to cast spells continuously. Such artifacts, as long as elemental energy existed, would have no usage limits, requiring only faint mental energy to activate. Similar concepts existed in both worlds, but wizards were less efficient at harnessing external energy compared to cultivators, who emphasize harmony with heaven and earth. In low-energy settings, wizards preferred building elemental pools over drawing more external energy. The cultivation world had jade talismans storing a great figure strike as life-saving measures, but they were costly and complex to make. Jie Ming aimed to blend the talisman's low activation cost plus environmental energy draw with a wizarding environmental elemental energy plus stable activation system. By combining both system strengths, he'd create his own unique power. After the excitement, Jie Ming realized the challenge. To achieve this, he couldn't simply copy talisman seals. He needed to fully understand each stroke's underlying logic and function, which parts were the starter, environmental energy index, spell model construction, and activation trigger. Then, using his knowledge of wizarding runes, energy structures, and spell models, he'd gradually replace these functional modules with wizarding equivalents, rune combinations, energy circuits, or even conceptual guides that interacted with elemental energy and mana to build spell models. This required mastery of both wizarding runes and spell theory and a thorough understanding of the great Dao Book Pavilion's talisman principles. But compared to this world's native wizards, I already have a huge advantage. He had a clear direction and examples to borrow, unlike the clueless wizards of this world. Sigh, if I'd known this idea earlier, I'd have chosen a runic studies core rune for my fourth truth rune. Jie Ming felt a pang of regret. Oh well, good thing my cultivation speed isn't slow. I'll take it step by step. Time slipped through fingers like sand, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The attempt to combine wizard runes with immortal cultivation talisman techniques proved far more challenging than Jie Ming had initially imagined. It required a deep understanding of how 2 different civilization systems perceived and utilized runes, energy, and concepts, while finding common ground in their underlying logic to construct an entirely new theoretical and practical framework. With Jie Ming's current knowledge, achieving this was impossible, so he could only mimic patterns, tirelessly experimenting with combinations of talisman seals and runes to uncover their underlying principles. For these 3 years, Jie Ming spent most of his time immersed in his laboratory, like the most devout ascetic monk, arduously navigating the ocean of knowledge. A year ago, Jie Ming's wizard meditation technique had already reached the peak of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. His mental sea was vast and stable, housing 9 core truth runes, 3 from alchemy, transformation, fusion, and refinement, 3 from potion craft, stability, catalysis, and creation, and 3 from runecraft, resonance, cycle, and link. These formed a complete and powerful rune array in his mental sea, radiating a profound glow. However, after reaching the peak of a 3rd-level apprentice, he halted further advancement in his meditation technique, refraining from attempting to break through to a 1st-level formal wizard. In truth, it wasn't just Jie Ming. Many of his exceptionally talented peers, who had also reached the 3rd-level apprentice stage, tacitly chose to press the pause button. The reason was simple: a contract. The contract signed upon entering the academy clearly stipulated that once someone advanced to a 1st-level formal wizard, they would be required to serve on the front lines of the planar battlefield under Norn Workshop's rule. Having spent so much time at the academy and gained access to more information, everyone understood the dangers of the planar battlefield. Even for newcomers like them, assigned to relatively peripheral tasks, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. The best choice was to relentlessly improve their strength within the 10-year apprentice term limit imposed by the contract, learning all the knowledge they could and building as much foundation as possible. Then, when the 10-year deadline arrived, they could make a breakthrough, advancing to a 1st-level wizard with enough strength to survive the front lines. For this reason, Jie Ming redirected all the elemental energy he absorbed in a spiritual power to fuel his qi refinement cultivation. Thanks to the rich elemental environment of the wizard world, this conversion was highly efficient. In just 1 year, his qi refinement cultivation soared through several levels, steadily reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement, just 1 step away from the 7th layer, which marked the late stage of qi refinement. At the 6th layer of qi refinement, his true essence surged like an ocean, boundless and unceasing. The soul enhancement brought by his cultivation also expanded the scope of his mental sea, and even his physical genix physical strength had reached a level capable of withstanding some low-level wizardry attacks. That afternoon, Jie Ming had just finished attending an elective runecraft lecture taught by a master-level professor and was about to return to his intermediate laboratory to continue his research on combining talismans and runes, as usual. Amy, who had also taken the elective, caught up with him, her face tinged with a trace of solemnity, clearly having heard some unusual news. Jie Ming. Amy approached quickly, lowering her voice. Have you heard? The Academy is holding a major exam. A major exam? Jie Ming was puzzled. The Academy held annual assessments, but those were generally inconsequential, and Amy's serious tone clearly indicated this wasn't a routine test. Not that kind of exam. Amy shook her head. A real trial. She glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, before continuing, I heard this trial will thoroughly test our learning achievements. And, rumor has it, they're allowing a certain degree of mortality. Mortality? Jie Ming's heart skipped a beat. Though the Academy's assessments were strict, they typically prioritized apprentice safety, rarely involving lethal risks. Do we know the specifics? Jie Ming pressed. Not clear. Amy shook her head. The news is vague, only that it's happening in about half a year. Ugh, what a sudden bombshell. She sighed, her eyes filled with worry. Jie Ming thanked Amy for the information, his mind racing with calculations. Back at the laboratory, he logged into the magic network to search for details, but found nothing. It seemed the news hadn't been officially announced. After some thought, Jie Ming decided to consult Mentor Clark. As one of the overseers of the second-level training agreement, Mentor Clark likely knew more. He sent a communication request through the magic network terminal, and soon, a video connected, revealing Mentor Clark's signature bald head and the pristine, austere laboratory behind him. When Jie Ming raised the issue, a rare, barely perceptible seriousness flickered across Clark's usually expressionless face. The news is true, Clark said bluntly. Strictly speaking, it's not an exam, but a trial. It will take place in a newly acquired savage minor plane under Norn Academy's control. The environment is complex with a high level of danger, and there seem to be natives attempting resistance. A trial? Why hold such a trial? Jie Ming asked. Clark paused, choosing his words carefully. This trial is preparation for a comprehensive evaluation 5 years from now. Comprehensive evaluation? Yes. 5 years from now, Norn Workshop will conduct a collective assessment of learning outcomes and talent reserves across all its over 100 Norn academies. All academy apprentices will participate. This trial within Norn Academy can be seen as a rehearsal and selection for that large-scale evaluation. 5 years from now, over 100 academies tested simultaneously. It wasn't just the scale, the timing was odd. 5 years from now, isn't that just 1 year before we're sent to the front lines? A test right before that. Is the workshop going mad? Jie Ming couldn't help but voice his confusion. Such an evaluation would consume astronomical resources and energy, significantly impacting the apprentice's condition and even affecting Norn Workshop's frontline war efforts. Mentor Clark shook his head slightly. I don't know the full details. After all, I've been away from the front lines for over a century. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, looking toward the distant front lines, a fleeting complexity in his eyes. Rumor has it, the Star Ring Federation requested it. The Star Ring Federation? One of the main factions of the wizard civilization, under which Norn Workshop was but a minor force. Jie Ming's second-level training agreement also came from this federation. Jie Ming's heart trembled. This implied that the large-scale evaluation and trial might conceal deeper motives, possibly tied to a strategic shift in the entire wizard civilization. Clark's gaze returned to Jie Ming. So strive to excel. Performing well in that comprehensive evaluation will only benefit you. As the screen went dark, Jie Ming blinked. The sudden news carried an unusual weight, leaving him slightly dazed. Though the future was uncertain, deep down, Jie Ming felt no great fear. Because his research, his fusion of talisman and rune techniques, was on the verge of success after 3 years of relentless effort. A trial, huh? A perfect chance to test my research. After learning of the trial, time seemed to speed up. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and the trial loomed near. During this time, Jie Ming poured nearly all his time and energy into the final stages of his research on combining runes and talismans. Admittedly, having focused most of his efforts on runecraft and alchemy over the years, his progress in potioncraft lagged behind. However, in the field of talisman rune fusion, he achieved a breakthrough. Thanks to years of deep study in runecraft, despite the runecraft core runes being the last group he inscribed in his mental sea, he successfully constructed the foundational wizardry model of the runecraft school, analysis technique. If his alchemy technique specialized in analyzing and controlling the composition of matter and souls, the analysis technique focused on understanding rules, energy, and more abstract concepts. The analysis technique allowed him to see through the essence of energy, the principles of runes, and even the workings of certain rules. By combining the analysis technique with alchemy technique to dissect the operational principles of wizard runes, the structure of Immortal Cultivation Talisman seals, the energy properties of materials, and the anchoring methods of concepts, Jie Ming managed to parse and translate a portion of basic talisman principles in just a few years. With the trial approaching, Jie Ming unhesitatingly shifted his focus to practical applications. He decided to attempt creating the new talisman he had long envisioned, or more accurately, an artifact combining the strengths of both civilizations' technologies. No, though it's only a half-finished concept, it deserves a different name. Jie Ming gazed at the blueprint he had just drafted, pondering for a moment. Per Wizard World naming conventions, the inventor's name was often included to distinguish the creation. Let's call it Jie Ming's singular runes. Jie Ming didn't dwell much on the name. As for the artifact, since it's inscribed with both runes and talisman seals, how about Talisman Rune Artifact? Casually settling on the name, Jie Ming swiftly moved to the production phase of the Talisman Rune Artifact. He didn't design it as a one-use item like a talisman. That would be too wasteful, and the cost would be prohibitive even for him. Drawing on methods from the great Dao Book Pavilion for crafting reusable talisman treasures that could absorb spiritual energy or ambient essence to replenish power, and combining these with Wizard World artifact creation theories, Jie Ming decided to make his Talisman Rune Artifact repeatedly activatable and permanent. For materials, he used his accumulated stockpile. As his strength grew, Jie Ming could employ a relatively standard refinement method from the Great Dao Book Pavilion to extract metal essences imbued with specific concepts and energy properties from various metals. Over the years, besides gold, he had experimented with refining many other metals. Since he never intended to sell them, he had amassed a considerable amount of these special materials. For the main body of the Talisman Rune Artifact, it's got to be my old friend. For the artifact's core base, Jie Ming chose refined gold as the foundation, supplemented by several metal essences discovered in Wizard World material studies that excelled at storing and harmonizing energy, as well as one that strongly resonated with mental power. Refined gold provided stable conceptual anchoring, while the latter materials handled energy, flow, and activation. Blending these materials in precise proportions and forging them with his alchemy technique, wizardry, he created a sturdy base for the artifact. The rune patterns on the artifact's surface, the core talisman seals, were made of another metal essence highly attuned to elemental forces. This essence could efficiently draw elemental energy from the environment and channel it into the internal talisman structure. Testing the material proportions, forging, and shaping methods for the base alone took Jie Ming considerable time. He repeatedly experimented, calculated, and adjusted, referencing the Great Dao Book Pavilion's artifact crafting methods while cross-referencing existing Wizard World artifact recipes and theories, finally finding a relatively stable material ratio. Now, what type of Talisman Rune artifact should I make? Jie Ming looked at the tested materials with satisfaction, nodding. For combat, the three main needs are attack, defense, and mobility. Which one should I prioritize? Only children make choices. Jie Ming wanted them all. With ample materials and credits, he crafted 3 prototype Talisman Rune artifacts for attack, defense, and mobility. The attack-type artifact was inscribed with a seal combining an Immortal Cultivation Flame spell talisman and a Wizard Fireball rune. This was a classic fireball technique, powerful, fast, and destructive when activated, optimized over generations of wizards. Without deliberate control, it would release a standard fireball. But using alchemy and the flexibility of talisman seals, Jie Ming made it manipulable with minimal mental power, allowing the fireball to split or alter its trajectory. The defense-type artifact bore a seal derived from an Immortal Cultivation protective charm and a modified Wizard Basic Energy Shield rune, forming a full-body energy shield upon activation. Its unique feature was its ability to absorb and convert different elemental energies, creating shields with varying properties. For instance, earth elements formed a heavy, highly defensive shield. Wind elements created a light shield that could deflect ranged attacks. Fire elements produced a searing shield with a flame retaliation effect. The mobility-type artifact was based on the Wizard World's Flight rune, enhanced with a touch of an Immortal Cultivation light body technique seal. When activated, it granted flight, and thanks to the light body effect, it allowed faster and more agile movement than a standard wizard flight spell of the same level. With all necessary knowledge and preparations completed earlier, crafting these 3 artifacts didn't take Jie Ming long. Done. Gently controlling the array, Jie Ming let the 3 freshly made talisman rune artifacts float down, feeling an inexplicable thrill. After a quick test with lab instruments confirmed the runes were sound, he eagerly took the newly crafted artifacts to the training field. After years of incremental upgrades, the training field was no longer its original crude state. Its internal space had been expanded, more than doubled in size. The walls and floor were made of a special material that absorbed and dissipated energy, ensuring wizardry experiments wouldn't affect the outside. The central plane target had been replaced with various standard testing targets and simulated environment devices. The walls had energy emitters for testing defense and 3-dimensional obstacles for speed and mobility tests. The room's corners even had controllable elemental energy release points to simulate different environmental element concentrations. Jie Ming first picked up the attack type, Talisman Rune Artifact Prototype. First, activation test. The attack artifact was a palm-sized metal disc, its surface etched with intricate, softly glowing seal patterns. He held it in his palm, injecting a faint, almost imperceptible thread of mental power. The attack seal activated instantly, the disc's patterns glowing with a gentle red light. Then, the light converged, and a fist-sized fireball coalesced in front of the disc. Activation successful. Now for the attack test. Whoosh! The fireball shot out like an arrow, striking a heavy metal target in the training field center with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out as the fireball hit the target. Though only an apprentice-level fireball, this one, instantly cast and fueled by environmental fire elements, surpassed the power and speed of a fireball cast by a same-level apprentice. The metal target bore a deep dent, its surface scorched black and smoking. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Jie Ming's eyes. Instant cast. Low consumption. High power. Control test. He activated the attack seal again, this time injecting a finer thread of mental power as the fireball formed, attempting to manipulate it. The fireball trembled slightly, not flying straight, but tracing an elegant arc in the air, bypassing an obstacle near the target before redirecting to precisely strike the target's other side. He continued experimenting, splitting the fireball into 2 smaller flames, or making it swell just before impact to increase the explosion's range. Though each precise manipulation required extra mental power, the artifact's flexibility far exceeded standard wizard artifacts. Next was the defense-type Talisman Rune artifact. It was a bracelet-style metal ring. Jie Ming wore it on his wrist and activated it with mental power. A translucent energy shield instantly enveloped his body, glowing with faint milky white light. Jie Ming walked to an elemental energy release point in the training field's corner, guiding a surge of earth elements toward him. As the earth elements poured in, the shield's glow thickened, resembling solid brown crystal, exceptionally sturdy. With a wave of his hand, several energy projectiles of varying sizes appeared in the training field. Let's start with a second-level apprentice wizardry attack. After a moment's thought, the smallest projectile dissipated and an egg-sized energy bolt shot toward Jie Ming's shield. Puffed. The bolt dissipated upon contact with the shield, causing no ripple. Next, third-level apprentice. The second-largest bolt flew toward him. Thud! The shield emitted a low rumble, slightly denting but firmly blocking the attack. The solid, reliable sensation filled Jie Ming with satisfaction. Then, he guided wind elements, turning the shield cyan. He had the training field fire more energy bolts. The cyan shield didn't fully resist, but, as its runes flowed, generated a faint repulsive force, deflecting some bolts along its edges. Finally, fire elements. Jie Ming tested each in turn, all performing flawlessly. After some thought, he removed the bracelet, placed it on a target, and maintained its activation while directing the training field to fire a first-level formal wizard energy bolt. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the surrounding protective field lit up, absorbing stray energy. Behind the protective field, Jie Ming watched the surging energy turbulence with awe. The gap between a third-level apprentice and a first-level formal wizard was vast. If a third-level apprentice could destroy a small 3- or 4-story building with full effort, a first-level wizard could easily demolish a street. They were on entirely different levels. As the explosion faded, the target, which should have been obliterated, was merely warped, its surface still flickering with unstable shield light. Until, with a flicker like a bad signal, the shaky shield shattered. *ZZT. Bang! With a sharp sound, the defense-type talisman rune artifact on the target smoked, signaling its destruction. Seeing this, Jie Ming was exceptionally pleased. Normally, a third-level apprentice's shield couldn't withstand a first-level wizard's attack, even with Jie Ming's modifications. The bracelet's ability to barely hold was due to the talisman rune artifact's core feature, the main purpose of Jie Ming's research: continuous casting. Shields have limits. Wizardry energies conflict, and stacking similar enhancement spells increases interference, reducing their effectiveness. Low-level wizards typically stack 2 or 3 different protective spells, but their defense weakens due to energy interference. Physical defense spells lack such restrictions. This talisman rune artifact could stack 3 shields of different attributes, but due to energy conflicts, its actual defense was roughly equivalent to 2 shields. The artifact blocked that attack by instantly recasting a new shield as the previous one broke. Theoretically, if shields were cast fast enough, even the lowest grade shield could block a high-tier wizard's attack. Practically, almost no one could achieve this. Most resorted to stacking more shields like a turtle's shell. Yet this artifact succeeded at the cost of its own destruction, a result satisfying enough. This reminds me, Jie Ming noted mentally, to be safe, I should produce extra talisman rune artifacts of each type as backups for the trial. Finally, Jie Ming picked up the mobility-type talisman rune artifact. For this, he had crafted it into the shape of a belt, easily secured around the waist. Infusing it with mental power, a gentle yet powerful energy field lifted him. Jie Ming hovered steadily in the center of the training field, controlling the wizardry as his body gradually accelerated. Whoosh! His figure blurred into an afterimage, darting through the training field space at a speed far surpassing what he could achieve with a flight rune constructed solely through wizard meditation. He nimbly weaved through obstacles, executing sharp stops, turns, ascents, and dives with fluid swiftness. The added agility from the Immortal Cultivation light body technique made him move in the air as freely as a fish in water. In just a few minutes, Jie Ming explored every corner of the training field space, thoroughly satisfied with the speed and mobility provided by the artifact. Pausing to hover in midair, he toyed with the prototype artifacts in his hands. The training field's energy absorption system swiftly dissipated the residual energy fluctuations from his experiments, leaving a faint scorched scent and lingering elemental ripples in the air. After repeated tests and fine-tuning, Jie Ming felt genuine satisfaction with the performance and potential of the 3 talisman rune artifacts. They fully met his initial expectations, surpassing same-level wizards in power, speed, and versatility. While Jie Ming focused on research, crafting, and testing these prototypes in the training field, news of the trial had already caused a massive stir. It wasn't until he left the laboratory that he realized the trial was no longer just Amy's whispered rumor, but an official Academy announcement, broadcast across every corner of Norn Academy via massive rune projections. The apprentices reacted in varied ways. Some looked nervous, clutching thick tomes, shuttling between the library and classrooms, frantically cramming knowledge that might be useful in the trial. Others stood tall, with battle-ready eyes, gathering in the training field to test their wizardry and magical devices, brimming with confidence that this was their chance to showcase their talents and gain favor with the Academy's higher-ups. Some remained remarkably calm, continuing their usual study and life routines, seemingly indifferent to the trial's outcome. Then there were those less gifted, often overlooked apprentices, now rubbing their hands with determination, their eyes gleaming with defiance and ambition. They knew that in the real combat of Savage Plain, talent wasn't everything. Tactics, wisdom, and thorough preparation were equally critical. They aimed to seize this opportunity to prove they were no less than the so-called geniuses. Influenced by the news, the prices of practical wizard artifacts and potions, especially combat consumables like instant cast artifacts, emergency potions, and simple scrolls, skyrocketed, reaching several times their usual value. This allowed some struggling logistics apprentices to make a tidy profit. But none of this mattered much to Jie Ming. Gazing at the faintly glowing talisman rune artifacts in his hands, he felt the power contained within. These were the culmination of his efforts, refined through multiple tests and revisions. Though I have other ideas to explore, there's not enough time. For this trial, I'll focus on testing the practical effects of these 3 prototypes. He stowed the artifacts, his eyes glinting with eager anticipation. On the massive teleportation array, Plaza, the air was thick with a complex, intense atmosphere. Thousands of Norn Academy apprentices from the same cohort gathered, their faces a mix of excitement, tension, worry, eagerness, and unease. Whispers and the clinking of equipment blended into a cacophony of noise. At the plaza's center, a colossal teleportation array shimmered with deep blue light, emitting palpitating spatial fluctuations. Jie Ming stood slightly to the edge of the crowd, calmly surveying his surroundings. His hands hung naturally, but his fingertips subtly brushed the metal pendants hanging at his waist, disguised talisman rune artifacts. He observed the renowned geniuses of the Academy. Most were grouped in 2s or 3s, clad in self-crafted wizard robes or light armor radiating potent energy fluctuations, gripping uniquely styled wands or energy conductors. Their aura was distinctly different from the average apprentices, exuding the arrogance and confidence of the strong. Jie Ming, a lively voice, interrupted his observations. Amy, dressed in a lightweight but rune-laden apprentice robe, holding an expensive-looking potion satchel, hurried to his side. "You don't look nervous at all," Amy said with a hint of admiration. "As expected of you." Jie Ming smiled. "After studying so long, I can handle a scene like this." Amy chuckled, covering her mouth, then lowered her voice with a touch of pride. "Speaking of which, thanks for the tip last time." "What tip?" Jie Ming asked. After your talk with Mentor Clark, you told me the specifics of the trial, letting me prepare early." Amy's eyes sparkled. Hearing it'd involve a new plane and allow self-made, apprentice-grade equipment and potions. "I made a killing. That's all your own ability," Jie Ming said, shaking his head. "I just passed along the news." He wasn't being modest. With her extraordinary social skills, Amy had acted on the information by teaming up with alchemy and potion-craft apprentices. They stockpiled common materials and rushed to produce apprentice-grade artifacts and potions. When the trial was officially announced, Amy capitalized on the price surge of materials and consumables, earning a fortune. Without her networking prowess, most students, even with the same information, lacked the capital to profit much. "And didn't you share some of the profits with me?" Jie Ming added. "Buffed. Those points are nothing compared to your help," Amy said, waving dismissively, though her expression soon turned serious. "But this trial's dangerous. People will die. Don't let your guard down." "Don't worry. I'm prepared," Jie Ming said calmly. At that moment, a booming, authoritative voice echoed from the plaza center. "Silence!" In. A high-tier wizard in ornate robes, with white hair and beard, floated above the teleportation array. His voice, amplified by runes, silenced every apprentice. "The trial is about to begin," the wizard declared with authority. "The location is a minor plane recently acquired by the 13th Norn Academy, codenamed Limestone Realm. The trial's objective is simple: Collect the point tokens distributed by the Academy within the Limestone realm. Tokens vary in value based on the danger level of their location. Your final ranking will be determined by the total points you hold upon return. The Limestone realm has not been fully developed or cleared. It harbors numerous native beasts and complex environmental hazards. This is a comprehensive test of your learning outcomes, as well as your survival skills, judgment, and teamwork. In addition to collecting point tokens, you may gather unique resources in the plane. Upon return, you can keep them or sell them to the Academy, which will purchase them based on their value. For this trial, apprentices may bring any apprentice-grade equipment and potions without quantity limits. Any formal wizard-grade equipment must be personally crafted or concocted by the apprentice. Cheating will result in immediate disqualification and severe penalties. Unlimited apprentice-grade equipment might seem unfair to poorer apprentices, but it wasn't surprising. To wizards, resources were part of one's strength. As for apprentices crafting formal wizard-grade equipment, it sounded absurd, but top-tier geniuses like Jie Ming with his talisman rune artifacts might pull it off. This trial is voluntary. The high-tier wizard continued. All participants must be at least third-level wizard apprentices. This rule filtered out less talented or less diligent apprentices. After nearly 5 years of study and meditation at Norn Academy, most apprentices had solid foundations, with the majority reaching third-level status, save for a few unable to break through. Jie Ming noticed many older-looking apprentices in the queue for the teleportation array. "Those people," he murmured. Amy followed his gaze. "Them? They're probably from the previous cohort." Norn Academy admitted students every 5 years, with apprentices typically staying for 10, so 2 cohorts usually coexisted. For some reason, the Academy's allowing these senior apprentices to participate, Victor said, quietly joining them. He sized up Jie Ming and Amy, shook his head, and said, "These seniors face the pressure of the upcoming battlefield. They've hoarded countless trump cards. If you run into them, surrendering's the smart move." Jie Ming and Amy exchanged a glance, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Theoretically, there was no limit to the number of wizardry models a wizard could construct. Even apprentices, ignoring casting requirements and mental power limits, could use unorthodox methods, like buying wizardry models, to endlessly build them in their mental sea. However, each model permanently consumed a portion of mental power, and a collapsing model could cause significant mental shock. In short, each wizardry model reduced one's mental power cap. Building too many slowed cultivation progress. Senior apprentices, having reached third-level status long ago, could amass enough mental power to advance to first-level wizard and use excess mental power to construct additional models. Even if they used unorthodox methods, their spells, though less flexible, were no less destructive. With 5 more years of accumulation, points, equipment, knowledge, and wizardry models, seniors vastly outclassed newer apprentices. Victor's words, though blunt, were true for many new apprentices. As they spoke, the high-tier wizard waved, and countless specks of light rained down. The lights precisely found each apprentice. Jie Ming touched the speck before him, and it transformed into a ring coiling around his finger. Looking up, every speck had found its owner, turning into rings upon contact. Such exquisite alchemy! Jie Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Amy and Victor, fellow alchemy apprentices, also looked astonished. Those specks weren't raw materials, but pure energy, a feat of energy-to-matter conversion that far surpassed their skills. Jie Ming sensed an array of runes within the ring, with the remaining energy from the conversion perfectly activating them. With so many people in the plaza, to outsiders, it was novel. To experts, it was sheer showmanship. "This is an emergency escape device," the wizard said. "Activate it with mental power to exit the plane in danger, but your score will be voided." Some apprentices' eyes flickered, clearly scheming. "Those are the trial's rules. Good luck." The high-tier wizard concluded, and the teleportation array began to glow. All registered and qualified apprentices, prepare to enter the teleportation array. The apprentices moved toward the array in an orderly fashion, the atmosphere growing tense again. Jie Ming nodded to Amy. "Let's go. Be careful. You too. Don't be reckless," Amy said solemnly before joining the crowd. Jie Ming stood in the queue, his heart calm. Stepping into the center of the massive teleportation array, blue light engulfed him. Intense spatial fluctuations hit, his body feeling torn and kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Overwhelming weightlessness and dizziness surged, his vision filled with dazzling light and warped scenery. The blinding blue light faded, and the distorted sense of space receded like a tide. Jie Ming's feet touched solid ground. After a wave of dizziness, he opened his eyes. Following his pre-planned strategy, he activated his talisman rune artifact the moment the teleportation ended. In an instant, 3 differently colored shields materialized around him. Only then did Jie Ming take time to survey his surroundings. The crowded plaza was gone, replaced by a desolate expanse. He stood on a vast plain, the ground beneath him gray and uneven with rocky terrain. In the distance, an eerie forest was shrouded in thick fog. Farther still, jagged mountains loomed like skeletal ridges. The air carried a sulfurous heat mixed with the unfamiliar stench of rotting vegetation, evoking a primal, savage impact. Jie Ming let out a surprised sound. Immediately noticing something off, the elemental forces in this world felt entirely different from those at Norn Academy. They were like wild horses, untamed and volatile, brimming with a frenzied instability. He could sense the fire elements burning as if ready to ignite, the wind elements restlessly whistling past his ears, and the earth elements so heavy they seemed almost solid. This was no gentle plane. Such volatile elemental forces, energy-based wizardry, will be far more destructive here, but it demands exponentially greater mental control. A single misstep could lead to spell failure or even backlash. Jie Ming extended a finger, testing the surrounding elemental forces with his mental power. Watching the energy cluster form and quickly burst, he made a swift judgment. This was good news for him. After all, his talisman rune artifacts relied on the synergy between their seal structures and environmental elements. This volatile environment could amplify their power. Of course, overly wild elements might make the artifacts more prone to damage. But from a testing perspective, this would also reveal their stability. Scanning his surroundings, his vision was obstructed by rolling terrain and towering vegetation. Distant roars of beasts and flapping wings echoed, but no immediate threats were visible. In an unfamiliar environment like this, danger could come from anywhere. Attack, defense, and mobility alone aren't enough for wilderness survival. Scouting and counter-scouting are just as crucial, perhaps even more so. Detecting threats and concealing one's tracks, those are the keys to surviving in an unknown realm. Jie Ming immediately recognized his shortcomings. Not bad, another lesson learned. Firmly noting to prioritize scouting-type talisman rune artifacts next, he didn't rush to act. Instead, he decided to test his current prototypes in this plane. The defense artifact had already been activated, performing well so far. The Earth Attribute Shield, enhanced by the plane's elemental intensity, was even sturdier, though the other 2 shields seemed somewhat unstable. The shields formed successfully, but the volatile elements cause slight fluctuations in the artifact during construction, requiring quick mental stabilization. I'll stick to the Earth Shield for now. Next, with a thought, the mobility artifact, disguised as a pendant at his waist, glowed faintly. A light force surged, lifting his body. With a gentle leap, he glided forward, propelled by an invisible wind, moving far faster than ordinary running. Under the influence of the plane's wild wind elements, his speed seemed slightly faster than in the training field, though it required more focused mental control. Finally, the attack-type artifact. He casually pointed at a large rock in the distance, his mind stirring. A head-sized fireball materialized, streaking toward the rock with a piercing whistle. Boom! A louder-than-expected explosion erupted, shattering the rock into flying debris. The wildfire elements, instantly drawn by the seal, boosted the fireball's power far beyond what it achieved in the training field. "Whoa, fantastic," Jie Ming said, thoroughly pleased. The plane's volatile elements significantly enhanced the attack artifact's effects. Though it might increase controlled difficulty, the benefits outweighed the flaws. Test complete. Jie Ming stowed the artifacts. He had 2 goals for this trial. First, thoroughly test the Talisman Rune artifact's combat performance in a real savage plane, identifying their limits, strengths, and weaknesses. Second, a newly set goal: collect samples of this plane's unique materials. With such volatile elemental forces, the materials here were bound to have distinct properties. As for points, Jie Ming wasn't too concerned. With the support of his second-level training agreement, he didn't need to vie for first place to prove himself. Securing enough points to rank in the top 10%, qualifying for Norn Workshop's large-scale evaluation in 5 years, was enough. Focusing his mind, Jie Ming activated the mobility artifact and accelerated toward a direction with higher elemental concentration. Common sense dictated that richer elemental areas held more abundant resources and greater dangers. This aligned perfectly with his 2 goals. During flight, he occasionally spotted other apprentices using flight or speed spells in the air or on the ground. Most eyed him warily, clearly surprised to encounter someone so soon, especially someone faster. Since they had just entered the plane, the competitive tension wasn't yet intense. With few points to gain and the risk of others capitalizing on early conflicts, most apprentices merely glanced at Jie Ming before veering away cautiously. Occasionally, some thought they couldn't outrun his pursuit and stopped, adopting defensive stances. Jie Ming gave them a brief glance, then steered his mobility artifact in the opposite direction, swiftly exiting their perception range. Leaving the vicinity of the teleportation point, Jie Ming relied on his movement talisman artifact, swiftly traversing the vast wilderness of the savage plain. Below, the gray rocky terrain, twisted ancient vegetation, and occasional glimpses of bizarre beasts painted a primal and perilous scene of this world. He had no specific destination. Each step was taken to find suitable test subjects and environments for the upcoming combat trials. The first encounter was with a pack of oversized lizard-like beasts, their bodies covered in tough keratin layers, capable of spewing corrosive acid from their mouths. Numbering 7 or 8, they lurked in the gaps of the forest, their massive, moss-covered bodies disguised as large rocks, waiting to ambush passing creatures. Spotting their traces from above, Jie Ming halted his movement talisman and landed lightly on the ground. He didn't evade, instead walking straight toward their hiding spot. The first lizard beast launched its attack, a stream of green acid shooting toward him. With a thought, Jie Ming activated his previously concealed shield. A thick, earthy yellow barrier instantly formed around him. Sizzle. The acid hit the shield, producing a harsh corrosive sound and clouds of smoke. The shield's surface remained unchanged, with acid sliding off and dripping onto the ground. No damage to the shield, just pure corrosive liquid without any energy enhancement. More acid streams came. Jie Ming switched his defensive talisman to a wind element shield. An invisible wind membrane flowed around him, deftly redirecting subsequent acid streams to either side, missing him entirely. The acidic mist rising from the corroded ground was also swept away by the airflow from the wind shield. For low-impact kinetic attacks like this, the wind shield deflection works better than expected, and it's surprisingly effective against mist-based attacks. Seeing their attacks fail, the lizard beasts charged from their hiding spots, intent on tearing into him. Jie Ming seized the moment, activating his attack talisman artifact. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 fireballs formed at his fingertips in less than a second, shooting out with astonishing speed toward the leading beasts. The wildfire element caused the fireballs to swell mid-flight, their power terrifying. The 4 beasts didn't even get close before being engulfed by consecutive explosions, letting out short, agonized wails before turning into charred remains and scattered flesh. The remaining lizards, startled, turned to flee without hesitation. Jie Ming didn't stop. As he advanced, he adjusted the attack talisman's output frequency, testing its limits with rapid-fire shots. The talisman artifact grew slightly warm, but maintained a release rate of 3 to 4 fireballs per second. Like a walking turret, Jie Ming precisely sniped the remaining lizard beasts one by one. The battle, or rather, slaughter, ended in mere moments. Jie Ming approached the remains, using analysis and alchemy to scan the wreckage, collecting samples of keratin layers and residual acid. The attack talisman's instant cast and rapid-fire capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary wizards, but at high frequency, the talisman itself heats up faster than in training. Perhaps the plane's elements are too active, causing over-efficient activation, with energy release outpacing material heat dissipation. Jie Ming pondered, should I consider adding heat dissipation or energy buffering structures to the talisman materials? He reactivated his movement talisman and left the lizard beast's lair. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Jie Ming soon encountered another type of beast, massive, yet remarkably agile. These creatures resembled giant apes, but their heads were insect-like. With formidable physical strength, they excelled at leaping and climbing rocky cliffs, their attacks heavy and forceful. Jie Ming singled out a lone giant ape as his target. Instead of attacking directly, he lured it into pursuit, weaving through complex terrain to test the movement talisman's evasion and maneuverability. The giant ape roared and chased, launching attacks from above or the sides. Relying on the movement talisman, Jie Ming glided close to the ground, leaped into the air, or briefly used cliffs for leverage, each change of direction as fluid as flowing water. While dodging, he pushed the movement talisman's power to its limit. Visible wind element vortices formed around him, boosting his speed even further. However, after less than a minute at maximum speed, the talisman emitted an overload buzz, its runic patterns glowing unnaturally hot. He had to reduce power immediately to let it cool. The movement talisman exceeds standard flight spells in base speed and agility, but sustained high-speed performance is a weakness, far less durable than a wizard's self-cast flight spell, he concluded. After all, one relied on material buffering, while the other drew from a wizard's mental sea, a significant gap. Having tested the movement talisman's limits, Jie Ming switched to offense. Several full-power fireballs shot out, and the giant ape's massive body collapsed under the barrage. Jie Ming collected materials. The ape's fur and bones were exceptionally tough, potentially useful for improving defensive talisman artifacts. In the days that followed, Jie Ming conducted his experiments across different regions of the savage plain. He faced burrowing pangolin-like beasts that ambushed from underground, using alchemy to analyze soil structures and pinpoint their locations, then forcing them out with a sea of flames from his fireball spell. He also encountered strange plants that sprayed toxic mist or ensnared prey, adding more unique materials to his collection. Each battle, each encounter, was a test of his talisman artifact's performance. He relentlessly pushed their limits, recording data and analyzing results. Beyond the recurring heat issue, he noticed another limitation: regional element depletion. During one high-intensity barrage of fireball spells, he sensed the surrounding fire elements being drained dry, causing subsequent fireball talisman activations to lose efficiency and power. Though talisman artifacts outperformed their peers, they had clear limits under sustained high-intensity use. Their energy wasn't truly infinite, merely drawn from the environment rather than the artifact itself. Once the local elemental energy was exhausted, it would replenish quickly, but its concentration would temporarily drop. Jie Ming had no immediate solution, only opting to move quickly while casting spells. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning, carrying the scorched scent of sulfur, struck the ground, blasting a bowl-sized crater into the gray rock. Unfazed, Jie Ming's earth element shield stood firm, absorbing the wild current completely. Before him, a thunderstorm beetle, over 5 meters tall and covered in black carapace, hissed angrily, brewing another blinding arc in its mouth. Ordinary beasts rely on brute force or simple corrosive and venomous attacks. Only creatures that directly manipulate elemental forces can be called magical beasts. Jie Ming glanced at the gathering storm above, recalling relevant knowledge. Their attack methods are more complex and powerful, with far more refined energy control, making them far stronger than ordinary beasts. This thunderstorm beetle was a prime example. It could unleash powerful lightning, and its tough carapace resisted physical impacts, posing a significant challenge to wizard apprentices. To Jie Ming, however, it was merely an ideal target for testing his talisman artifacts. The beetle charged again, its 6 thick legs carving deep grooves into the ground. Jie Ming didn't retreat. With a flick of his wrist, his attack talisman artifact activated instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 high explosive fireballs tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the beetle's joints with pinpoint accuracy. Each explosion shook the beetle's massive frame, halting its charge as it roared in pain and fury. Seizing the moment, Jie Ming spun his movement talisman, darting like a specter to the beetle's flank. Another salvo of fireballs targeted the softer underbelly beneath its carapace. The wildfire element blasted gaping, charred holes in the beetle's abdomen, the searing flames severing its limbs. With a final wail, the thunderstorm beetle collapsed, its lightning fading. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds, and Jie Ming hadn't even broken a sweat. He stowed the talisman artifact and approached, using alchemy and analysis to scan the remains, discovering an organ infused with lightning essence. He deftly extracted it, storing it in a large beast-hide backpack. This bag's almost full. Looks like I'll need to figure out a spatial ring when I get back. In the wizarding world, spatial knowledge was complex, accessible only to third-level wizards and above. But with enough people, spatial equipment and skills weren't rare. The training ground in Jie Ming's lab, for instance, had its internal space expanded at great cost. The academy had countless small spatial items like storage bags, expensive but affordable for Jie Ming. The issue was that spatial constants varied across planes. Such equipment often worked only in specific planes. If brought to another plane, they might simply fail to open, or worse, cause spatial distortions, potentially swallowing the user upon entry. Even the best spatial equipment was limited to planes charted by wizarding civilization, carrying risks in unknown planes. The spatial ring Jie Ming mentioned was an exception, requiring a 6th-level wizard to craft. Its creation was demanding, but it stabilized its internal space with fixed rules, functioning anywhere. Correspondingly, its price was astronomical. Worse, due to the difficulty and high failure rate of crafting, even those with purchasing rights often found no stock. Teacher Clark is a 6th-level wizard. Maybe he has connections. I'll ask when I get back. Hopefully, he knows a spatial wizard. As he mused, Jie Ming noticed a glowing blue point token beside the beast's corpse. He picked it up. A magical beast of this level already drops a point token, and it's worth a decent amount. Lucky me. He pocketed it without much thought. Points were a byproduct. The talisman artifact's combat data, and this plane's rare materials were his focus. Suddenly, Jie Ming looked in a direction, sensing intense elemental fluctuations. Not scattered energy bursts, but the chaotic aura of large-scale wizardry clashing with magical beasts. He activated his movement talisman, flying swiftly toward the source. Nearing the site, he stopped, landing behind a massive red crystal and extending his mental energy with analysis. Through rolling rocky hills and dense red crystal forests, he saw the battlefield. A team of wizard apprentices was locked in a bitter struggle against a colossal fire element magical beast, formed entirely of pure flames and molten lava. 10 meters tall, each step shook the ground, and every attack unleashed a tidal wave of fire elements. Though not quite at the level of a 1st-level wizard, its destructive power surpassed that of 3rd-level apprentices, making the fight grueling for the team. Jie Ming observed from a distance. The team, about 12 or 13 strong, maintain a dispersed yet coordinated formation, clearly trained and tactically arranged. As he watched, one apprentice unleashed a barrage of ice spikes toward the beast. Ice wizardry for suppression, decent condensation speed for the ice spike spell, Jie Ming noted. But it lacks continuity. Against this fire element beast, it's like pouring a cup of water on a blaze. A tall, lanky apprentice stepped forward, waving a wand. A high-pressure water jet roared out, striking the beast's head accurately. Not bad. Water elements are suppressed in this environment, yet he managed this effect. Solid mental control. But the water arrow spell's power is too low, and the casting frequency is lacking. Jie Ming shook his head. These combat-focused wizards were clearly elites, likely using pre-purchased spell models. Such models were considered unorthodox because they required casting time, lacking the burst and continuity of self-developed spell models. A critical flaw. Jie Ming's alchemy and analysis spells, by contrast, were as instinctive as breathing, requiring no casting time. The combat apprentices formed a temporary defensive formation, relentlessly casting spells to counter the fire element beast. But with insufficient numbers, their firepower was noticeably weak. The beast's flame breath and wide-ranging molten impacts tore gaps in their defenses repeatedly. Their defensive system is too fragile. Too few people to form a proper group shield, Jie Ming observed. He saw one apprentice's energy shield shatter under a molten impact. The apprentice sent crashing into a rock wall, leaving a charred, human-shaped dent. Too scattered, lacking resilience, and their shields are too uniform, unable to adapt to different attack types. That shield's defense is pitiful, barely second-level apprentice work. The beast's sudden earth-infused lava attack killed one apprentice, sparking chaos. Their artifacts and potions were depleting fast, their chants and gestures growing frantic, and their efficiency plummeted. Finally, after a earth-shaking roar, the beast unleashed a massive flame ripple. The apprentices' line collapsed. Several were engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. The survivors dragged their wounded comrades, retreating desperately away from the beast. They broke so quickly, Jie Ming shook his head. He thought they could hold out longer, perhaps even defeat the beast with a competent leader. But his expectations for ordinary combat apprentices were too high. He realized the combat apprentices he met in the logistics department, those who could afford to study alchemy, were typically more talented or capable. Ordinary apprentices, like these, barely reached third-level status and lacked proper third-level spells or gear. Jie Ming didn't reveal himself. He waited until the fleeing apprentices vanished from sight before stepping out from behind the crystal ore. He approached the molten lake, a glint of excitement in his eyes. This fire element beast was the first purely elemental creature he'd encountered, not a biological life form. Pure energy construction. This world's fundamental particles are similar to my previous life, yet it birthed such a creature. Could it be the legendary silicon-based life? Jie Ming's eyes burned with curiosity. In short, he was fascinated. Sensing his presence, the fire element beast halted its pursuit, its massive form turning to charge at him with a roar. Jie Ming didn't hold back. He activated his attack talisman artifact, the circular pendant spinning before him with a low hum. Boom, 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 boom. 4 fireballs launched simultaneously, like miniature cannon shells, striking the beast's chest with terrifying force. Before the echoes faded, another 4 fireballs followed. The wildfire element, compressed and detonated to the extreme by the talisman, produced fireballs several times stronger than those of ordinary wizards. Despite being a fire element beast, its massive body trembled under Jie Ming's relentless bombardment. Roar! The beast roared, attempting a flame breath counterattack. But Jie Ming gave it no chance. He moved at high speed, circling the beast for a saturated assault. Fireballs, fireballs, and more fireballs. The relentless explosions raised the already sweltering area's temperature even further. The near first-level fire element beast couldn't mount an effective counter under Jie Ming's sustained, high-frequency attacks. Its body began to collapse, molten lava splattering. In less than 2 minutes, the once mighty beast wailed, disintegrating into scattered elemental particles that dissipated into the air. Jie Ming exhaled, stowing the slightly hot talisman artifact. Activating his shield, he walked to the center of the molten lake, picking up a high-value point token and collecting some essence fragments left by the beast's dissipation. Satisfied, he left the ravaged area. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, atop a twisted dead tree, an apprentice lay prone, pupils constricted, forehead drenched in cold sweat. He clutched a concealed scouting artifact, its faint second-level energy barely projecting the distant scene. Only when Jie Ming's figure vanished from the artifact's range did the apprentice's tension ease, his breathing rapid, body trembling uncontrollably. He realized he'd been holding his breath. Having arrived earlier, he'd witnessed Jie Ming reach the battlefield and the apprentice's route. He'd assumed Jie Ming would hide or leave, like himself. But what did he see? That guy faced the fire beast, a monster that crushed an entire team, alone. Even more shocking was the battle. No, it wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. That apprentice, no casting prelude, no complex chance. He simply unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs at the beast. The fireballs came in an endless stream, impossibly fast, their power heart-stoppingly terrifying. How is this possible? The apprentice's hands shook, barely holding the scouting artifact. That lone figure faced a beast capable of crushing their entire team. In just 2 minutes, that massive, terrifying fire element beast was annihilated. Who is he? The apprentice clung to the tree, keeping low, terrified of making a sound that might attract that monster. He'd gathered intel on many geniuses, but had no information on this apprentice. After lingering on the branch, ensuring the other had no interest in him, the apprentice slid down the tree. He cast multiple enhancement spells on himself and fled in the opposite direction of Jie Ming's departure, not daring to look back. No way. He'd rather die than cross paths with that monster. He wouldn't even know how he died. After venturing deeper, Jie Ming casually found a spacious cave. He had a heartfelt chat with the cave's original occupant and smoothly settled in, even setting up a fire to roast some meat. Gazing at the fiery cave owner, Jie Ming lowered his head, pulling out the previously used runic artifact from his bag and examining it carefully with alchemy. As expected, the rune circuits are quite damaged. The base material isn't too worse for wear, though. It seems that even with added rune redundancy, excessive activation still puts significant strain on the core. Jie Ming shook his head regretfully. He had pondered many solutions to the issue of runic artifacts getting damaged from overuse, but none were particularly effective. Such problems were rare in the wizarding civilization. After all, ordinary artifacts had limited daily activations, and overheating or damage from overuse typically only occurred in the arrays of floating cities or large, stable structures. But those artifacts had ample space for rune inscriptions, requiring little technical finesse. The issue could be resolved with excessive redundancy. Some even took a simpler approach, modular array designs, where damaged parts could just be swapped out. However, this wasn't a viable solution for runic artifacts. Make the runic artifact larger? That defeats the entire purpose of designing it in the first place. As for inscribing runes more finely, finer inscriptions required stronger mental energy. For wizards, stronger mental energy meant greater power, which in turn demanded more potent sorcery. And more potent sorcery required more complex runes, which demanded even higher precision in inscription. A complete dead cycle. After stewing in frustration for a while without a good solution, Jie Ming decided to set the issue aside and focus on a problem he noticed during his recent battle. That fire elemental beast was fairly strong, yet it withstood so much of my bombardment. It must have significant damage reduction against attacks of the same attribute. Next time, I should create attacks of different attributes. No, wait. A spark of realization hit Jie Ming. Why be so fixated on attribute-based attacks? The greatest strength of his runic artifact was its ability to fire rapidly and continuously without draining too much of the user's mental energy. Since it was designed to overwhelm with quantity, there was no need to obsess over the slight advantage of attribute counters. I almost fell into a dead end. I can just use pure energy bolts as the primary attack method. The wizarding civilization didn't have anything akin to arcane as a special attribute, but there were plenty of pure energy-based offensive spells. Jie Ming noted the idea. Secondly, for enemies who wield elemental powers, the environmental elemental vacuum caused by the runic artifact's rapid casting isn't just a drawback. It could even be an advantage. Take that fire elemental beast, for example. Because Jie Ming attacked so quickly, by the time it tried to counterattack, most of the surrounding fire elemental energy had been drained, drastically reducing the destructive power of its retaliation. In a sense, this could be considered a form of artificial magic suppression, though I'm not sure how useful it is yet. After resting, Jie Ming pressed deeper into the region rich with planar elemental energy. His earlier combat tests had been thorough enough, so now he shifted his focus to searching for higher-grade material samples. Ever since entering this wasteland of red ore, he encountered magical beasts with increasing frequency. Thorned lizards that spewed toxic mist, ice crystal wolves that unleashed icy blasts, or rock giants hidden within stone, boasting formidable physical defenses. Each encounter enriched Jie Ming's collection, to the point where he had to discard some of the common beast materials he'd gathered earlier. He also noticed that the deeper he went, the magical beasts, while not necessarily stronger, became more cunning. Unlike the reckless beasts he encountered initially, these ones assessed their opponent's strength and retreated early or even used tactics to ambush. But these posed no real threat to Jie Ming, merely slowing his search for materials. However, during these skirmishes with the beasts, Jie Ming began noticing unusual traces. At first, they were subtle. He found boulders with scratched surfaces, the marks appearing more orderly than natural wear. In a seemingly natural rock forest, the ground occasionally bore strange grooves, not like the stomping of beasts, but more like tracks left by some kind of tool. Artificial traces? Jie Ming paused, crouching beside a groove and touching it with his finger. The groove's edges were smoothed by time, but the residual energy fluctuations within were subtly different from the surrounding elemental forces. He activated his analysis technique, probing the grooves with his mental energy. A jumble of information flooded his mind. A more organized, restrained energy fluctuation, clearly not belonging to the unrestrained power of magical beasts. With this confirmed, Jie Ming moved more cautiously, actively searching for such traces. Soon, he made more discoveries. At the entrance of a hidden cave, he found a pile of beast bones, neatly stacked and some even roughly polished. Deep within the cave, a faint scent of extinguished fire lingered, not the afterglow of natural fire elements, but traces left by an artificial flame. However, the surrounding signs suggested the cave had been abandoned. Further on, he came across a cleared patch of woodland. The trees bore fresh, clean cuts, clearly the work of a sharp tool. He even found a cleverly disguised trap, not designed for large beasts but for smaller creatures, or perhaps humans. Jie Ming studied the trap closely. It was simple yet effective, made of twisted vines and sharp stone spikes, designed to emit a piercing sound when triggered. There are natives here, Jie Ming concluded firmly in his mind. He wasn't too surprised. This plains environment was highly suitable for life, so the emergence of intelligent beings, or even a civilization, wasn't unthinkable. But when the wizards took over this plain, they should have already cleared out the local civilizations. Were these remnants deliberately left behind? It seemed more likely than the idea that the natives possessed special powers to hide from the wizards' detection. So, these natives must be the true enemies of this trial. With this realization, Jie Ming heightened his vigilance. He stopped relying on his runic artifact for high-speed flight, prioritizing stealth and moving on foot. Finally, during a trek into a valley, he spotted them from a distance. A group of about 20 people, clad in rough beast hides and bark. Each moved with agility, hunting a boar-like magical beast the size of a van. Jie Ming silently drifted into the treetops, concealing himself and observing from afar. Interesting, they're not just savages, are they? He quickly noticed something off. Though their attire resembled a primitive society, the weapons they wielded were genuine metal. From their interactions, they had a fully developed language and could cast rudimentary spells in his eyes, short bursts of speed enhancement, simple earthen walls, or paralyzing poison arrows. But their most common ability was a special power that enhanced their physical bodies. With this power, they could unleash strength and speed several times beyond their normal capabilities in an instant. Is this akin to knights? Moreover, Jie Ming noticed finely crafted trinkets on them, items a primitive civilization wouldn't possess. He watched as they skillfully cornered the tusked boar, whittling it down with thrown spears before collectively bringing it down. After the kill, they divided tasks. Some stood guard, others cleaned the site, and some handled transport. The natives' eyes carried a wary hostility toward the outside world. While moving the prey, a few kept scanning their surroundings, their gazes alert and guarded, as if anticipating something. Following them discreetly, Jie Ming soon arrived at their dwelling. It was a large, well-hidden cave. Surprisingly, the population was small. Including the hunting party, there were fewer than 100 people. Such numbers could barely qualify as a small settlement. But Jie Ming's findings were significant. Inside the cave, he spotted 2 natives in heavy armor, their weapons faintly emanating energy fluctuations. The weaker residents, though also clad in hides and leaves, used metal tools for labor or gathering food. Outside the cave, there were even freshly fired clay pots. This survivors of a collapsed civilization, reduced to surviving in the wild. Jie Ming understood. For now, these people held little value to him. Their energy manipulation was too rudimentary. A quick scan with his analysis technique revealed most of their energy pathways. But if there are stronger natives, their cultivation techniques might be of value to me. After observing from a distance and ensuring he wasn't detected, Jie Ming silently left the valley. Deep within the limestone realm, in a hidden valley shrouded by twisted trees and towering stone pillars, a bonfire crackled, its light illuminating weathered faces. Compared to the crude settlement Jie Ming had stumbled upon, this place was much larger, a temporary camp built through secret coordination among survivors of several kingdoms. Inside the council tent, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. Calling it a council tent was generous. It was merely a large canopy. Several resolute warriors in crude half-armor sat together, their robust frames radiating ferocious power. On the other side were shamans and priests, their auras restrained, clutching bone staffs or scepters. They sat around the fire, their expressions grim. These were the survivors of the limestone realm's destroyed kingdoms, united now by shared hatred and a thirst for vengeance. They were once the true masters of this land, with ancient kingdoms, glorious civilizations, and faiths guarded for generations, until the so-called wizards arrived. It was a nightmarish catastrophe. The wizards wielded unimaginable power, commanding elements and twisting space. Their kingdoms were razed, their homes burned, and countless kin reduced to dust under the cold, overwhelming sorcery. The survivors were forced into the limestone realm's most hidden corners, living like wild beasts, clinging to life to preserve their kingdom's bloodlines and await a chance for revenge. Now, the large-scale arrival of Norn Academy's apprentices in the limestone realm reignited their hatred and vigilance. They're back, like last time, crawling in like insects. They're getting closer. They'll find us eventually. Everyone, our scouts have confirmed that the intruders this time are just cubs, not yet fully grown, said a knight commander with a hideous scar on his face, his voice raspy like grinding metal, a mark of long years of hiding and fighting. Their power isn't weak, but it's far from the wizards who slaughtered our kingdoms. This is our chance. A shaman leader gripped his bone staff, his voice burning with hatred. Our ancestors told us that when the enemy foolishly sets foot on our land again, it will be time to wash away our shame. But these wizards are cunning. We can't underestimate them. A female knight cautioned, frowning. According to reports, they have a special movement ability. When in danger, they vanish. It's hard to wipe them out completely. They're using spatial abilities. A voice drew everyone's attention. They turned to see a disheveled priest pull a finely crafted ring from his robes. They call themselves wizard apprentices. I took this from an arrogant one. It's what lets them escape our world when in danger. Spatial abilities. At the priest's explanation, several faces fell, some showing frustration. In their world, spatial abilities were the domain of gods. Yet the gods who once sat enthroned in the starry skies had vanished in the first wave of the wizard's purge. No one knew what happened, only that the stars had disappeared from the sky. Some senior priests, through their divine connections, seemed to know what transpired in that moment, but they remained tight-lipped. Are we just supposed to watch them ravage our world? A towering knight slammed the ground in fury, shattering nearby rocks into fragments. Calm down. How can I stay calm? Do you have a way to deal with these bastards? I do. The priest spoke again, drawing all eyes to him. Oswald, this is no joke. Can you really stop them from escaping? A shaman stood, unable to contain himself. But others were skeptical. Impossible. That's spatial ability. To restrict it, you'd need spatial power yourself. Are you saying? I have it, Oswald declared, silencing the doubter. I have spatial abilities. He raised a finger toward a nearby knight. In the shocked gazes of all present, the knight vanished, reappearing abruptly on the other side of the tent. Perhaps due to Oswald's imperfect control, even the physically robust knight collapsed, vomiting after the transfer. But the others had no time to care for the knight's plight. Eyes filled with shock, anger, or greed turned to Oswald. How could you have such power? The female knight demanded. Another priest reacted more aggressively, gripping his scepter, faint light emanating from him as if ready to attack. You stole divine power. Blasphemer. Don't be so shocked. This isn't stolen power. My God granted it to me before vanishing, so I could one day wield it for vengeance. Oswald glanced at the furious priest, showing no intent to resist, only gazing at his palm with a sorrowful expression. The angry priests exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. All right. Our world is in ruins. Let's show some understanding. An elder shaman stood to calm the group, and the priests relented, stepping back. After the commotion, they sat back around the fire, their moods noticeably lighter. I haven't fully mastered this power, but I can create a zone where their spatial abilities won't work, Oswald stated, outlining his limits. That's enough. As long as those brats can't escape, the rest is simple. Good. Next, we need a plan to gather these wizard apprentices, the scarred knight commander said, tapping the table with a dull thud. We've contacted everyone we could and assembled many warriors. Over the years, we've learned their weaknesses. He spread out a crude map drawn on beast hide. Our scouts found that these intruders will recklessly charge for those glowing tokens. They've spent much time collecting tokens the wizards overlooked or left behind. With a wave, warriors poured a pile of shimmering tokens onto the ground. These are our bait. The commander's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. We'll scatter them across key areas, narrow valley entrances, forest edges, and deep caves. My plan is simple. Use these as bait to lure the apprentices. A small group of warriors will make first contact, drawing them deeper and draining their strength. Then, Oswald will set traps in ideal terrain to take them out one by one. Wizards' power is finite. They can't sustain those powerful spells for long, the shaman leader added. Once their energy is drained and their magic tools are depleted, they're no different from ordinary people. The first step is to reduce their numbers as much as possible. So even if they sense danger and group up, it'll be too late, the commander said darkly, his voice laced with malice. If needed, we can muster our full forces. With overwhelming numbers, We'll crush every apprentice in this plane like insects. For years, those wizards have plundered our plane. I want to take back everything, a young warrior added bitterly. Yes, we'll not only take revenge, but reclaim all that's ours. The council tense atmosphere ignited, everyone's eyes burning with vengeance. The only issue now is how to ensure the apprentices don't flee when they sense danger, but instead group up to fight, Oswald said softly, his words like a bucket of cold water. Until they enter my spatial lockdown zone, they hold the initiative. For that, we need two approaches, the commander mused. First, the bait must be tempting enough to spark their greed. We'll send more people to find these tokens. Second, we make them underestimate our strength, so they don't feel overly threatened. We can divide our warriors into clusters. Small groups handle ambushes and lures, while larger ones stay in reserve, ready to strike. Once we spot an apprentice, we attack immediately, the shaman leader said, slamming his bone staff on ground. We don't aim for quick wins, just to exhaust their strength and reap their lives. This way, they'll misjudge our numbers. With a concrete plan, the group discussed eagerly. Our goal, leave none alive. Finally, the scarred commander stood, his gaze sweeping over everyone, landing on the firelit map. This world will be their grave. The group erupted in cheers, but in the fervent atmosphere, Oswald's smile seemed eerily out of place. Jie Ming continued deeper into the wasteland covered in red ore. His main focus remained on searching for rare and unique material samples, paying little attention to the natives. While Jie Ming was engrossed in his treasure hunt, the battlefields across the limestone realm suddenly turned brutal. Quick, there's a high point token, a young apprentice shouted excitedly, pointing at the golden glow flickering on a withered tree ahead. The seven-member team cautiously approached. As unclaimed point tokens dwindled, the remaining ones were mostly placed near dangerous magical beasts. But these tokens carried higher values, representing greater rewards. Driven by greater rewards, lone apprentices began forming teams, while existing teams expanded by recruiting more members. These seven were considered little geniuses in the academy, and after days of grinding, their coordination was near flawless. However, the attack didn't come from a beast. Asterisk swish. 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 Asterisk. Dozens of arrows coated in fluorescent poison sliced through the air, shrieking as they shot from all directions. The arrows weren't ordinary metal, but some kind of bone, infused with faint, visible energy fluctuations. Scatter. Ambush, the team leader roared, swiftly raising an energy shield. But several apprentices were too slow to react, struck by the poison arrows. Their movements froze instantly, faces turning ashen as eerie totem patterns emerged on their bodies. Damn it, natives! From the bushes and rock crevices, dozens of armored native warriors charged, wielding metal spears. Their bodies swelled momentarily, muscles bulging, moving with astonishing speed, their eyes burning with vengeful fury. Attack! The apprentices reacted quickly, countering with fireballs and ice spikes the moment they realized the threat. But the natives didn't engage in prolonged combat. Like a wolf pack, they dashed in, threw spears and scattered, using the complex terrain to toy with the apprentices. Captain, my teleportation rune isn't working. A poisoned apprentice shouted in panic, the rune in his hand dim and unresponsive. My flight spell won't activate either. They have anti-air abilities. Panic erupted. Without their trump cards for escape, the apprentices were like caged beasts, slowly worn down under the natives' hunt. Metal spears tore through shields, poison arrows pierced magical defenses, and screams rose and fell, signaling the apprentices' defeat. Elsewhere, a four-member exploration team, venturing into an element-infused canyon, was cornered at the valley's bottom by a dozen heavily armored native knights wielding battle axes. Their armor resists our sorcery, an apprentice exclaimed, his fireball striking a knight and only sparking, leaving no scorch marks. Damn it, this world still has natives, another realized, dread setting in. The knights wasted no words, charging forward. The ground rumbled under their power, each leap carrying thunderous force. Boom! A water element shield shattered under a heavy axe, the apprentice behind it spitting blood as he was flung back. Retreat! Upward! The captain roared, activating his flight spell. But his body only rose a few meters before an invisible force pinned him down, preventing escape from the valley floor. Someone tried activating a ring, but it was useless. The space it's locked. The apprentices were utterly stunned. Their mana drained rapidly, and their potions couldn't keep up with their injuries. Panic and despair spread like wildfire in the blood-soaked canyon. Jie Ming was deep in a strange marshland. Beneath the mire lurked a peculiar fungus that absorbed elemental energy, an excellent research material that kept him lingering. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted from the marsh's depths. 4 hunters with bows and 2 armored knights leapt from the mud, spears aimed at Jie Ming. They had clearly been lying in wait for passing prey. Jie Ming stood curiously in place, holding a freshly picked mushroom, looking as if startled by the sudden attack. A knight roared, his spear whistling through the air toward Jie Ming's face. Buzz! A sturdy earthen yellow shield instantly formed around Jie Ming's body. Clang! The spear struck the shield, producing a sharp metallic ring, but the shield didn't budge. The recoil even staggered the knight. Another knight swung a massive axe at Jie Ming's waist, only to be repelled. But the real threat came next. 4 glowing arrows seized the moment to close in on his head. With a thought, Jie Ming's earthen shield shifted into a transparent wind membrane. The arrow's force was deftly redirected, whistling past him harmlessly. How is this possible? Shock flashed in the knight's eyes. Their vaunted strength and enhanced magical weapons were useless against this wizard. Jie Ming gave them no time to think. Asterisk swish, 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 asterisk, for fireballs, blazing with ferocious flames, locked onto the 6 natives. In a narrow marsh, the explosion's range engulfed them completely. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The deafening blasts echoed, flames soaring skyward, turning the marsh into a fiery hell. Mud splattered, and charred flesh flew. The natives didn't even have time to scream before the runic artifact's terrifying power consumed them, reducing them to ash. Jie Ming stepped forward, sifting through the marsh for remains. He picked up a few mud-stained metal armor fragments and dug out several relatively intact bone spears, scanning their residual energy with his analysis technique. These patterns, likely a primitive form of runes suited to this world. Quite valuable for reference, Jie Ming muttered, ignoring the blood-tinged air. From start to finish, he felt no danger. These natives were as fragile as children before him. But the frequency of these ambushes lately, this is the 3rd in 2 days. Is there a large settlement nearby, and they see me as a threat? Jie Ming noted the ambush's increasing frequency and improved coordination. I'll search around. If I find a settlement, I might learn more about these primitive runes. He stored the new materials and pressed deeper into the marsh. The natives' weakness left Jie Ming oblivious to the massive purge targeting all wizard apprentices unfolding across the realm. The Limestone Realm, once a primal and mysterious wilderness, had become a brutal hunting ground. The natives' coalition displayed organization and intelligence far beyond the Norn Academy apprentices' expectations. They weren't just scattered tribes, but trained hunters. Every trap and ambush targeted the apprentices' weaknesses. Damn it, it's those natives. Any recovery potions left? My mental energy's almost gone. What the hell? Why isn't my escape ring working? We can't escape. Desperate cries echoed across the Limestone Realm. As traps took their toll, the apprentices found themselves hunted. Native hunters, cloaked in camouflage hides, wielded poison-coated bones, spears, and arrows, striking silently like vipers. Masters of the terrain, they used point tokens or rare materials as bait, ambushing apprentices when their guard was down. A single volley of surprise poison arrows could paralyze or slow the inexperienced apprentices. The native warriors that followed, fueled by explosive enhancement powers, moved with blinding speed, their metal spears piercing apprentices' bodies before shields could be raised. Many scattered apprentice teams were caught off guard in the initial ambushes. Their trusted flight spells and escape rings failed under strange spatial fluctuations. Without their escape tools, they were like caged beasts, worn down by the natives' relentless hunt. Communication artifacts buzzed with intermittent distress signals, soon falling silent. Shield energies down to 10%. My staff's out of uses, damn it. Why are these natives so resilient? In a narrow canyon, an 8-member apprentice team, backed against a rock wall, struggled to fend off native knights' charges. Their artifacts' energy drained rapidly, shields cracking under strain and shattering. Potions dwindled visibly, and mental exhaustion from intense combat overwhelmed them, slowing their spells and weakening their sorcery. These were senior apprentices who scoffed at the newbies and natives after hearing distress broadcasts. With an extra 5 years of training, these combat-focused seniors had deeply studied offensive and defensive sorcery. Though they couldn't yet independently construct spell models, they were far stronger than the newcomers. They were confident in handling ambushes, and early encounters with weak native squads validated their belief. Successful skirmishes made them overlook the danger, unknowingly leading them deeper into traps. Now these seniors were pale, sweating coldly. Despite combat training, they had never faced a true life-or-death war of attrition like this. Compared to their current plight, the Academy's combat tests were child's play. Each spell could easily end a native's life, and enemy corpses piled high. Yet more kept coming. Asterisk, why aren't they afraid? Asterisk, why don't they retreat? Asterisk, their past confidence eroded under relentless pressure, replaced by visible fatigue and anxiety. Captain, how much longer can we hold out? A young female apprentice asked, voice trembling. Her mental energy was depleted, forcing her to rely on physical weapons, but her swordsmanship was feeble against the ferocious, armored knights. Besides their team, several others in the area were drawn by a dazzling pile of point tokens in the valley. But now, under the natives' relentless assaults, the apprentices abandoned solo strategies, grouping in defensible terrains like high cliffs or narrow caves. They formed temporary alliances, barely holding defensive lines against wave after wave of native attacks. Yet, each clash saw apprentices fall. Injuries mounted, potions ran dry, and despair loomed like a dark cloud over their hearts. Without exception, as the last apprentice's mental energy was exhausted, the valley's battle cries ceased, leaving only a hellish scene of blood. Though the losses were heavy for the natives, it was a bearable price for vengeance. As time passed, more apprentices fell into traps. The entire wasteland became a purgatory of blood and despair. Yet, in this war, there were exceptions. Geniuses emerged, breaking through the natives' traps and making names for themselves on the battlefield. Two shone brightest, like radiant stars piercing the grim sky. Miss Augusta, the Academy's darling with a 9th-grade lightning element talent, led her team across the plain, invincible, as if no one could stand in her way. Her power was like a god of lightning descending, each strike accompanied by devastating thunder. These insects think numbers will win? Foolish. Augusta's slender fingers flicked, and a torrent of blazing white lightning roared forth like an enraged dragon. Hundreds of meters away, native ambushers, along with their hidden runes and mental disrupting totems, were vaporized in the violent thunder, leaving scorched trails snaking across the ground. Clad in light lightning armor, she flickered across the battlefield, each advance precisely striking the natives' weak points. Knights attempting to surround her were pierced by writhing lightning serpents before they could close in, reduced to charred husks. As Miss Augusta's fame grew, the native coalition took notice, setting traps specifically for her, some deemed certain kills. Once, they turned a canyon into a massive magnetic interference zone, burying runes for chain explosions underground and suspending cursed totems in the air to weaken wizard powers, with hundreds of elite armored knights and shamans poised to overwhelm her with numbers and terrain. Petty tricks. Augusta merely sneered, and a violent thunder tore through everything. She summoned a towering lightning pillar that pierced the heavens, obliterating the ground's rune array and shattering the aerial totems. Her body surged with lightning, transforming into an uncatchable bolt that tore through the ambush force with unstoppable force. Where the lightning passed, only scorched earth and trembling natives remained. She barely spared a glance for the defeated natives, her eyes fixed on her next target, a high-value point token. To her, these natives were mere nuisances obstructing her path to glory. In stark contrast to Augusta's thunderous might was Horn. This genius with 8th-level talent displayed a suffocating defense and counterattack ability, standing like an unshakable mountain, firmly guarding every inch of ground he chose. Brace yourselves, they're coming. The team he led transformed the surrounding earth elements to their advantage wherever they went. Thick stone shields withstood the charge of heavy cavalry, while towering stone pillars disrupted the formations of the native forces. Horn himself was like a moving fortress, his hands conjuring massive fists of rock that shattered a group of knights daring to approach, armor and all, with a single blow. The natives once tried luring him into an underground cave with a trap, planning to detonate the rock layers and bury him alive. Yet, Horn merely stomped his foot, forcibly calming the surging earth elements below, stabilizing the cave structure with an earth element shield. He even turned the subterranean tremors against them, disorienting the ambushers into chaos. Then, wielding his colossal stone fists, he unleashed a pulse of earth-shaking force, effortlessly counterattacking and crushing them all. Augusta and Horn, like two sharp blades, relentlessly carved through the native coalition's defenses. Their exploits spread like legends among the apprentices, each report of a desperate counterattack, boosting the morale of their peers. Gradually, the communication artifacts no longer carried cries for help, but instead buzzed with the latest news of Augusta and Horn breaking through encirclements. Lady Augusta breached another native blockade. She's too strong. She doesn't even seem like an apprentice. Young Master Horn and his team crushed a native knight order head-on. Those knights couldn't budge him an inch. With them around, these natives are nothing. Unknowingly, the wizard apprentice's fear of the natives transformed into a strange excitement. They no longer saw the natives as life-threatening enemies, but as a massive target to test their strength and earn merits. They began eagerly comparing Augusta and Horn's achievements, speculating which genius would ultimately dominate this trial and claim victory. Limestone Realm. In the secret camp of the native coalition, inside a massive tent, the atmosphere was heavy yet tinged with the excitement of scheming. A beast-hide map marked the movements of the wizard apprentices and the locations of traps set by the natives. Progress is smooth, a young knight commander said in a low voice, his finger tracing over areas marked as cleared on the map. These outsiders are more gullible than we expected. They're too confident in their power and underestimate us. The spatial lockdown barrier is taking effect, cutting off their escape routes, Priest Oswald said with an emotionless calm. Once dragged into our designated battlefield, their witchcraft becomes a consumable resource. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Through continuous intelligence, they precisely track the apprentices' movements and energy expenditure. The apprentices who survived the initial ambushes were like lambs herded into a preset slaughterhouse, inching toward their doom. The high-grade wizard tools the apprentices prided themselves on were rapidly depleting in battle, their potion reserves dwindling, and their mental strength unable to sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. They were like a fire running low on fuel, blazing fiercely but inevitably fading. Especially those few apprentices who recently shone in battle, Augusta's thunderous storms, Hornstone Fortress, and other rising geniuses. Their strength cost the native coalition dearly, but also provided highly precise intelligence. That one skilled in lightning attacks. Augusta, a shaman rasped, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Her thunder can destroy our totem arrays, and she's too fast for our warriors to catch. The one who commands the earth, Horn, is also troublesome. His defenses are too strong. Our physical strikes have little effect. We need higher-level magic to break through, another knight commander added. These people need to be accounted for. On the Beasthide map, special symbols marked various points, not just for Augusta and Horn, but also for other geniuses who had recently gained fame on the battlefield. These symbols detailed their activity zones and combat styles. The ordinary apprentices, easily dispatched, weren't even worth their attention. Only by eliminating these shining geniuses could they truly strike at the wizard's core, a true retaliation. Yet, in this sea of clear intelligence, one area stood out for its lack of specific information. The northwest corner of the map, originally marked as heavily ambushed with high-level magical beasts, had recently gone eerily silent. It was like a black hole swallowing all prying eyes. The anomaly in this area naturally sparked debate among the native leaders. The scout team sent there lost contact. The assassination squad didn't return either, despite orders to split into two groups, one overt, one covert, for investigation. We sent 3 vanguard units, including 30 elite knights and 2 mid-tier shamans. All lost contact. No distress signals. In the meeting hall, the air of control shattered, replaced by unease and irritation. This should be impossible. With our arrangements, some information should have come back. Even if they encountered the strongest beast horde or were defeated by those 2 geniuses, someone would have escaped to report. A young knight, responsible for intelligence, frowned. This complete silence sent chills down his spine. Based on the current situation, the battle traces in that area are abnormal. It's not typical beast combat or the usual witchcraft destruction. The entire area has been reduced to scorched earth, as if plowed by endless flames. Even the remains of beasts and our forces were burned. I suggest we wait for Priest Ant and Knight Commander Rurals to return before finalizing plans, the young knight proposed. Ant and Rurals were the coalition's top leaders, their combined strength rivaling what the wizards called a first-rank formal wizard. This time, they led over 100 elite warriors to investigate that eerie region. No, the earlier knight commander rejected firmly. The front lines are retreating, and those wizard apprentices are drunk on victory, starting to gather on their own. This is our best chance for a full assault. If we miss it and they scatter or grow wary, our plan will be much harder to execute. Exactly. Sacrificing clear gains for an unknown enemy is unwise. Ant and Rurals are strong enough to handle that area and join us later. Despite the young knight's gnawing unease, the other leader's insistence forced him to relent. He chose to trust in Ant and Rural's strength, their legend of being undefeated. He believed that with those 2 leaders and 100 elite knights, any enemy could be crushed. Meanwhile, in the unknown region marked by the native leaders, on a wasteland of layered ash and unrecognizable debris, Jie Ming stood on the ground, surrounded by the acrid smell of scorched earth and lingering smoke. The landscape was a blackened expanse, as if cleansed by fire. This horrifying scene was his doing alone. How bizarre, Jie Ming muttered, frowning at the ashes beneath his feet. He had only been gathering materials when a large group of natives suddenly attacked, their numbers overwhelming, as if intent on drowning him. But it meant little to him. Jie Ming unleashed a saturated barrage of firepower, plowing through the natives and the area itself. His runic wizard tool displayed terrifying destructive power in the frenzied elemental environment, turning the place into a hellscape in mere minutes. Using analysis technique, he scanned the surrounding energy fluctuations and quickly locked onto a faint, lingering life signature. Approaching, Jie Ming found a native in full heavy armor, its craftsmanship and material far superior to those he'd encountered before. A leader, no doubt. But this leader was now only half a body, split vertically. Carefully confirming no danger with alchemy and analysis technique, Jie Ming crouched and lifted the charred, broken visor. Beneath was half a face scarred heavily, eyes burning with defiance and rage. The figure's mouth twitched, struggling to speak. A hoarse voice, thick with blood, rasped from what might no longer be a throat. Jie Ming tilted his head, trying to sense the other's mental fluctuations to understand. Unfortunately, the native's language and mental transmission were entirely alien to him, incomprehensible. He could only watch as the light in the figure's eyes faded, life slipping away. Muttering nonsense, probably not anything nice, Jie Ming grumbled, feeling unfairly scolded. Could there be a major native stronghold nearby? Did I cross their alert line and get mistaken for an invader? He wondered, puzzled. Talk about bad luck. I didn't have any bad intentions, though. I suppose I am an invader in this plane. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Deploying alchemy and analysis technique, Jie Ming suddenly fired several fireballs at a distant point. Boom! The distant explosion echoed. Approaching, he saw several charred bodies, faces frozen in terror. They were likely part of the native team, hiding at the rear. Unfortunately, Jie Ming had detected them. In this lifeless wasteland, Jie Ming's weakness in detection witchcraft was compensated. Alchemy traced material and soul fluctuations, while analysis technique caught subtle energy shifts. Together, they ensured no living presence in the wasteland could hide from him. At the other end of the limestone realm, in a temporary wizard apprentice camp, exhausted apprentices sat together, sharing newly acquired intelligence and potions. Despite their weary state, the camp's atmosphere lifted with a fresh piece of news. Did you hear? Words out, an apprentice whispered, eyes gleaming with excitement. The native coalition's leader base has been found. What? Their leaders? Real or fake? Where? They say it's in a hidden valley deep in the plain. A scouting wizard risked their life to send back the intel. The natives thought no one could find their headquarters. The news spread like wildfire, and the apprentices exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with varied emotions. The intelligence was too easily obtained, so easy that nearly every apprentice saw it for what it likely was, a trap. Yet, with Horn, Augusta, and other geniuses' stunning battlefield performances, the apprentices' view of the natives had shifted. They'd seen how effortlessly the geniuses broke through native blockades, crushing seemingly formidable knights and shamans. These examples, combined with the advancing front lines, fueled the apprentices' excitement, subconsciously diminishing the perceived threat of the natives. Even recognizing the trap, they weren't fazed. A trap? So what? With Lady Augusta and young Master Horn's strength, no trap can stop them. Exactly. The natives' traps might work on us ordinary apprentices, but those geniuses can rival formal wizards. The key is, since the Academy set the natives as our trial, killing their leaders will surely earn massive points. Greed for merits, blind faith in the geniuses, and underestimation of the enemy intertwined, driving the apprentices to a decision. Let's go. To that valley. Even if it's risky, following Lady Augusta and young Master Horn, we'll get a share of the spoils. For the promise of rewards, more and more apprentices gathered, coordinating and forming larger teams. Thousands of Norin Academy wizard apprentices, swept up in the blind confidence from their earlier false victories, poured into the valley identified by intelligence as the location of the native leaders. Their eyes gleamed with hunger for high scores and glorious achievements. Completely unaware, they were charging headlong into a hunter's carefully laid net. The dense magical beasts outside the valley posed no threat to the gathered apprentices, who swiftly crossed traps to enter its depths. Deep within, several native leaders clad in exquisite armor appeared in the apprentices' sights, backed by a seemingly small but heavily armed force of transcendent warriors. Enemies. Those must be the leaders from the intel. Watch the surroundings. There's likely an ambush. Activate shields first. Charge. Take down those leaders. The apprentices erupted in excited roars, led by Augusta and Horn, rushing toward the enemy with overwhelming momentum. Augusta crackled with lightning, moving like a bolt, while Horn summoned rolling stones beneath his feet, advancing like a wave of earth. Other apprentices unleashed their witchcraft, elemental torrents converging in the valley, targeting the distant foes. But at the moment the two forces were about to clash, a sudden change erupted. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Countless black shadows sprang from the previously silent hillsides. A massive, suffocating number of native warriors, clad in beast hides or woven grass, gripped longbows or throwing spears. These soldiers, camouflaged by hides and grass, had concealed their life signatures with the power of priests and shamans, perfectly evading the apprentices' less than precise detection. Loose arrows, with a low roar infused with ancient shamanic chants, tens of thousands of native warriors on the hillsides drew their bows in unison. In an instant, a dense rain of arrows descended upon the apprentices in the valley. These were no ordinary arrows. The natives had poured all their resources into this battle. Each arrow was imbued with enhanced shamanic and priestly spells, their tips crafted from special minerals or biological materials, capable of piercing energy shields. Such anti-magic arrows were once exclusive to the kingdom's elite knight orders as trump cards, but in this valley ambush, even common soldiers carried several. The air filled with the sounds of whistling, collisions, and tearing. The apprentices' shields crumbled under the arrow rain, shattering one after another. Some apprentices, caught off guard, were pierced by arrows and fell in pools of blood. Even those with active protective artifacts felt a powerful force penetrate their shields, disrupting their mental energy and scattering their formation. The natives' trap was simple, brutally straightforward. Yet, their overwhelming numbers and unexpected attack delivered devastating results. The apprentices, who thought themselves fully prepared, were instantly plunged into a dire disadvantage. Scatter. Find cover. Damn it, why are there so many? Retreat. Get out of here. Without unified command, the apprentices fled in panic, trying to escape the arrow rain's range. My flight spell, it's blocked again. When did they set this up? There was nothing when we entered the valley. Damn it, why is the spatial lockdown so massive? Desperate cries echoed. From previous ambushes, the apprentices had gauged spatial lockdowns to cover less than 50 meters, escapable with enough distance. But in this valley, Priest Oswald, at the cost of draining his own power, had set a lockdown spanning a terrifying kilometer in diameter. Combined with shamans exhausting their reserves and sacrificing ancestral totems to instantly deploy an ultra-wide anti-flight barrier, the apprentices were trapped. Their predictions were correct. There would be traps, anti-flight spells, and spatial lockdowns. But their intelligence from prior battles had grossly underestimated the trap's danger. No way up, no way down, the apprentices were utterly cornered. Even Augusta and Horn, the brightest geniuses, seemed powerless against this sudden disadvantage. The native coalition, armed with prior intelligence, had prepared targeted countermeasures. An elite squad, equipped with special material armor and shamanic curses, entangled the lightning-fast Augusta, weakening her thunder and limiting her mobility. Another group, wielding armor-piercing weapons and unique spells, relentlessly targeted Horn, chipping away at his vaunted defenses. The apprentices' formation collapsed entirely, retreating under the dual assault of arrow rain and charging melee natives, the valley's ground stained red with blood. At a temporary command post above the valley, several native coalition leaders watched the wizards below, slaughtered like lambs, with exhilaration. Priest Oswald's face was pale as paper, his body visibly weakened, sweating profusely. The cost of the massive spatial lockdown had nearly drained his life force and divine gifts. We did it. We succeeded. The young knight commander's eyes blazed with fervor. Those foolish outsiders thought they could trample our world. The shaman leader grinned savagely. Grateful gazes turned to Oswald. Though the cost was steep, his ultra-wide spatial lockdown was the key to this victory. Lord Oswald, your efforts were invaluable. Thanks to you, we'll wipe out these wretched wizards. Oswald weakly shook his head, saying nothing, his gaze fixed below. The young knight commander wasted no time, barking orders. All forces attack. Give them no respite. Crush them. Nearly 10,000 elite native warriors surged down the slopes like a tide, engaging the remaining apprentices in a bloody melee. Relying on a massive stone fortress Horn had painstakingly conjured, some apprentices made a final stand, but it was merely the struggle of cornered beasts. They had no escape. Meanwhile, at Norn Academy's teleportation array plaza, a massive light screen overhead displayed events in the Limestone realm. Split into multiple feeds, it broadcasted the apprentices' actions in real time. The more attention a feed drew, the larger it appeared. Around the plaza, a group of dejected wizard apprentices stood. They looked battered, some still bearing bloodstains, others with traces of severed necks or missing limbs. Yet no matter how battered, their bodies were now whole. These were the unlucky ones killed in the native ambushes. Beyond its apparent function of allowing mental-activated plane departure, the teleportation ring hid another power, forcibly teleporting the user out at the brink of death, leaving a broken artificial body behind as a decoy. This was the true power of a high-ranking wizard, an escapability far beyond the crude, spatial lockdown Oswald had cast in the Limestone realm. The surface-level departure ability was merely another test for the apprentices. Choosing to retreat in danger preserved their scores, but falling into a desperate situation and triggering the forced escape meant true elimination. Wizards didn't scorn failure. Every wizard's learning process was rife with it. Failure wasn't shameful if it yielded lessons. Even admitting defeat could reflect keen insight. What wizards truly despised were those lacking self-awareness or unable to read the situation. The former might suffer setbacks, but could rise with lessons learned, while the latter caused massive losses and harmed others' interests. Periodically, a flash of light appeared at the plaza's center, and another unlucky soul materialized. Initially agitated and wary, they soon recognized the towering plaza structures, the defeated faces of others, and the overhead screen, realizing their fate. Red-faced, these new survivors joined the group of failures. They knew they'd lost their trial eligibility. Buzz. With a tremble in the air, another forcibly ejected apprentice appeared. Quickly grasping the situation, he trudged to the group of failures, panting with lingering fear. Composing himself, he looked up at the screen. To his surprise, two feeds dominated. One, unsurprisingly, showed the bloody valley where apprentices and natives waged a brutal war. The scene was grim, with witchcraft glows and arrow torrents intertwining as apprentices retreated. But the other dominant feed showed a starkly different scene. A blackened, desolate land, devoid of fierce combat, with a seemingly ordinary lone apprentice strolling leisurely. Who's this guy? Why is his feed so big? Some high-ranking wizard's kid getting a special broadcast? The unlucky apprentice asked a senior who'd been there longer. The senior's dejected face twisted into a strange expression, a mix of frustration and anticipation, like watching a clueless newcomer. You'll see, the senior rasped meaningfully. Puzzled but curious, the apprentice turned to the lone apprentice's feed. Soon, countless black shadows surged onto the desolate land. 100-strong, well-equipped native army, likely reinforcements heading to the valley. Spotting the lone apprentice, they seemed surprised but quickly moved to encircle him. The unlucky apprentice's heart clenched, fearing for the lone figure. Such an ambush would challenge even geniuses like Augusta or Horn. He expected the apprentice to flee or fight desperately, only to be forcibly teleported out. But what followed left him dumbfounded. On the screen, the unremarkable apprentice didn't even pause. With a casual wave, death descended. Raging flames engulfed the entire army. No blades, no strategy, just pure, overwhelming power unleashed. Hundreds of transcendent natives didn't last an instant, reduced to ashes. The land became scorched earth, flames roiling like divine punishment. It wasn't a battle. It was a massacre, a one-sided, effortless slaughter. The apprentice stared, mouth agape, speechless. He hadn't even seen how the apprentice did it, as if space around him collapsed, spewing hellish flames. Glancing at the senior's amused look, he understood the mix of seasoned resignation and shared awe. "The gap between people is huge, isn't it?" the senior said, patting his shoulder with a sage-like calm, like a dried-out fish. The apprentice wanted to ask who this figure was, how he was so powerful, why the natives were like ants before him. But the shock choked him, leaving him breathless. Just then, a faint glow flickered, and another battered apprentice was ejected from the limestone realm, eyes dazed with post-death fear and confusion, mirroring his own reaction. Seeing the newcomer's puzzled gaze at the screen, the apprentice smiled faintly, sidling up and gently patting their shoulder, just as he'd been treated. "You'll see," he said softly, feeling their wary, questioning stare. Jie Ming was somewhat perplexed. For days, elemental fluctuations had been emanating from that direction. As time passed, the fluctuations grew fiercer, and even from a vast distance, Jie Ming could sense their unusual intensity. Since his goal in this trial was to develop and test his runic wizard tool, he hadn't planned to collaborate with other apprentices and naturally hadn't purchased a communication artifact. Thus, he was unsurprisingly clueless about what was happening. No matter, curiosity could be satisfied by seeing for himself. After days of testing, Jie Ming was confident in his runic tool's combat power, believing ordinary apprentices posed no threat. If something major was happening, he could observe without getting involved. Decision made, Jie Ming adjusted his course toward the fluctuation source. Maintaining a hunter's mindset, he swept the surroundings with alchemy and analysis technique, collecting materials that piqued his interest. As he neared the area, he caught sight of several disheveled figures. A few wizard apprentices, pale and stumbling, their robes tattered, magical shields flickering like candles in the wind. Behind them, 100-strong native squad pursued relentlessly. This squad, clad in superior armor and weapons, exuded potent, enhanced power, clearly an elite unit. "Run! They're catching up! Damn it! My mental energy's failing. Just escape their spatial lockdown range, and we can leave." Amid chaotic shouts, some apprentices burst forward with sudden speed, vanishing as their forms twisted. They'd likely activated their teleportation rings. Only 2 unlucky apprentices remained, drained of trump cards or mental energy, unable to shake their pursuers. Desperate roars echoed as they staggered, nearing collapse. The native soldiers' eyes gleamed with bloodlust, their spears and axes closing in. Jie Ming frowned, sensing a familiar energy signature on the pursuers, kin to the ambushers he'd faced before. Judging by the apprentices' escape direction, they'd fled from the fluctuation source. Curious, Jie Ming acted decisively. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. Several fireballs shot silently from his fingertips, locking onto the leading natives with searing heat. The transcendent natives didn't even scream before being consumed, reduced to twisted charcoal. More fireballs followed like a storm, engulfing the remaining pursuers. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Relentless explosions wiped out most of the squad in an instant. The lagging pursuers and the 2 apprentices, caught off guard, were dazed by the shockwaves. The surviving natives froze in terror, unable to pinpoint the attack source as their comrades fell lifeless. The horrifying scene spurred them to flee. Rumble. The ground trembled, and a dozen massive stone spikes erupted, impaling the remaining natives. Using alchemy to control matter for attacks is still a bit lacking, Jie Ming muttered, landing slowly and approaching the surviving apprentices. From attack to end, the process took less than 10 seconds. The menacing pursuit squad was erased by Jie Ming's casual strike, leaving no survivors. The 2 fleeing apprentices stood frozen, staring at the fallen natives and Jie Ming approaching leisurely, as if he'd merely swatted flies. Their faces were etched with disbelief. One stammered, speechless. Jie Ming ignored their shock, asking directly, "What happened over there?" "The elemental fluctuations are unusual." Snapping back, the apprentices hurriedly recounted the valley's events. A kilometer-wide spatial lockdown? Jie Ming's eyes flickered with interest. His analysis technique had previously detected a unique energy source on the natives, capable of disrupting space. But a lockdown this vast was unexpected. Achieving this would require at least a fourth-rank wizard, wouldn't it? Yet if the natives had a fourth-rank wizard, these apprentices wouldn't have lasted this long. Yes, we barely escaped the edges, thinking we were safe, but they had dedicated kill squads, the apprentices said, still shaken, cautiously eyeing Jie Ming. This figure, effortlessly wiping out an elite native squad, was no ordinary apprentice. Relieved he meant no harm, they thanked him, activated their teleportation rings, and left the limestone realm. A war? Sounds dangerous, Jie Ming mused, uninterested in getting involved. The fate of thousands of apprentices meant little to him. They were competitors in this trial. He cared more about the plane's valuable materials. Joining a large-scale war was too risky for meager rewards. Better to hunt for rare materials. Time to go, Jie Ming decided, turning to resume his treasure hunt. But while he didn't seek trouble, trouble found him. Moments after turning, his alchemy and analysis technique detected stronger life and energy signatures rapidly converging from multiple directions. Not one or two squads, but dozens encircling him. Among them were powerful knights and shamans, the native coalition's main force. He stopped, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. "What's this?" "They found me." Jie Ming frowned. He didn't recall leaving traces, and his prior encounters were handled cleanly, without alerting larger. Most importantly, he had only just arrived in this area. There was no reason he should have been discovered so soon. The only explanation was that the native coalition possessed some detection method beyond his expectations. Damn it, the detection range of alchemy is too limited. Attempting to activate his runic wizard tool for flight, Jie Ming's expression darkened when he realized the surrounding area was under an anti-flight restriction. Alchemy and analysis technique, after all, weren't specialized detection witchcraft. Even with his 6-layer chi refinement cultivation, their maximum detection radius was only about 100 meters. The advantage was their precision in analyzing energy and materials, making them ideal for scavenging resources. The downside, however, was evident now. If the enemy was prepared, they could encircle him unnoticed. "Damn it, I'll study detection witchcraft when I get out." Jie Ming's tone was laced with irritation. Being hunted on such a massive, premeditated scale sparked a surge of anger within him. Jie Ming wasn't one to revel in slaughter or harm the innocent, but neither was he someone who'd tolerate being bullied. Since they'd come knocking, there was nothing more to say. He exhaled slowly, his expression turning icy. "Want to kill me? Fine. If you want to fight, I'll give you one." Activating his mobility runic wizard tool. Though flight was restricted, it still bore inscriptions for light body technique. His form blurred into a shadow, charging toward the native coalition's weakest flank, where life's signatures were sparsest. He could sense more enemies converging from further out. Breaking through would be easy, but Jie Ming wasn't about to let them off lightly. If the earlier ambushes could be called accidents, this was them spitting in his face. He had to return the favor. Merely eliminating this small group was pointless, and charging their main force was suicidal. Jie Ming knew that to disrupt a legion of this scale single-handedly, he needed to scatter their formations, sabotage their supplies, and dismantle their command structure. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. A torrent of fireballs poured from his hands, effortlessly clearing the enemies before him and breaking out of the encirclement. Over the next few days, Jie Ming moved like a phantom along the edges of the intense battlefield. On the battlefield, the low energy consumption and near-infinite usability of his runic wizard tools were amplified to their fullest. As long as the core materials remained intact and the surrounding elemental energy kept up with consumption, he could unleash a flood of witchcraft in a short time, like a mobile artillery platform. Using the mobility runic tool for blinding speed to approach enemies, he deflected arrows and spell attacks with his defensive runic tool. Most crucially, he used his attack runes for precise strikes on the native coalition's key points, shamans in distinctive garb, commanding officers, and supply caravans. Often, he simply hovered far in the sky, unleashing indiscriminate, saturated firepower on the densest native formations until his runic tools overheated, then swiftly withdrew. To counter the natives' unknown detection methods, Jie Ming adopted no fixed tactics, acting on whim. Like a mad artist splashing paint on a canvas, each stroke carried devastating power. His overwhelming strength soon sowed chaos and fear among the native coalition. What is that? A wizard? How is this possible? How many spells has he cast? Why hasn't his mental energy run out? Stop him. The flanks in disarray. The natives had never seen a wizard capable of such relentless spell casting. Their tactics relied on attrition, exploiting wizards' limited mental energy. But Jie Ming's appearance shattered their understanding. His figure darted along the battlefield's edges, each flicker accompanied by explosions and fallen natives. Their meticulously crafted hunting net developed massive holes in the face of this unexpected phantom. In the Limestone Realm's valley, a desperate atmosphere coiled like a cold serpent around the trapped Norn Academy apprentices. The natives' arrow rain and night charges left them gasping, their wizard tools' energy screeching to depletion, potion bottles shattering one by one, unable to halt the dual exhaustion of mental and willpower. Augusta and Horn, the two geniuses once pinned with high hopes, were now entangled by the natives' targeted tactics and numerical advantage, struggling in their own predicaments. Like mighty trees in a storm, they stood resilient but were steadily eroded. Yet, just as the apprentices' defenses teetered on collapse, a dazzling light pierced the valley's gloom. "Look, over there!" someone shouted, and many apprentices instinctively looked up, soon catching crude images shared through detection tools, seeing a direction beyond the valley's edge. The sight before them made them forget their pain and fear of death. A godlike figure rampaged through the native coalition's flanks and rear. With no fixed path, darting left, right, forward, back, he was too fast to track. Each pause unleashed a cataclysmic flood of elemental power. Fireballs fell like meteor showers, reducing native formations to scorched earth, their terrifying density and persistence defying all understanding of wizardly power. What is that? Such strong elemental fluctuations. Just one person. The apprentices were stunned. They'd never seen anyone sustain such high-level witchcraft endlessly, as if their mental energy was infinite. The natives' numerical advantage seemed feeble before this force. The valley's outer native forces were thrown into disarray, their arrow rain on the valley thinning as their flanks suffered massive casualties. It was hope. In their desperation, they saw a glimmer of survival. Someone's helping us. Is it support from the Academy? No way support is just one person. Whoever it is, while he's drawing their fire, counterattack. The trapped apprentices' spirits lifted. Seizing the natives' brief chaos and troop adjustments, they shored up their crumbling defenses and mounted a shaky counterattack. In the native coalition's command post, the earlier excitement gave way to tension and fury. The flanks lost. Heavy casualties. Damn it, who is that guy? We can't pin down his position. The knight commander glared at the map, at the blackened areas plowed by that figure, his face ashen. Their proud ambush plan was utterly disrupted by this sudden variable. This wizard was a sharp thorn piercing their net. Redirect forces. Spare no cost. Encircle and eliminate him, he barked. Large numbers of native troops peeled off from the valley encirclement, converging on Jie Ming's area. They aimed to use their numerical advantage and tighter encirclement to force the wizard into a mistake. Elite squads with special magical artifacts and totems were dispatched in all directions to predict and intercept Jie Ming's movements. At the battlefield's center, Jie Ming keenly sensed the shifting pressure. More coming, he noted, eyeing the natives surging from all sides. Unfortunately, sheer numbers were useless against him. Well-versed in guerrilla tactics, he cycled multiple mobility runic tools, never lingering too long in one spot. Yet, as Jie Ming reveled in this one-sided hunt, dismantling the native coalition's outer defenses, trouble brewed within the valley. The trapped apprentices' defenses finally collapsed. Despite Jie Ming drawing most of the firepower, the native forces inside the valley remained numerous and disciplined. Realizing Jie Ming's threat, the natives abandoned restraint, launching frenzied assaults. Shamans collectively unleashed curses and weakening spells on Hornstone Fortress, while knights braved witchcraft barges, charging relentlessly, their axes and warhammers pounding Horn's defenses with deafening roars. The squads targeting Augusta grew even more desperate, trading lives to suppress her strongest bursts. Crack! On the light screen, a massive fissure split Horn's struggling stone fortress. Buzz! Augusta's lightning armor flickered, clearly under immense strain. The native commander seized the moment, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Full assault. All forces charge. Ignore the outsider. Prioritize wiping out the wizards inside, the knight commander roared. The native coalition's main force, long held in reserve, surged like unleashed tigers, charging the apprentice's final defenses with murderous intent. Having cleared the last batch of enemies, Jie Ming paused, his gaze locking onto the despair-shrouded valley. Lingering at the battle's edges, he clearly sensed the shifting dynamics. Something was wrong in the valley, prompting the natives' reckless push. Their retreat suggested their goal was achieved, but Jie Ming was far from satisfied. Think you can hit and run? What am I, a public restroom? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He changed direction, activating his mobility runic tool. No longer circling the valley's edge, he shot toward its entrance like a cannonball. Spotting the valley's intense elemental fluctuations from afar, Jie Ming pushed his mobility runic tool to its limit. The runes spun furiously, wrapping him in raging energy. His trajectory cut a near right-angle path, rocketing straight to the battlefield skies at terrifying speed. Before ascending, he activated alchemy. Under invisible forces, massive rocks broke from the ground, floating around him. Jie Ming, with the rocks in tow, soared over a kilometer high, far beyond the limits of apprentice-level flight spells. Without light body technique, this would have been impossible. At this altitude, the mobility runic tool, at full power, would overheat in under a minute. But Jie Ming had prepared for the trial, crafting 10 spare mobility and attack runes each. Cycling them at peak output, he let overheated ones cool while activating the next, maintaining stable flight at this unimaginable height. He chose this altitude to evade the natives' ground-based anti-flight and spatial restrictions while minimizing incoming attacks. The valley's apprentices watched, stunned, as the figure wreaking havoc on the outskirts suddenly rocketed skyward like a madman. What's he doing? Is he crazy? Flight spells can't handle that height. He's asking to die. Is he escaping? Shock and confusion rippled through the apprentices. But Jie Ming's intent was neither escape nor suicide. On the contrary, he planned to face the natives head-on. This distance exceeded the precision range of apprentice-level attack spells, making targeted strikes difficult. But Jie Ming didn't need precision. Positioned above the entire valley, nearly over the native coalition's heads, all he needed was to rain destruction downward. Since he was going all in, Jie Ming held nothing back. He unhooked the remaining pendants from his belt, retrieving all his attack runic tools. Having lost one to testing earlier, 9 remained, now floating behind him under alchemy's influence. As the runes activated, they absorbed endless elemental energy, forming a fiery red ring behind him, radiating staggering power. His defensive wizard tool activated simultaneously 3 vibrant energy shields, earthy yellow, flowing cyan, raging red, encircling him like iron walls. The rocks he'd brought aloft morphed into 4 massive stone shields, orbiting above, below, and to his sides, blocking potential attacks from below or the flanks. All was ready. Jie Ming's mind entered a state of intense focus, his vast mental energy flooding into the runic array behind him. Asterisk buzz. 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 Asterisk. The runic tools vibrated in unison, unleashing a torrential flood of witchcraft upon the native coalition below. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. 12 fireballs screamed down, trailing long fiery tails, crashing into the dense native formations below. In an instant, Jie Ming's mind shifted to the next set of runic tools. Asterisk buzz. 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 Asterisk. Another 12 fireballs. A moment later, the third set activated. Asterisk buzz. 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 Asterisk. Yet another 12 fireballs. With his immense mental strength and terrifying calculation ability, even while maintaining shields and flight, Jie Ming could activate 3 fireball runes at once, each unleashing 4 fireballs per cycle at peak output. He divided the 9 attack runes into 3 groups, cycling them. This meant, theoretically, he could bombard below at a horrifying rate of 36 fireballs per second. Such millisecond precision switching was a massive test of his mental and computational capacity. But with mental strength far surpassing other apprentices, he sustained this hellish output rhythm. This was a level of firepower unimaginable to ordinary apprentices, an endless, unrelenting torrent of witchcraft. Below, the native coalition's full assault had just begun, their momentum poised to crush the apprentices' final defenses. But instead of feeble resistance, they met death from above. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Explosions roared incessantly, the ground trembling under countless fireballs. Flames soared, painting the valley blood red. The intense heat vaporized soil and vegetation, leaving scorched pits. The natives' prized, dense formations collapsed instantly under this indiscriminate barrage. Their metal armor twisted and melted, their bodies reduced to ash in the terrifying heat. The arrow rain ceased. Night charges halted, shaman chants faltered. Fear spread like a virus among the natives. They'd faced apprentice witchcraft with numbers and coordination, but this endless, skyborne destruction shattered their courage. No, what is this? Run. It's a calamity. Panic, despair, hysteria. Natives fell in droves, their defenses crumbling like sandcastles. The commander's roars drowned in the explosions, any attempt to rally crushed by the next wave of fireballs. The runic tools, under intense use, began to strain. The fireball runes behind Jie Ming glowed red-hot, their surfaces runes faintly warping. The high-intensity output risked overload at any moment, but his rapid cycling gave them brief cooling periods, barely sustaining the loop. Simultaneously, the high-altitude elemental energy was quickly depleted. The air above Jie Ming visibly distorted, forming a near vacuum of thin elemental energy, reducing his spell's power. He activated his mobility rune, shifting his array to a new element-rich area, resuming the bombardment. He danced across the sky, a reaper whose every step brought wails and death below. The native coalition had never faced such relentless, high-density firepower. Some might have witnessed high-ranking wizards annihilate armies or kingdoms, but those felt like distant nightmares, unreal. Jie Ming's power, though less than a high-ranking wizard's, was far more tangible, making its terror visceral. Their tactics, courage, and numbers meant nothing against this unending barrage. Some tried to counterattack, but gathering too many drew his focus. Most attacks were dodged effortlessly, the rest blocked by his quadruple defenses. Moreover, the trapped valley apprentices weren't idle. Unable to mount effective counterattacks and caught between sky and ground assaults, the natives broke. Soldiers threw down weapons, screaming as they fled. Officers and shamans trying to restore order were soon swallowed by merciless fireballs. The valley became a fiery hell, a graveyard for the natives. Jie Ming watched coldly from above, his witchcraft torrent unrelenting until no living, moving natives remained. Single-handedly, with the transcendent power of his runic tools, he crushed the entire native coalition. The trapped apprentices didn't pursue excessively. Confirming their safety, they stared dumbfounded at the figure above and the scorched battlefield below, speechless. Their despair vanished, replaced by overwhelming awe and reverence. In truth, thousands of apprentices, under unified command, could unleash destruction surpassing Jie Ming's. But these clever apprentices wouldn't easily follow another's lead. Without coordination, their single-round bursts might outshine Jie Ming's, but they couldn't sustain it, often wasting firepower. Sensing the anti-flight restriction fade, Jie Ming descended slowly. Upon landing, he felt countless gazes upon him. "What are you staring at?" Jie Ming, exasperated, looked at the apprentices gawking instead of chasing the fleeing enemy. "They're getting away. Go after them." "Huh. Oh, right." Though technically peers, every apprentice who heard him instinctively flinched, hurriedly pursuing the scattered natives. Among them, two groups stood out, their emotions distinct, centered around the trial's former brightest stars, Augusta and Horn. Jie Ming noticed their odd gazes, instinctively glancing their way. Feeling Jie Ming's gaze, Augusta gritted her teeth in frustration but adhered to noble etiquette, offering Jie Ming a respectful bow of thanks before swiftly departing the valley with her followers. On the other side, Horn gave Jie Ming a friendly nod, exchanged a few words with his own followers, and left the area as well. Strange people, perplexed by their stares, Jie Ming shrugged, unbothered by their actions. Instead, he turned his attention to his collection of talisman artifacts, inspecting them with a hint of reluctance. The high-intensity battle had taken its toll. All his offensive talisman artifacts and most of his flight talismans were too damaged to use. While he still had plenty of defensive talismans, relying solely on alchemy technique for attacks felt lacking. What a pity they're all ruined. Looks like I'll have to withdraw. As Jie Ming pondered whether to leave immediately or linger in this plane for a few more days, he froze. A message came through his ring. The trial is over. Everyone, prepare to be teleported out. Well, that settles it. Jie Ming reattached his damaged talisman artifacts to his belt, hefted the oversized beast-hide sack beside him, nearly as large as himself, and stood silently, waiting. Other wizard apprentices also received the message, halting their pursuit of the natives. Some, unwilling to let their prey escape so easily, began charging up for one final, devastating attack before departure. Regardless of their reactions, when the designated time arrived, a shimmering white light enveloped everyone. Their figures rippled like water and vanished from the Limestone Realm. Outside the Limestone Realm, Norn Academy's teleportation plaza. The moment Jie Ming entered the battlefield, the once noisy plaza fell silent. His single-handed destruction of an entire army left the other apprentices' jaws dropping in disbelief. Bush Gorm. Everyone was a third-level wizard apprentice, so why was he so extraordinary? Were they even practicing the same transcendent power? If Augusta and Horn's strength was still within the apprentice's comprehension, Jie Ming's display of power was utterly unfathomable. The high-ranking wizard overseeing the trial watched the scene unfold on the light screen, a faint smile curling his lips. Glancing at the stunned apprentices, he nodded with satisfaction. With such a powerful benchmark, the survival rate of these two batches of students should improve significantly. Reflecting on this, the high-ranking wizard couldn't help but compare Jie Ming to himself in his younger days. What a monster! Jie Ming's genius reminded him of an old acquaintance, stirring a sigh in his heart. His strength is almost on par with that monster Clark from back then. Genius truly is an unreasonable existence. Limestone Realm, Blood-Colored Valley. The natives, who had been fleeing in panic, stopped after escaping some distance, realizing the pursuing wizard apprentices had mysteriously vanished. They paused, shaken, and remained vigilant for a long time before confirming the wizards were truly gone. The few remaining leaders, after ensuring their safety, led their battered forces back to a temporary camp. The plan had resulted in catastrophic losses, with the Allied army nearly annihilated. In the main tent, a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. The plan should have succeeded. The kingdom's knight commander clutched his chest, where a fireball from Jie Ming had left a charred wound. Our numbers, our traps, our spatial lockdown, everything was perfect. Why did it turn out like this? It was that monster. The shaman leader's voice trembled. He's on a completely different level from the other wizard apprentices. Could that be what a true wizard is? Or a god? How could he have endless mana? He alone destroyed everything. Seeing his frenzied state, the other leaders exchanged glances but didn't intervene, as they too were gripped by lingering fear. After venting, the group gradually calmed down. Even though these wizard apprentices have dispersed, there's no guarantee they won't invade again. We need to devise a way to counter them. The knight commander pulled out a map, his mood heavy as he began reviewing the battle. The others nodded, sighing as they gathered around. During the review, they were stunned to discover that a critical detachment, meant to seal off the valley's flank, had inexplicably been reassigned to the area where the terrifying wizard later emerged. While that area had become an intelligence void due to the enemy's decisive slaughter, the lack of information also revealed the opponent's approach route. From the intelligence void, it was clear the enemy hadn't initially headed straight for them. It was likely the attack by that detachment that provoked the wizard's wrathful retaliation. And the one who issued this fatal order was none other than Priest Oswald, who had set up the massive spatial lockdown. The leaders turned to Oswald, sitting silently in the corner, their eyes filled with doubt and anger. Oswald, why did you reassign that unit? You drew that monster here. The knight commander demanded sharply. If not for that monster's interference, the outcome of this battle could have been entirely different. Another voice grumbled. However, Priest Oswald's expression grew strangely detached. His previously pale face, drained from overusing his power, had somehow regained a healthy flush, perhaps even more vibrant than before. The holy, solemn aura of a priest was gone, replaced by an eerily calm, almost indifferent demeanor. Ignoring their accusations, he stared blankly, as if lost in thought or communicating with someone internally. Annoyed by their persistent questioning, Oswald finally cast them an impatient glance. Just one look. An overwhelming pressure, tangible and unbearable to mortals, descended upon them. Asterisk thud. Thud asterisk. The leaders felt their legs give way, collapsing to their knees uncontrollably. Even the soldiers outside the tent, regardless of their strength, trembled under this terrifying pressure, unable to move. No matter how they struggled, it was futile. The leaders were horrified. In their respective kingdoms, they were top-tier warriors or mages, yet here they were immobilized by mere pressure. This power far exceeded their understanding of mortals. At this point, even the slowest among them realized that Priest Oswald had deliberately orchestrated this, and he was no ordinary man. Oswald, why did you do this? Are you betraying our world? The knight commander forced the words out, his voice thick with pain and confusion. Oswald, seemingly finished with his internal exchange, finally turned to look at the kneeling commander, his gaze serious. A strange, almost playful expression crossed his face. Don't misunderstand. I've never betrayed anything. Then what are you doing? Why did you send those troops to draw that monster here? The shaman leader demanded sharply. Oswald crouched before the knight commander, his casual demeanor completely at odds with the solemn priest they knew. Don't you get it? I've lifted the suggestion. Think carefully, he said, tapping his temple mockingly. Do you really know who Oswald is? Does a priest named Oswald even exist in this world? The leaders froze. Their minds indeed held details about Oswald, his name, his role, even specifics about his involvement in the plan. But upon closer inspection, their faces turned pale with horror. All this information about Oswald seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, ingrained in their minds like common knowledge. Beyond these key details, there was nothing else. His past, his experiences, when or how he joined the Allied forces. All these critical points were blurry. No one knew. It was as if, amidst the gathering which defeated soldiers, an extra entity had abruptly appeared. How could such a strange and conspicuous figure, wielding power far beyond mortal limits, have been so readily accepted as one of their own, entrusted with their lives and the fate of their world? A bone-deep chill crept up their spines. But you can wield the power of the sky god, a priest blurted out, voice trembling with disbelief. If you're not a priest of the gods, how could you use divine power? We know. It's unmistakably the power of our world's god. Divine power, you mean this? Oswald glanced at the agitated priest, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a thought, he flipped his hand, and a transparent glass orb materialized in his palm. Inside, all the kneeling natives saw a tiny figure frantically pounding against the orb's walls, its silent roars futile, trapped in an unbreakable prison. At the sight, not just the priest but the other leaders and even the soldiers outside trembled, letting out terrified wails. Though the figure was shrunken, they recognized it instantly. It was the sky god they devoutly worshipped. His statues adorned every kingdom in the plain, one of the 12 great gods all were taught to revere from childhood. Despite his diminished size, the essence of a god, the aura of a higher being, was unmistakable to mortals at first glance. Yet this mighty, even great, deity was now toyed with like a trinket, sealed in a tiny glass or by an unknown entity, manipulated at will. For a minor plane to produce a 4th-level being is impressive. I hear your God King reached level 5? Quite the experimental material, Oswald said casually, toying with the orb as if appraising an object. Pity I was too slow and only managed to snag this birdman. Before he finished, a priest, overwhelmed by the mental blow, let out a wail and smashed his head into the ground dead. Oswald's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the natives, their spirits and faith utterly shattered. He shook his head, seemingly bored by their weakness. With a wave of his hand, the sky god sealed in the orb was compressed further, and an identical orb split off. Here, this contains your god's power. Find a few priests. It should allow communication. In the future, we'll contact you through this. After speaking, he sank his consciousness inward, exchanging a few words with the high-ranking wizards of Norn Academy stationed outside the plane. His figure then rippled like water in the air, fading until he vanished completely. Inside the tent, only the kneeling natives remained, their faces ashen, drowned in despair, and the transparent orb, glinting with eerie light, lay on the ground. Their world, their god, their hope, all shattered in this moment. They finally understood that what they faced wasn't an enemy, but a terrifying existence from a higher plane, wielding powers beyond their comprehension. Their proud revenge plan had been, from the start, nothing but a meticulously designed game. After a long silence, the old knight commander, once leader of the kingdom's knights, shakily stood. He paused, then bent to pick up the transparent orb. You? A priest tried to protest, but shrank back under the commander's sharp gaze. Are we really going to follow their orders? A shaman asked hoarsely. The old knight closed his eyes in pain, his trembling hands betraying his turmoil. His voice rasped like rusted iron. This is our world's last hope. Not bad. He's a clever one. Saves us a lot of trouble. In a secluded chamber at Norn Academy, a group of wizards gathered as usual, the light screen above displaying Jie Ming's actions in the limestone realm. Oswald's figure slowly materialized. Though he had left the limestone realm, he seemed able to observe the plane's events directly. Seeing the old knight commander shakily pick up the sealed orb, he nodded with satisfaction. If he lacked sense, we'd have to clear them out and pull new creatures from another plane. Good work. A slightly balding figure nodded to Oswald, then returned his gaze to the light screen. Oswald waved it off nonchalantly. No big deal. These guys were no challenge at all, just a warm-up. Clark nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and refocused on the screen. With a thought from Clark, the playback sped up, swiftly replaying Jie Ming's actions over the past few days. When they saw Jie Ming hovering above the native army, relentlessly unleashing fireballs, even Clark's eyes betrayed a hint of admiration. Oswald, watching alongside, had been focused on Augusta and Horn initially. Seeing Jie Ming's journey now, he couldn't help but marvel. This kid's got some serious power. No wonder you contacted me to draw him to the battlefield. He's got no real interest in exploration. But those fireballs, such firepower, the casting speed and duration, he's probably close to an apprentice who's independently constructed a fireball spell model, right? Oswald glanced at a wizard in the room, one of the rare few who had independently constructed an offensive spell model as an apprentice. The wizard shook his head. Close. The attributes differ, so the destructive effects vary, but I could match his firepower at the apprentice stage. His sustained output is a bit short, but his burst is stronger than mine was. Overall, he's on a similar level. But watching Jie Ming single-handedly wipe out an army, the wizard sighed. Beyond his fireball technique, his flight and shield techniques are impressive too, something I couldn't match as an apprentice. Oswald smacked his lips, a touch of envy in his tone. TCH. I'm jealous of geniuses like him. If I'm not mistaken, he's only constructed alchemy technique and analysis technique, right? From the energy fluctuations, yes, the wizard confirmed, glancing at Clark. Clark nodded openly. His shields, flight, and fireballs all rely on artifacts. Obviously, he showed his hand at the end, Oswald said, sidling up to Clark with a fawning grin, rubbing his hands like a fly. Can you make those artifacts? I'll pay 10 times the price. No, Clark replied, giving him a sidelong glance. Impossible, really? Really? So it's the kid's own tech. Oswald sighed dramatically. Great, now I can't get custom gear anytime soon. Wizards specializing in alchemy technique were adept at crafting artifacts, but certain unspoken rules applied. Standard artifacts were fair game. Commission whatever type you needed from a wizard of the appropriate level. But unique artifacts with proprietary techniques were trickier. Per the unspoken rules, such wizards typically only sold products that posed no threat to themselves, meaning artifacts one level below their own. As a 5th-level wizard, Oswald would need at least 4th-level artifacts, meaning he'd have to wait until Jie Ming reached 5th level to commission them. That's way too long. I'm heading back to the battlefield in 100 years. Oswald whined, almost throwing a tantrum, devoid of a high-ranking wizard's dignity. Clark gave him a cold look. You don't have to go. No way. Oswald stopped his antics, grinning as he stood upright. My resources for advancing to 6th level depend on this next tour of duty. In wizard civilization, an interesting phenomenon existed. Wizard apprentices dreaded military service and war, while higher-level formal wizards eagerly anticipated plain battlefields. The gap in perspective was so vast that the Star Orbit Tribunal had a mandate that high-ranking wizards periodically return to guide descendants or manage mortal domains. For wizards above 3rd level, joining plain wars had become a reward, requiring extra military merits or contribution points to secure a frontline spot. Clark ignored the unserious Oswald and turned to another wizard. You're in charge of contact with the Limestone Realm. Have them rebuild their population quickly. If necessary, provide resources as support. You plan to make this trial a regular part of the academy? The other wizard asked, catching Clark's intent. Clark nodded slightly. The quality of apprentices has been declining in recent years. This trial shows that merely teaching theoretical knowledge is pointless. Only practice leaves a deep enough impression. With the front line increasingly short on manpower, even restrictions on high-ranking wizards heading to battle have loosened. We can't train apprentices with high mortality rates like before, Oswald chimed in, then frowned. Annual cross-plane trials are good, but they'll cost a fortune in resources. Though apprentices seem to cross planes effortlessly, each transit consumed vast amounts of materials and energy. This trial alone used enough resources to fund 2 6th-level wizard projects. The cost is high, but the results are worth it. Leave the resource and energy issues to the dean, Clark said. Haha, the dean's gonna lose it when he returns. Oswald laughed. Enough. Next issue. It's time to distribute the aptitude enhancement potions. While the high-ranking wizards deliberated in the secret chamber, the teleportation plaza sprang into action. Flashes of teleportation light flickered across the vast plaza of Norn Academy. A tide of wizard apprentices, as if awakening from a nightmare, stumbled onto familiar, safe ground, their faces marked with exhaustion and the ragged relief of survival. The air no longer carried the scorched, bloody scent of the limestone realm, replaced instead by the Academy's distinctive cool tang, faintly imbued with mana. Above the plaza, a massive light screen unfurled, shimmering with radiant brilliance. It displayed the final evaluation of the trial, the leaderboard of accumulated points. Every apprentice, no matter how battered or weary, found their gaze irresistibly drawn to the screen. This was the culmination of their desperate struggle, the embodiment of the glory and rewards they had risked their lives for. The rankings refreshed rapidly, and the names at the top elicited gasps of awe. First place, Berta Vera Augusta, points 23,541. The name sparked little surprise. The thunderous Augusta, with her overwhelming prowess, had dominated the limestone realm, smashing through native ambushes and crushing formidable foes time and again. Her relentless aggression and destructive power belied her delicate appearance. She dismantled the most traps, slew the most magical beasts, and unsurprisingly amassed the highest number of point tokens. But the second-place name stirred murmurs of confusion among the apprentices. Second place, Bill Ling Black, points 21,965. The name was unfamiliar to most, not a scion of a prominent family, nor a renowned genius within the academy. Jie Ming's brow furrowed as he stared at the name, racking his memory. Then it clicked, the frail-looking apprentice who vanished into obscurity after the talent assessment ceremony. Others strained to recall, vaguely remembering a figure from the entrance test who had displayed a 9th-level soul purity talent. But after being taken as a disciple by a wizard, he had faded from view, forgotten by many over the years. The question lingered. For someone with such talent, how could he have slipped from notice so quickly? Only now did the apprentices realize they had overlooked a genius in their midst. 9th-level soul purity. A glint of understanding flashed in Jie Ming's eyes. With such a gift, paired with the right spells, one could achieve unimaginable feats in detection, stealth, and mental manipulation. His ability to vanish from collective memory spoke volumes about his mastery of soul-based techniques. Jie Ming had a hunch about how he secured second place, avoiding bloody battles, leveraging his talent to slip past notice, and infiltrating the core of the native coalition. At the critical moment, he likely swept up the point tokens collected from fallen apprentices in the native storehouse. It was a stark contrast to Augusta's brute force approach. Facing him on the battlefield would be a real headache, Jie Ming mused. Deep within Norn Academy's secret chamber, Oswald, the high-ranking wizard who had played the role of Priest Oswald in the Limestone Realm, lounged lazily on a plush sofa. Half listening to the other wizards discuss the Academy's future policies, his attention drifted to a light screen before him, mirroring the leaderboard in real time. When Bill Ling Black surged to second place, a smug grin spread across Oswald's face. "See that? That's my student," he boasted to the other high-ranking wizards in the room. "I told you, soul-based talents have the greatest potential. Silent but stunning." The others merely glanced at him, unfazed. They were used to Oswald's antics. Besides, while the method was somewhat opportunistic, achieving such results with soul talents was undeniably impressive. Their focus lay elsewhere, on data like the apprentice's average survival rate and exposed weaknesses during the trial. Back at the teleportation plaza, the leaderboard continued to scroll, with the lower rankings holding few surprises. The apprentices who survived the Valley Battle earned some points through their final pursuits and battlefield cleanup, but their ranks paled in comparison to the leaders. Jie Ming's name appeared at 36th place. For him, the ranking was expected. He hadn't focused on collecting point tokens, instead prioritizing material gathering and clearing obstacles in his path. Landing the top 30 was sufficient, securing him a spot in the top 10% and a chance to participate in Norn Workshop's academy-wide assessment. What surprised him was that Amy and Victor also performed well. Amy ranked 35th, just above him, and Victor placed 48th, both within the top 500. Jie Ming understood why. Unlike most, Amy and Victor had avoided the final native war. Unswayed by the natives' feigned weakness, they relied on their skills to steer clear of the conflict. During the chaos, their keen instincts and cautious strategies allowed them to scavenge stray point tokens and valuable resources. Jie Ming approached Amy, standing nearby. "Congratulations, Amy," he said warmly. Jie Ming. Amy's face lit up with a bright smile. "Thanks. Congrats to you too. 36th is impressive. Still a bit behind you," Jie Ming replied calmly. Footsteps approached, and Victor joined them silently. He stood beside Amy, glancing at Jie Ming with a flickering gaze. Noticing their attention, Victor hesitated, then offered a seemingly genuine smile. "Congratulations, both of you." Jie Ming and Amy exchanged a glance, then smiled back. Victor rarely warmed to others, so his gesture was notable. The trial's brutality, coupled with Jie Ming and Amy's strong performances, had clearly prompted him to reassess his peers. Jie Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing Victor's acknowledgement of their strength and their potential as allies. Neither held Victor's reserved nature against him, as it hadn't harmed them, so they accepted his congratulations graciously. "Thanks. Congrats to you too, Victor." As the three exchanged pleasantries, or perhaps probed each other, the atmosphere around them shifted subtly. All three sensed it, looking up to find nearly every returned apprentice in the plaza staring in their direction. It wasn't just the apprentices. Even the high-ranking wizards at the plaza's edge, tasked with receiving the apprentices and recording data, cast scrutinizing, curious glances. Amy and Victor's hearts skipped a beat. After a moment, they realized the gazes weren't on them, but on the figure standing between them, Jie Ming. Jie Ming noticed it too, initially confused, but understanding dawned quickly. They were in the reward collection phase, following the announcement of the rankings. By tradition, to maintain order, rewards were distributed starting with the first-place apprentice and proceeding downward. Yet at this moment, most apprentices remained rooted in place, none stepping forward. They simply watched Jie Ming, their expressions complex. These were the apprentices who had witnessed Jie Ming unleash his full might in the Valley battlefield. Though his rank was a modest 36th, in the hearts of those who saw him obliterate the native coalition with an unrelenting torrent of spells, he was the true, undisputed champion of the trial. Rankings felt meaningless in the face of his overwhelming power. An instinctive awe of his strength silenced even the proudest geniuses, compelling them to wait. They subconsciously believed this rule-breaking powerhouse deserved to claim the first reward. Even Bert Vera Augusta, the haughty first-place holder, stood still, her face brimming with defiance and challenge as she glared at Jie Ming. Yet, despite her reluctance, she too refrained from stepping forward, tacitly acknowledging Jie Ming as the trial's true victor. "What did you do?" Amy whispered, nudging Jie Ming. Victor looked at his classmate, bewildered, sensing he'd missed something crucial. As two of the few apprentices who hadn't joined the Valley battle, Amy and Victor were unaware of Jie Ming's earth-shattering feats. Most logistics apprentices, like them, had made similar choices. At this stage, logistics apprentices typically mastered only one or two auxiliary spells, ill-suited for combat. "Nothing much, just a small accident," Jie Ming said with a wry, amused smile. He didn't care much for rankings, but with everyone frozen in place, he decided to break the stalemate. Ignoring the stares, he strode toward the high-ranking wizard distributing rewards. Handing over his apprentice badge, Jie Ming stood calmly. The wizard took the badge expressionlessly, swiping a finger to read its data. A faint pulse of energy infused the badge, completing the reward transfer. The reward for 36th place was a mere 1,000 academy points, hardly valuable. For apprentices who fought tooth and nail for points, it might suffice, but for Jie Ming, it was worth less than the rare materials he'd collected. Once Jie Ming received his reward, the tension in the plaza dissolved, as if an invisible shackle had been lifted. The stifled atmosphere thawed, and apprentices began moving, heading to claim their rewards with excitement, calm, or disappointment, according to their ranks. The plaza buzzed with activity again, but for Jie Ming, things had changed. No longer the obscure, quirky lone wolf, he stood amidst gazes of awe, curiosity, respect, and barely concealed fear. Apprentices whispered, pointing at him, murmuring about the terrifying power he'd displayed in the limestone realm. His name, his rank, no longer mattered. To those who witnessed the blood-soaked valley's final battle, Jie Ming, the 36th ranked apprentice, was the trial's most dazzling and fearsome genius. Yet, Jie Ming himself merely pocketed his badge, hoisted his beast-hide sack, and acted as if the attention had nothing to do with him. His mind was already elsewhere, on improving his talisman artifacts and crafting new ones. Back in his academy laboratory, Jie Ming felt an unexpected sense of homecoming. Rather than resting, he dumped the contents of his large sack onto the table. The materials from the limestone realm were diverse, their forms varied, many pulsing with strange energies his current analysis technique couldn't fully decipher. Satisfied, he sorted his spoils meticulously before turning to the dulled talisman artifacts on his belt. Of his 10 fireball talisman artifacts, only the one used for testing had damaged runes. The rest were in dire condition, shells cracked, runes warped, core energies chaotic. His flight talismans fared no better, most overloaded. The defensive talismans, however, were largely intact, with minimal damage. What a shame, Jie Ming murmured, touching the charred shell of a fireball talisman. Though skilled in alchemy technique, repairing these heavily damaged artifacts, with their intricate runes and energy conduits, was beyond his current ability. The trial had showcased the talisman's formidable offensive power and mobility, but also exposed flaws. For instance, he couldn't anticipate danger during large-scale ambushes. In the limestone realm's complex environment, he lacked effective scouting, relying solely on the passive perception of analysis technique and alchemy technique. In resource-rich areas, these spells' detection capabilities plummeted. Perception, tracking, stealth, Jie Ming sat at his desk, fingers tapping absently. The next talisman artifacts need to focus on these. Wizard systems had detection spells like Magic Sight, Life Sense, and Energy Detection, but these required active casting, providing real-time results without sustained scouting, and their energy fluctuations were easily detected or disrupted by enemies. Detection spells fall into two categories: enhancement and probing. Enhancement spells didn't require much research. Stacking them offered no amplification, so buying multiple artifacts sufficed. The focus was on probing detection spells. Most standard probing spells work like radar, delivering results per use. They're low cost, but leave detection gaps. Some spells provided continuous feedback, but their range was significantly smaller than single-use probing spells of the same level. For me, that's manageable, but there's a bigger issue. Beyond mental energy consumption, the critical limitation was a wizard's information processing capacity. Jie Ming's talisman artifacts, built on the cultivation system's ability to draw external energy, required minimal activation cost. Embedding detection into talismans could allow continuous spell casting without worrying about consumption. But even if he succeeded, the results wouldn't differ much from a wizard casting spells, as his processing ability couldn't keep up. Excess information could overwhelm thought, even clogging the mind. Overusing detection talismans might incapacitate him before an enemy could. This was why most probing spells were designed for one-time use rather than continuous application. With Wizards' research capabilities, creating a probing spell with the same range as a single-use version but capable of continuous operation was feasible but pointless. A wizard's processing capacity was finite. While computational power grew with level, the effective range and data volume of probing spells scaled exponentially. For continuous detection, the range had to shrink to reduce real-time data. In his past life, radar relied on computers, but in this world, wizards depended on their minds and souls. Wait, what if I made a device like a computer to assist with processing? A spark of inspiration hit, and Jie Ming accessed the magic network to search. The results were mixed. Wizard civilization did have such devices, but they were high-level. Artificial souls, runic AI, and living spirits combining both could assist with computation. The downside? They were exorbitantly advanced. Two main issues arose. First, the creation difficulty. Artificial souls were the pinnacle of alchemy technique, inaccessible below 6th level. Living spirits and runic AI were slightly less daunting, but only marginally. Runic AI was as complex as building an AI in his past life, if not more so. From algorithms to response mechanisms to runic programming, each step was a lifelong endeavor. As the saying went, you either knew it or you didn't. Wizard training boosted hardware like computational speed, but software like logical thinking remained unaffected. Even a supercomputer couldn't solve math problems without human input. As for living spirits, they combined the strengths of runic AI and artificial souls. But their creation difficulty combined the challenges of both. With my current strength, crafting an assistant from scratch is nearly impossible. Even purchasing complete creation methods, mastering and producing them would take an unimaginable amount of time. He'd be better off focusing on raw power. Only when his strength hit a bottleneck, requiring prolonged accumulation, could he revisit these ideas. Balancing strength and knowledge, transcendent worlds always pose such dilemmas. The second issue was adaptability. Like spatial rings, these constructs were often limited to specific planes. In new planes, differing rules or constants could render them useless. The solution, like with spatial rings, was to have a 6th-level wizard stabilize the rules. Back to square one, Jie Ming muttered, scratching his head. He sank his consciousness into his soul, checking if his golden finger offered solutions. Moments later, he opened his eyes, frowning. This is trickier than I thought. The great Dao Book Pavilion provided options like commanding spirits or creating array spirits. But the issues mirrored those of the wizard world. His strength was too low. Even the simplest method, commanding spirits, required preserving a soul intact, a feat beyond low-level cultivators. There's a solution, but I can't implement it at my current level. Looks like I need to advance. While enhancing probing spells was out of reach, he could start with detection talismans. For the next period, Jie Ming devoured knowledge on runes, alchemy technique, materials, planar studies, and perception spells via the magic network. But researching detection talismans wasn't smooth. Detection runes were far more intricate than attack or movement runes. How could a talisman see, rather than just emit energy? How could it transmit what it saw? How could it operate without emitting detectable energy fluctuations? Jie Ming experimented with rune combinations, but he soon found that many wizard detection runes relied on the caster's mental extension. Embedding such mechanisms in external artifacts often reduced their effectiveness or demanded high energy costs. Thus, many detection artifacts were limited to enhancement effects like improved vision or life detection, where they projected light and shadow onto target areas rather than directly casting detection spells. In a laboratory, various alchemical tools and runic carving knives were neatly arranged. I can't just copy the wizard system's runes. Jie Ming picked up an energy-absorbing ore and a crystal sensitive to life fluctuations. Then I'll have to draw on the methods cultivators use to connect with the external world. He inscribed a life-sensing rune onto the crystal and a modified linking rune from the cultivation system onto the ore, connecting them with a conduction rune. The first attempt cracked the crystal. The second attempt caused the ore to emit a strong energy fluctuation, more noticeable than the life signals it was meant to detect. This direction seems off. Jie Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he established a link with the crystal, the ore didn't understand life. Even with the life-sensing rune, it merely emitted detection waves outward. To progress, he needed a method with higher discrimination efficiency. Flipping through resources, Jie Ming stumbled upon a theory about planar resonance on a magic network. Though obscure, it mentioned that all matter in a plane's deep structure subtly resonates with other matter, enabling mutual perception. A spark of inspiration struck. Resonance. Instead of actively emitting detection waves, what about using passive resonance? Resonance, he murmured. Perhaps he could combine the concept of perception with a material that resonates with specific fluctuations, using runes to capture and amplify this resonance, then store or covertly transmit the amplified information within the artifact. He began redesigning the runes, centering on passive resonance and perception capture. Time flew by in his research. On a quiet, late night, Jie Ming carefully embedded a complex array of over a dozen tiny runes into a thumbnail-sized, transparent crystal. The crystal, refined using the great Dao Book Pavilion's methods and consuming various materials, was a special substance imbued with a trace of the perception concept, highly sensitive to energy fluctuations. He activated the talisman. No sound or energy fluctuation emerged. The crystal merely trembled slightly. Jie Ming closed his eyes, extending his mental energy. At first, nothing. Undeterred, he followed prior knowledge, forging a deeper, resonance connection between his soul and the crystal. Then he felt it. A faint, blurry fluctuation came from the crystal, the life aura of plants stored in the lab's storage room. Success. Though faint, vague, and limited in range, he had created a prototype talisman artifact capable of passive perception linked to his soul. Shaped like a small, transparent eyeball, it could float in the air, sense life and energy fluctuations within a limited range, and relay vague information to Jie Ming through their resonance. Let's call it the Eye of Detection. It's rough, but the direction is right. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. In the days that followed, Jie Ming refined the Eye of Detection. He tested different materials, improved rune structures, and added stealth runes to enhance range and clarity while reducing detectable energy emissions. Through repeated trials and failures, his understanding of runes and energy deepened. This intensive research unexpectedly brought him to the bottleneck of his chi refinement cultivation. My current cultivation is starting to feel insufficient. Jie Ming had countless ideas, but his cultivation level limited their realization. Due to his contract, advancing to a formal wizard was off the table, but the cultivation system had no such restrictions. It was time to break through. The seventh layer of chi refinement marked the late stage, bringing not only a significant increase in true essence, but a leap in divine sense, strength, and range. Jie Ming felt his cultivation ready to advance naturally. His long-term refinement of true essence and soul was like a taut bowstring, poised to release. In the training room, he adjusted the control terminal to maximize elemental particle density, sat cross-legged, and prepared for the breakthrough. Closing his eyes, Jie Ming immersed himself in guiding his true essence and divine sense. His inner true essence, like a calm lake, stirred under an invisible force. Following the technique's guidance, he gathered and compressed the vast, true essence, charging toward a higher energy state. It was no easy task. Each compression brought a slight sting in his meridians, each surge testing his willpower. Not every compression succeeded. At times, the true essence recoiled like a raging tide, causing his meridians to rumble. Sweat beaded on Jie Ming's forehead, but his resolve never wavered, his mental energy acting like a relentless compressor. Time blurred, perhaps a day, perhaps longer. Crack! A faint sound, like shattering glass, echoed in his perception. His true essence, no longer restrained, surged into broader meridians like it had found new horizons. Its volume skyrocketed, becoming denser, flowing like quicksilver. Even more thrilling, his mental energy exploded in growth. His divine sense, once limited to under 100 meters, now effortlessly extended hundreds of meters. Everything around him appeared with unprecedented clarity. The lab's faint energy hums, the crisp crackle of splitting ore, the subtle winding of plant roots underground. All these minute details flooded his mind, amplified. The world felt more vibrant, filled with perceptible threads and pulses. His surging mental energy sharpened his perception of surrounding elements, allowing him to distinguish their types, concentrations, and even faint emotions, active, dormant, restless. He had successfully advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, officially entering the late stage. Feeling the surging true essence and radiating mental energy, Jie Ming smiled with satisfaction. This power growth was far more pronounced than any previous advancement. His first thought post-breakthrough was his detection talisman research. With his current cultivation, he could craft a better prototype. Eagerly, Jie Ming retrieved the Eye of Detection prototype and rare materials prepared for upgrading talisman artifacts. With his enhanced mental energy and true essence, his grasp of runes, materials, and details became more precise. He refined the rune structure, adjusted energy flow, and integrated finer runes. After meticulous forging, the once rough crystal gleamed brilliantly, its internal runes seemingly alive, emitting a subtle, restrained glow. Its appearance remained a crystal eyeball, but now looked flawless. It should work. Jie Ming suspended the new Eye of Detection prototype in the air. Disabling the lab's protective barrier, he activated the talisman, linking his mind to it. He placed the Eye of Detection atop the doorframe and returned to his seat. This time, the information wasn't vague or fragmented. The eye functioned like a true eye, projecting a vivid view of the surrounding hundreds of meters into his divine sense. He could clearly see apprentices in the corridor, sense their life force, and even detect faint energy from their artifacts. The perception was continuous, like a surveillance feed, transmitting data as long as the eye remained intact, with minimal mental energy cost, just enough to maintain the soul link. The prototype still had flaws. Its range was limited, unable to penetrate thick walls or strong barriers. In chaotic environments like the Limestone Realm's energy-saturated battlefield, its effectiveness might falter. It could only passively sense, lacking active scanning or tracking. There's room for improvement. Jie Ming gazed at the floating eye, his enthusiasm undimmed. Its current range didn't surpass his active use of alchemy technique and analysis technique. But with the prototype complete, he could refine along this path. Jie Ming set the eye back on the workbench, excitement shifting to his inner consciousness. With a clear direction for detection talismans and his cultivation at late-stage Qi refinement, he could tackle his next, most critical plan. It was time to forge his first magical treasure, late-stage Qi refinement. According to the technique, cultivators at this stage had sufficient true essence and divine sense to handle complex tasks, including advanced auxiliary skills. Chief among them was artifact forging. While ordinary cultivators could craft minor items, true artifact forging produced only one result: a magical treasure. A magical treasure was unique to the cultivation system. It wasn't just a powerful item, but an embodiment of a cultivator's Dao, a natal object linked to their mind, capable of growing with them and wielding incredible power. Unlike wizard artifacts or talismans, which relied on external energy and intricate structures, their strength tied to materials, runes, and infused energy, a magical treasure required a cultivator to infuse their true essence, divine sense, and a trace of soul origin. Forged with true flame to awaken the material's spirituality and inscribed with arrays reflecting the cultivator's Dao, it became a natal tool perfectly attuned to them, growing with their cultivation. In essence, forging a magical treasure was a craft and a process of manifesting one's understanding of the Tao and the laws of heaven and earth into a powerful object. This imprinting of spirituality and growth potential set it apart from ordinary artifacts. For Jie Ming, forging a magical treasure would not only boost his combat power, but address flaws in his current system. With talisman artifacts, he didn't lack offensive means. His focus on forging was the treasure's inherent spirituality. He had prioritized detection talismans over intelligent assistance because he planned to use a treasure's nascent spirituality as an intelligent terminal for processing information. Spirituality wasn't unique to treasures. High-tier wizard artifacts or runic AI could develop wisdom under the right conditions. But at his current stage, only a magical treasure offered accessible spirituality. Sinking his mind into his consciousness, Jie Ming sifted through the great Dao Book Pavilion's myriad forging methods. Given the differences between the wizard and cultivation worlds, his requirements were stringent. The treasure's forging must not demand high cultivation. It couldn't rely on specialized forging cauldrons, which required golden core stage to craft. Thus, he needed a treasure forgeable with the most basic methods. Since the wizard world lacked spiritual qi, the treasure's reliance on it should be minimal. This ruled out most offensive treasures, though Jie Ming didn't need more attack methods. Treasures requiring rare or unique materials were also dismissed, though the cultivation system's concept extraction ability eased material constraints. As the treasure would serve as an intelligent terminal, its spirituality needed to be robust. Ideally, it would address his combat system's weaknesses, preferably enhancing survival. After filtering through countless requirements, even Jie Ming felt he was being excessive, yet the great Dao Book Pavilion offered a vast array of options. Spending days in his consciousness, he finally selected his ideal target from the sea of forging blueprints. The magical treasure, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, a supreme escape tool among magical treasures, according to the great Dao Book Pavilion. When activated with intent, it allowed the user to transform into light, achieving extraordinary speed in an instant. During this state, it granted immunity to most physical attacks and could penetrate weak energy barriers and non-physical obstacles. Its drawbacks were clear. First, it lacked offensive or defensive capabilities. Second, it was extremely taxing, draining most of a cultivator's true essence and divine sense per use. As its escape effect scaled near infinitely with the cultivator's level, it always consumed a proportional amount of true essence and divine sense, regardless of stage. It was a last-ditch escape tool, not to be used lightly. At lower levels, users could only move in a straight line, with little control over the landing point. This issue eased only at the nascent soul stage. If the light form was forcibly disrupted by a powerful attack, the cultivator's soul would suffer severe damage. For Jie Ming, these flaws were negligible. The 5 aggregates rainbow mirror filled his gap in escape methods. If he needed to use it, counterattacking wasn't the goal. Per the pavilion's demonstration, even the basic version enabled near light speed escape. If an enemy could intercept that, Jie Ming might as well accept his fate, soul damage be damned. Beyond these, the forging process posed another challenge. The technique's complexity aside, the materials were notably troublesome. The mirror required purely conceptual materials. Its principle involved collecting, refining, and harnessing the concept of light. The core concepts were light speed, penetration, color, rhythm, and birth-death cycle. These intangible concepts had to be forged into a tangible object, which could then channel the same conceptual light back to the user. Thus, the materials were natural light imbued with pure light concepts. In plain terms, the required lights were dawn's glow, rainbow's radiance, moonlight's sheen, starlight's twinkle, and thunder's flash. Each represented a unique light characteristic tied to the 5 elements and hence the treasure's 5 aggregates name. They had to be captured and refined directly from nature at specific times and places using particular techniques. While gathering these was tedious, it was better than treasures requiring materials non-existent in the wizard world. The forging difficulty is real. True flame alone is a hurdle. Though the mirror didn't require a cauldron, it demanded true flame to refine spirituality, divine sense to shape the embryo, and concept integration to create a soul-linked treasure. True flame as the guide, divine sense as the craft, materials as the bones, concepts as the soul. Jie Ming recited silently. These were the core and fundamental techniques of artifact forging. In essence, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror tested a cultivator's mastery of basic skills. First, let's try condensing true flame. The wizard world had fire spells, but those manipulated external fire elements, unlike a cultivator's true flame. True flame, a highly refined form of true essence, embodied the cultivator's spiritual power, capable of purifying materials and awakening their spirituality. Jie Ming braced for a long ordeal. According to the pavilion, ordinary cultivators might take years to condense their first true flame. Then, wait, it's done. Staring at the faint, grain-sized golden flame before him, Jie Ming was dumbfounded. Am I actually a genius? Though it took some time, he condensed his first true flame in less than a day. He wasn't serious about being a genius. He knew why it came so quickly. Didn't expect practicing alchemy technique and analysis technique would help with true flame. What a win. Alchemy technique required mental manipulation to analyze all things, while analysis technique honed energy fluctuation perception. Combined and applied to himself, these skills gave Jie Ming far greater control over his power than typical cultivators. With true flame resolved, the next step was crafting an embryo to hold the light concepts, the treasure's foundational form. Using specialized embryo forging techniques, he could use mental energy to create a soul-linked embryo, serving as the treasure's prototype and concept carrier. After capturing the intangible concepts in light and converting them into tangible light essence dew or light crystal sand with specific methods, they could be fused into the embryo for forging. At this stage, the treasure would be formed, requiring only prolonged refinement thereafter. Embryo forging and light concept collection take time, plus refining the eye of detection and other talismans. Oh, and studying alchemy and potion making. Looks like I'll be busy. Listing his tasks, Jie Ming stretched. Though forging the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror was daunting, especially the light collection process, he had ample time. With 5 years until Norn Workshop's academy-wide assessment, he could take it slow. Looking out the window, he was surprised to see dawn approaching. His mind flashed to one of the mirror's materials, dawn's glow. This light, tied to wood and fire, symbolized birth and awakening, the first ray piercing darkness with speed and penetration. It had to be collected at dawn's first light, when purple chi lingered. Watching the rising sun, Jie Ming instinctively circulated his technique, reaching toward the morning light. The next moment, seeing the faint glow in his palm, he grinned. A good omen. Time passes swiftly. Not long after deciding on the magical treasure he would craft, Jie Ming applied to leave Norn Academy and set out on his journey. After all, Norn Academy was a self-contained small world, its nature extraordinarily stable. Seeing the sun rise was already a pleasant surprise, and as for moonlight, starlight, or a rainbow after rain, unless someone deliberately conjured them, they were unthinkable. Thus, to gather the materials needed for his magical treasure, Jie Ming had no choice but to leave Norn Academy and travel far and wide. Fortunately, as a candidate under the second-level training protocol, Jie Ming held privileges equivalent to those of a formal wizard, allowing him to request departure. Otherwise, the mere task of collecting raw materials would have been a headache. However, instead of immediately gathering materials after leaving the academy, Jie Ming followed his application and began exploring various regions. Since transmigrating to this world, he had spent his early years in a small town, surrounded by the scenery of a medieval village. That was until one day when a lord's attendant abruptly arrived at his home, informing him that his wizard talent had been detected. Yet, whether traveling to the lord's manor or arriving at Norn Academy, he had been whisked away through teleportation arrays. Back then, Jie Ming's heart was filled with unease, leaving him no inclination to savor the customs and cultures of this world. Now, though, it's clear that the wizard civilization's system for training reserves is remarkably thorough, Jie Ming remarked after departing his city, unable to suppress his admiration. His travels didn't last long. He soon realized that in Norn Plain 13, every city, regardless of region, seemed cast from the same mold. Aside from clothing variations due to differing climates, everything else, from cultural customs to city planning, even the number and distribution of surrounding villages, was strikingly uniform. Wizards controlled the civilization's productivity with exquisite precision. Most people could eat and drink their fill with sufficient effort, but excessive wealth was hard to attain. Basic education covered only fundamental literacy in mathematics, ensuring new academy arrivals needed no further remedial instruction. Even in the most remote villages, wizards ensured children had access to proper health care and basic education. Of course, the style of education varied by economic level. In small mountain villages, education might come from a cultured old village chief returned from the city, teaching literacy for free. In the town where Jie Ming grew up, schools were established, offering a year's education for a modest fee. It's almost absurd. I thought artificial souls would be rare, but this entire plain is riddled with a wizard's eyes. Indeed, whether a village chief or a city lord, every town's key political figures were artificial humans. Though their intelligence and bodies were indistinguishable from ordinary people, through systematic study, Jie Ming could faintly discern that these were artificial beings crafted via the alchemy technique. Both body and soul were alchemical creations. Though somewhat crude, with some showing slight discord between body and soul, they were undeniably artificial. Of course, ordinary humans are too unpredictable. Only artificial beings can perfectly execute the wizard's policies. At this thought, Jie Ming shivered. He felt fortunate that, since transmigrating, he had been cautious, never revealing anything too unusual in public. In that case, I owe that lore from back then. If he hadn't promptly revealed the truth of this world, who knows what might have happened. When the second-level wizard lord's attendant appeared at his doorstep, Jie Ming had only broken through to the first layer of chi refinement a month earlier. Had the attendant arrived a few days later, Jie Ming, emboldened by his newfound strength, might have ventured out to train. The consequences were easy to imagine. As for how the Lord knew of his talent, Jie Ming pieced it together during his travels. The uniform layout of cities and towns wasn't just for efficient governance. They formed massive magical arrays across each region. These arrays could assess the aptitude of those within, so lords needed only to periodically activate detection arrays to gather ample data, sparing them the effort of testing each resident individually. Climate, terrain, ecosystems, cultural customs, economic levels, everything is meticulously arranged. Is this the extent of the wizard's transformation of a controlled plane? Scanning a forest with his eye of detection, Jie Ming confirmed its species distribution matched another forest thousands of kilometers away. He couldn't help but sigh. With this realization, he abandoned further travels. If even wild creatures were strictly controlled, continuing his wanderings held little meaning. It was time to focus on his true purpose. Based on his understanding of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror and hints from the great Dao Book Pavilion, each light concept needed to be condensed 3 to 5 times to amass enough weight as the treasure's foundation. The light of dawn was the easiest to collect, nearly completed before leaving the academy. His second target was the light of moonlight. Moonlight embodied the concepts of serenity of concealment and enduring continuity, representing a soft glow that moves silently through darkness, persisting without fading. The ideal collection time was a full moon night, with clear, water-like moonlight, unobstructed by clouds, in a tranquil, pure environment far from human activity. With his exceptional mobility, Jie Ming chose a remote highland, far from towns and untouched by human presence. Here, the night sky was exceptionally clear, and during a full moon, moonlight blanketed the earth like silver frost. The wizard world was a cluster of plains, each with unique structures. Most were flat, with a round sky and square earth, while only a few resembled planets. This didn't mean these plains lacked suns or moons. Rather, in most plains, the sun and moon were projections of the fire and water elemental planes, not conventional celestial bodies. As for stars, their presence varied by plane. In some, stars were divine kingdoms of native gods, but in most, they were projections of nearby planes. Fortunately, Jie Ming needed concepts, not physical objects. As long as the light was perceived as moonlight, he could collect its concept. White moonlight wouldn't suffice. Full moons were rare on Norin Plane 13, occurring once every 3 months, and today was perfect. Atop the highland, bathed in the cold, purifying moonlight, Jie Ming employed a specialized light collection technique from the great Dao Book Pavilion. Unlike dawn's light, moonlight lacked explosiveness, carrying a calm, introspective quality that seemed to permeate all. Touching the moonlight with his divine sense, Jie Ming felt not a surge but a gentle embrace. He patiently guided his true essence, weaving it like a soft net to capture the essence of serenity and endurance. When he came to, gazing at the warm, lustrous glow in his dantian, he promptly took out a bottle of liquid. This was rootless, pure water, dew infused with spiritual energy. Its creation was simple. Jie Ming simulated a dew condensation environment in the lab, infused an area with his true essence, and obtained ample material. He introduced the moonlight concept into the rootless, pure water, nurturing it with true fire. Under his will, the moonlight concept blended into the water like dye, emitting a faint silver-white halo. The droplets became miniature moons, radiating a cold yet gentle glow. Light-infused spiritual dew, a crafting material embodying light's concept. The 5 aggregates rainbow mirror required no special furnace because most processing occurred during material collection. Each of the 5 light types demanded unique preparation methods. Fortunately, aside from light concepts, the remaining materials were easy to acquire, needing only reprocessing with Jie Ming's true essence. Over one night, he condensed 4 drops of moonlight-infused spiritual dew, storing them carefully in a refined gold bottle. The third concept was starlight. Starlight embodied distant anchor and constant guidance, representing a steadfast beam piercing endless voids, pointing to a clear direction. Collection required a clear, moonless night, resonating with a bright, stable star. While other conditions were manageable, finding a moonless, starry night in this plane was challenging. Jie Ming ventured to a vast desert in the continent's interior. Here, nights were free of light pollution, the sky like black velvet studded with countless twinkling gems. Crucially, the water element was so scarce that projections from the water elemental plane couldn't form, meeting the moonless, starry requirement. Under the starry canopy, he chose a star marked as Titan's Grip, a plane-level wizard construct, as his primary starlight source. Such constructs were supremely stable, unlikely to falter unless the wizard civilization collapsed. Capturing starlight's concept was difficult, requiring one to sense the distance and constancy enduring across vast distances and eons. It demanded immense patience. After half a month, Jie Ming grasped the knack, his divine sense piercing the plane to touch that distant end. Capturing a trace of the concept felt like holding an unyielding coordinate. He infused it into a pure crystal, condensing it with true fire and divine sense. The starlight concept solidified into a tiny, twinkling grain of light-condensed crystal sand. Unlike dawn's sharp crystal sand or moonlight's gentle spiritual dew, it carried a stable anchor sensation. He spent several more moonless nights in the desert, condensing 3 portions of starlight crystal sand. The 4th and 5th concepts were collected simultaneously. Jie Ming sought a region with a unique climate, waiting a month in the dry season for a grand thunderstorm. The light of cracking thunder embodied momentary force and tearing might, the most explosive and dangerous of the 5 concepts. It wasn't distant, rumbling thunder. Collection required close proximity to a lightning strike's fleeting electric glow. Jie Ming chose the storm's highest point, setting up protective talisman artifacts as a precaution. When a dazzling purple bolt tore through the air with a deafening roar, he activated his light collection technique, probing his divine sense into the transient thunderous glow. It was pure eruption and destruction, carrying uncontrollable, wild power. The moment his divine sense touched it, Jie Ming felt as if his mind was struck by lightning, a sharp pain surging through. With stubborn resolve, he clung to the concept, channeling it into a special lightning-sensitive crystal. Crack! The crystal shattered, but within, a grain of blinding purple-white, light-condensed crystal sand persisted, exuding extreme eruption and tearing, as if it might explode. During the storm, Jie Ming braved repeated attempts. Stray lightning energy injured him multiple times, and several protective talisman artifacts were destroyed. Ultimately, he condensed 3 portions of cracking thunder light-condensed crystal sand, each carrying a heart-stopping aura of destruction. The final concept, rainbow light, embodied bridge of transcendence, an illusion of reality and void. Jie Ming had previously captured only traces of it. After the storm cleared, a vivid double rainbow appeared. The rainbow light concept was swiftly infused into rainwater collected during the storm, guided by true fire and divine sense. The resulting light-infused spiritual dew radiated vibrant 7-colored light, like a miniature rainbow bridge, exuding clear connection and illusion. In under a year, Jie Ming traversed the plains corners, dawn mountaintops, moonless deserts, post-rain grasslands, and raging thunderclouds, successfully collecting all 5 vital light concept materials. Each condensed carrier bore unique light and conceptual aura. Jie Ming carefully stored these precious materials. Next, crafting the mirror. He had the treasure's most crucial soul. Now, he needed to build the bones and flesh to house these concepts, condensing the treasure's embryo and linking it to his mind. After collecting all 5 light concept materials, Jie Ming promptly returned to his private lab at Norn Academy. After extensive study, he was clear on the next steps. The process boiled down to integrating these pure concept spiritual dews and crystal sands into the treasure's embryo. First, he needed to condense the treasure's foundation, the embryo. The embryo wasn't a pre-existing entity. It was a phantom light conjured by a cultivator's refined true essence and a trace of soul origin within their spiritual sea. The embryo was the treasure's prototype, the anchor for concepts, intimately tied to the cultivator's mind, the key to transforming formless and intangible into formed and tangible. According to the great Dao Book Pavilion's refining records, condensing a stable, concept-bearing semi-physical embryo in the upper dantian, or the wizard's spiritual sea, was extremely challenging for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. A mere late-stage Qi refinement cultivator typically required special arrays to gather mental strength or costly elixirs to aid focus. Otherwise, it could take years, even decades, of daily visualization of specific technique patterns to refine the spiritual sea's nebulous thoughts, gradually turning the intangible into tangible, the false into true. This was a grueling process testing talent, patience, and resources. Jie Ming prepared for a long endeavor, aiming to complete the treasure before heading to the front lines. Or so he planned. Sitting cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, he turned his consciousness inward, entering his spiritual sea. A vast, familiar chaotic space appeared, his soul essence anchoring it, surrounded by 9 towering truth runes. These runes ceaselessly absorbed elemental forces from the outside, their high energy density forming vibrant vortexes around them. Ignoring the familiar grandeur, Jie Ming projected his will into his soul essence. Following the great Dao Book Pavilion's method, he guided the spiritual sea's forces to form a phantom projection of the mirror. This required precise control and shaping of soul power, demanding intense mental focus. Yet, as he began, he was surprised to find the process far less difficult than expected. It even felt oddly familiar. His soul essence at the spiritual sea's center opened its eyes, radiating bewilderment. After a moment's thought, Jie Ming beckoned, and 2 golden light clusters hovering above his spiritual sea swiftly descended. He realized that condensing the embryo in the spiritual sea was strikingly similar to constructing truth runes or wizardry models in the wizard system. Both truth runes and wizardry models involved building stable, functional mental structures from abstract theories, concepts, and rules within the spiritual sea. Truth runes were the most intricate, requiring wizards to use strong mental power to condense their understanding of world rules into empowered rune structures, a process aligning perfectly with cultivators' need to bear concepts in a treasure embryo. Though wizard truth runes were bolstered by unique rules, making them easier to form in the wizard system, Jie Ming's countless experiences in constructing and analyzing complex mental structures gave him an edge far beyond his cultivator peers. With this foundation, condensing the mirror's embryo was remarkably swift. Stability and shaping issues that plagued ordinary cultivators were effortlessly resolved. Most crucially, he could cheat. Without hesitation, Jie Ming shifted to practicing the wizard meditation technique. As he meditated, parts of the truth runes structures slowly emerged in his spiritual sea. Normally, wizard apprentices could inscribe additional truth runes, but exceeding 9 would be useless and even hinder advancement to first-tier wizard, so no sane apprentice would attempt it. But Jie Ming wasn't aiming for complete truth runes. He sought the components generated during their construction. Each truth rune comprised multiple structures, formed from complex geometric patterns. Jie Ming's task was simple: select the needed parts from these patterns and combine them. In less than a month, he successfully condensed a palm-sized, semi-transparent mirror in his spiritual sea. This was the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror's embryo, formed purely from mental energy, emitting a faint glow, an extension of his soul. With the embryo complete, the next step was the most critical and risky: integrating the 5 light-infused spiritual dews and light-condensed crystal sands into the embryo for conceptual fusion and forging. Jie Ming retrieved the 5 precious materials from his storage ring: dawn, rainbow, moonlight, starlight, and thunder, each radiating unique light and aura. Adjusting his state, he sat cross-legged, syncing his mind to draw the mirror's embryo to the focal point of his consciousness. Carefully, he guided the first material, dawn's light-condensed crystal sand, with his divine sense, slowly introducing it into the spiritual sea in the embryo. As the dawn crystal sand touched the phantom embryo, it erupted in dazzling golden red light, its uncontainable force straining to break free. The embryo trembled violently, fine cracks appearing on its surface, as if unable to withstand the concept's impact. Jie Ming remained calm, fully versed in the treasure crafting process. Unfazed, he knew this signified the embryo and concept merging, requiring repeated fracturing and reshaping to fully unite. Of course, the cultivator needed to provide a little assistance. Jie Ming summoned his true fire. A wisp of pale, golden flame rose from his dantian, guided by his divine sense into the spiritual sea, coiling around the mirror's embryo. The true fire's role wasn't mere heating, but refining and fusing. Since the concepts were condensed with the cultivator's true essence and mental energy, they shared a common origin with both the cultivator and the embryo. The true fire activated this connection, serving as a bridge. Simultaneously, Jie Ming's potent mental energy, like invisible hands, guided the dawn concept through the mirror, merging and settling it with true fire's aid. This process was immensely taxing on true essence and mental energy. Maintaining true fire demanded vast true essence, while guiding the concept's fusion tested mental strength and control to the utmost. The advantages of dual cultivation systems became evident here. The truth runes operated without requiring Jie Ming's attention, ceaselessly absorbing elemental forces, converting them, and generating new true essence to replenish his expenditure. As for precise guidance and control, Jie Ming's first independently constructed wizardry model was the alchemy technique. Even with such advantages, he had to maintain absolute focus. A single lapse could cause the concept to spiral out of control, potentially shattering the embryo and even damaging the spiritual sea itself. Successfully integrating the first dawn crystal sand, the embryo's golden red glow dimmed slightly, but its surface cracks grew more pronounced, exuding an unstable aura. Next came the second material, the rainbow's light-infused spiritual dew. As the seven-color dew entered the spiritual sea and touched the embryo, it clashed violently with the dawn concept within. The rainbow's elusiveness and the dawn's sharpness were like water and fire, causing the embryo to tremble so fiercely it nearly collapsed. Jie Ming once again summoned true fire and divine sense, stabilizing both while harmonizing their concepts. This was a battle of concepts. He wasn't refining materials, but reconciling intent, nature, and rules. Failure. The embryo shuddered violently, cracks spreading instantly before it shattered in the spiritual sea with a resounding boom. Cough, cough. Jie Ming coughed violently, his face turning ashen. His spiritual sea throbbed with pain, his soul feeling as if it had been torn apart. The backlash of a failed refinement. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. I was too hasty. The conflict between concepts is greater than I imagined, and I haven't fully grasped their connections. Rising from the floor, he reflected on the failure's cause. Concepts stem from the consciousness of living beings, making their handling more idealistic. Dealing with their conflicts was less about processing materials and more like solving a reading comprehension puzzle. Damn it, I'm terrible at reading comprehension. Sighing, Jie Ming glanced into his spiritual sea. The spiritual sea had been severely shaken, but stabilized quickly under the truth runes operation. The damage, however, would take time to heal. The previously crafted embryo had completely shattered, and much of the harm Jie Ming suffered came from its mental impact. The light concepts remained unscathed, bursting the embryo and reforming into radiant, multicolored orbs. For an ordinary cultivator, the next step would be repairing the spiritual sea's damage and spending 1 or 2 years recondensing an embryo. They say late-stage chi refinement can craft a treasure, but this is totally just theoretically possible. Jie Ming now understood. A typical late-stage chi refinement cultivator attempting this alone would be utterly screwed. As for Jie Ming, let's see. Level 3 Soul Restoration Potion. Perfectly heals all soul damage. Suitable for beings below 3rd rank formal wizards. Only 10,000 points per vial? Buy it. Just to be safe, I'll take 5. Less than a minute after ordering on the Magic Network, Jie Ming received his potions via the lab's teleportation platform. Without hesitation, he downed a vial, savoring the cool relief spreading through his soul, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. With the aid of wealth's power, Jie Ming went from injury to full recovery in 1 minute and 20 seconds. As for the shattered embryo, Jie Ming's consciousness re-entered the spiritual sea. With a wave toward the truth runes, over a dozen tiny light points drifted to his side. For him, the trickiest part of condensing an embryo was finding suitable models from the truth rune structures. The advantage? Once he found the right points, it was assembly line work. With practiced ease, he combined the light points, and another perfect embryo materialized in his hand. Thus, 1 minute and 30 seconds after his first failure, Jie Ming began his second attempt. He wasn't great at comprehension, but he could try multiple times to find the perfect approach. After several days of grinding, he successfully integrated the 5 light concepts into the mirror's embryo, one by one, forging and guiding them with true fire and divine sense. Finally, after all concepts were introduced and initially fused, the embryo underwent its final transformation. It trembled violently in the spiritual sea, then emitted a powerful inward pull. Not drawing external spiritual energy, but inward, it began absorbing Jie Ming's refined true essence and soul origin. This was the critical step in treasure forging, linking to the cultivator's mind, using their power as the cornerstone of growth. As true essence and soul origin were absorbed, the embryo's glow intensified, its size shrinking, and its form began to shift. The phantom mental construct, having absorbed its master's power and fused concepts, started transitioning toward tangibility. Jie Ming felt a peculiar connection forming between him and the embryo. Following the great Dao Book Pavilion's guidance, he drew the materializing embryo from his spiritual sea toward the Laogong acupoint in his palm. The Laogong acupoint, a key point in the body's meridians, was crucial for condensing and releasing true essence and magical power. Many similar treasures manifested here upon initial formation. A warm sensation bloomed in Jie Ming's palm as the radiant, multicolored glow gradually solidified. At first, it was a vague outline, then texture sharpened. Finally, as the light converged, a palm-sized, thin circular mirror rested in his hand. The mirror's material was peculiar, neither metal nor jade, semi-transparent, and warm like jade. Its surface was smooth as water, without edges, its frame seamlessly molded. Within it, 5 distinct colors and forms of light moved like living beings, intertwining to create a vibrant, mystical scene. This was the embryo form of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, his natal treasure linked to his mind. Formless concepts, through the embryo's bearing and the forging of true fire and divine sense, had condensed into a tangible object. At this stage, it lacked the ability to transform into light and move, being only a preliminary embryo. But this marked the completion of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror's most challenging foundational step. Jie Ming gazed at the small mirror in his palm, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Next came the routine nurturing process. After completing the initial crafting of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, Jie Ming suddenly found himself with free time. But before he could enjoy a few leisurely days, Clark summoned him with a notice. New apprentice aptitude testing? Has it already been that time again? Hearing Amy's message, Jie Ming couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed since he arrived at Norn Academy. In those 5 years, he had grown from a clueless newcomer to a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, a third-rank wizard apprentice, and a master of various extraordinary skills. In the vast sea of knowledge, he had found his unique path in this grand magical hall. Per Norn Academy's tradition, every 5 years, the Academy underwent a major cycle, bidding farewell to senior apprentices completing their 10-year studies while welcoming new apprentices selected from various cities. Jie Ming, having been at the Academy for 5 years, stood at this pivotal moment of transition. The Academy buzzed with vibrant activity. The Grand Plaza was adorned with festive decorations, with senior apprentices everywhere packing luggage and saying goodbye to friends. Amidst this, a special group drew attention. Wizards returning from the front lines. Norn Academy was not only an academic sanctuary, but also a forge for frontline forces. Apprentices, after completing basic studies, typically ventured to planar battlefields for training. To allow these battle-hardened wizards time to process their experiences, digest the trials of blood and fire, and serve as success stories, during the new apprentice tests, those who served 5 years on the front lines were recalled for a 6-month respite, regardless of contract status. Jie Ming wasn't particularly moved by this. He had little connection with the departing seniors, and welcoming new apprentices didn't align with his research and cultivation plans. Though the academy assigned many related tasks, he found them unappealing. Knock, knock. The reception room's door sounded, and Jie Ming and Amy turned to see Victor at the entrance. "Victor, you got the notice too?" Amy waved first. Victor spotted them, a hint of awkwardness on his face, but he nodded in greeting. After the Limestone Realm trial, his attitude toward Jie Ming had shifted from initial arrogance to a complex equality. Learning of Jie Ming's performance in the Limestone Realm, this equality turned to awkwardness. Fortunately, Victor was adept at socializing and quickly adjusted. "You got the message too? Looks like Minter Clark's called us all, probably to assign tasks." Speaking of tasks, Amy pouted, muttering, "I heard from friends the academy's handing out boring tasks, like seeing off senior apprentices, hosting returning wizards, and even acting as shills for new apprentices." "Shills?" Jie Ming blinked. "Yeah," Amy vented. "Mixing in with new apprentices, pretending to admire the returning combat seniors, and hyping their heroic deeds. Like when we first arrived, those new students vividly describing frontline battles. They were probably this batch, roped into it." Jie Ming suddenly recalled those animated new students from his arrival, chuckling at the realization. The wizards were pragmatic, even arranging shills to build up their success stories. "Are these tasks mandatory?" he asked Victor. Victor adjusted his cuffs, shaking his head. "Aside from contracts, the academy rarely mandates tasks. But the rewards are generous, so most don't refuse. I took a task to host the returning wizards. I heard they're from the Shadow Plane. Probably tough to deal with," Amy said, blinking. "Rumor has it that Plane's environment is harsh. They might struggle to adjust to academy life. We need to introduce them to changes, show them around." Victor paused, adding, "and inform them about internal resources and channels." "Oh, that's a returning wizard hosting task," Jie Ming nodded. Compared to being a shill, this was more dignified and offered access to useful information. Victor, from a noble family with strong social skills, was a fitting choice. As they spoke, a familiar figure entered the reception room. It was their mentor, Clark, still disheveled with his slightly balding head. "Victor, Amy," Clark nodded briefly. "You clear on your tasks?" "Especially hosting returning wizards. It's a tradition and a key networking opportunity. Do it well." "Understood, Mentor Clark," Victor replied, standing straight. Amy nodded along. "Good." Clark handed them 2 documents. "Here's the detailed task info. Study it carefully." Then he turned to Jie Ming. "You two get going. Jie Ming, come with me." Amy and Victor cast envious glances, but left without questions, following their assignments. "Jie Ming, still busy with your research?" Clark asked directly once they were alone. "Yes, Mentor," Jie Ming replied. "Good." Clark nodded. "I have a commission for you." "Interested. What is it?" Jie Ming's curiosity piqued. "You know where this batch of returning wizards is from, right?" Clark said. "The Shadow Plane's unique rules and energy are highly corrosive to outsiders, and the front line consumes vast resources. Many wizard artifacts are damaged and need replenishing or upgrading. Refined gold's properties are quite suitable for them. They'll likely buy a lot." Jie Ming grasped Clark's meaning. "Not a lot. A ton," Clark corrected. "Fresh from the battlefield, they have points and practical needs. The academy encourages them to convert points into strength." He paused, eyeing Jie Ming with a hint of approval. "The academy hopes you can produce as much refined gold as possible. We'll act as intermediaries to sell it, free of charge. All points from sales are yours." "Sell?" Jie Ming raised an eyebrow. "The academy's basically restocking its inventory." "You could say that, just without fees or middlemen," Clark nodded reservedly. After a moment's thought, he smiled, his gaze deep. "The academy needs refined gold for returning wizards, our own reserves, and research. We provide raw materials and channels. You provide the skill and labor." It's a partnership. Jie Ming pondered. How much refined gold does the Academy need? Well, Clark didn't answer directly, repeating, "These wizards are from the Shadow Plane." Jie Ming's eyes twitched, understanding Clark's implication. In plain terms, he needed to prepare for an assault on an entire world, a staggering amount of refined gold. This task is impossible even if it kills me. You're overestimating yourself. Clark shot him a look. Who said we're relying solely on you? You're just a small part of the war effort, and refined gold is only a fraction of the anti-corrosion materials. The real work falls to the high-rank alchemy wizards. Just deplete the Academy's material stock. Jie Ming blinked, pulling out his portable magic network terminal to check the inventory. Though the Academy didn't know refined gold's exact method, they surely knew its primary raw material was gold, despite Jie Ming's efforts to mask it with other materials. Glancing at the inventory, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the terminal. Tens of thousands of cubic meters of gold. Even with his improved strength, refining that much gold into refined gold in a short time would drain him dry. Can I back out now? Absolutely not. Clark's tone was resolute. If you hadn't seen the inventory, maybe. But now that you have, you're not escaping. Why? Jie Ming was baffled. Why? Jie Ming could have sworn Clark's smile turned sinister. 3 days ago, the Academy's gold stock was barely 100 cubic meters, Clark said, leaning closer with a chilling grin. Gold's not very useful and hard to gather. Guess how the Academy amassed tens of thousands of cubic meters so quickly? Startled by Clark's smile, Jie Ming stepped back, swallowing hard. Noticing the faint dark circles under Clark's eyes and the alchemy badge on his chest, Jie Ming suddenly understood. Ow! Alchemy technique. Smart. Clark's grin widened as he grabbed Jie Ming's head like a chick. Holding him face to face, Clark's weary tone carried the exhaustion of a corporate slave. I was dragged from my lab to slave away for 3 days. If you dare ditch this task, I'll refine you into gold. All right, I get it. I'll take the task. Jie Ming clutched Clark's hand, legs flailing helplessly. Though Clark's grip was measured, easily escapable with effort, seeing his mentors resentful, drag everyone down, expression, Jie Ming decided to go along. Besides, the task wasn't a bad deal. The Academy would buy at market price and provide raw materials for free. It'd just be grueling for a while. Sigh. Seeing Jie Ming slump like a salted fish, Clark relaxed, releasing him. Don't be so glum. This task comes from the Academy's workshop. Complete it, and you'll earn 10 military merits. TSK, it's a juicy deal. Others would kill for it. Military merits? High-tier ones at that. At those words, Jie Ming's eyes lit up, his salted fish demeanor gone, replaced by vibrant energy. The military merit system was similar to Norn Academy's point system, with slight value differences. In terms of redeemable resources and knowledge, Academy points and low-tier military merits exchanged at roughly 10-1, while high-tier merits could reach 100-1. The main difference lay in their scope. Academy points were only valid within Norn's workshop, unrecognized elsewhere, while military merits had broader use. Low-tier merits, issued by the Star Ring Federation, could be redeemed for resources across the Federation. High-tier merits, issued by the Star Orbit Tribunal, were usable across all factions in the wizard civilization. 10 high-tier military merits equaled 1,000 Academy points, enough to redeem formal wizard-level knowledge. The wizard civilization, aside from the unique Star Orbit Tribunal, had 4 main factions, each with distinct philosophies and technologies. While not entirely isolated, acquiring their unique technologies or materials was challenging. Jie Ming's second-level training protocol included clauses for connecting sales channels to other factions, but in practice, the effect was mediocre. Other factions often bartered, heavily undervaluing unique resources, and their exclusive knowledge was out of reach. The merit's practical value wasn't sky-high, but they gave Jie Ming more options. Most importantly, high-tier wizards needed high-tier military merits to qualify for frontline deployment. But the Academy is actually willing to offer high-tier military merits as a reward. Can the dean handle that? After the initial excitement, Jie Ming calmed down, sensing something unusual. As Clark had said, the Academy wasn't just commissioning him. Likely, every senior wizard skilled in the alchemy technique was tasked with producing materials resistant to energy corrosion. As a mere third-rank wizard apprentice, Jie Ming's output and material quality couldn't compare to senior wizards. The military merits were probably distributed based on individual contributions, meaning the Academy was spending a significant amount this time. These were high-tier military merits, unobtainable through exchanging points or low-tier merits, only earned by completing tasks from the Star Orbit Tribunal. And to take on such tasks, one needed at least 7th-rank wizard status. In all of Norn Academy, the only 7th-rank wizard was the elusive Dean. Guess why the Dean's been absent all these years? Clark's face showed a rare, gloating expression. He's out there on the front lines, slaving away like a beast of burden. Imagining the mysterious Dean toiling like a workhorse, Jie Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. But considering he'd be working under the Dean in the future, and fearing repercussions, he twisted his expression into a grimace, sucking in a breath. Cough. To single-handedly support the entire Academy, the Dean is truly a role model. Laugh if you want. That old codger's hardly a proper sort anyway, Clark said with a half-smile, glancing at him. Perhaps due to a shared sense of being overworked, Clark's expression softened. Jie Ming's lips twitched, but he suppressed his amusement. To shift focus, he raised another question. That shadow plane sounds like a tough nut to crack. That plane's form is peculiar. Its beings exist in a half-elemental, half-biological state, and the shadow element's unique nature causes heavy losses for wizards. Clark didn't hold back, fluently sharing details about the shadow plane. Jie Ming's second-level training protocol granted him clearance for such information. It's that tough to fight. Why doesn't the Dean take action himself? Jie Ming couldn't help but ask. From the Academy and Clark's reactions, the shadow plane likely lacked a powerhouse on the Dean's level, where they wouldn't be so relaxed. Moreover, the higher a wizard's rank, the greater their advantage over peers from other civilizations. A high-tier wizard's strength far surpassed ordinary beings of the same level. Even if the shadow plane had a 7th-rank being, with numbers in the double digits and the plane's full support, the Dean could probably handle them single-handedly, because that world has a deity equivalent to a 6th-rank being. Jie Ming tilted his head in confusion. Clark glanced at him, ignoring the puzzlement, and countered, "What do you think the wizard civilization's obsession with planar wars is for?" The purpose of wizards' wars? Jie Ming blinked, pondering cautiously before answering. For resources and knowledge? Wizards pursued many things, but it boiled down to resources and knowledge. Not bad. At least you're not blind like some fools, Clark said with an approving smile. We don't wage wars for the thrill of destruction, though some idiots do. Most wizards join planar wars to gain more knowledge and resources to advance further. If a plane surrenders its knowledge and resources immediately upon invasion, wizards wouldn't bother destroying its native civilization. They'd even accept them as vassals. Many vassal planes in Norn's workshop came about this way. Even if the natives resist fiercely, wizards don't mind. Actually, they welcome it. War catalyzes the birth of new knowledge. Some factions, upon discovering a new plane, deploy balanced wizard forces based on the plane's strength to maintain high-intensity warfare, fostering new knowledge. Clark glanced at an unremarkable bracelet on his wrist. Of course, such extremists are usually from the Crimson Court. The Star Ring Federation leans toward what I mentioned earlier. Can you really distinguish good from evil between these factions' ideologies? Jie Ming's eye twitched, silently scoffing. To him, both the Star Ring Federation and Crimson Court were war criminals. Neither was any good. What? I'm part of the Star Ring Federation now? Oh, never mind then. Jie Ming now understood why the Academy was willing to expend such resources on the Shadow Plane. A tough plane like that promised richer resources and knowledge. Noticing Clark's gaze, Jie Ming coughed, reining in his thoughts. If that's the case, shouldn't the Dean act to preserve most of the resources? That's the tricky part. Clark shook his head. A sixth-rank being is negligible. In a head-on clash, even exceptional fifth-rank wizards could take them down. The issue is, once a being reaches sixth rank, they can access the plane's origin. While they can't manipulate it as precisely as wizards, crude use can drag the entire plane into mutual destruction. Jie Ming understood. It came down to cost-effectiveness and profit. If pushed to desperation, the enemy could render the wizard's campaign fruitless. How do you handle a situation like that? 3 ways. 1. Deploy a stronger wizard. An 8th-rank wizard can suppress a plane's self-destruction, even against another 8th-rank being. 2. Continuously send forces to weaken the plane's power until its origin is sufficiently diminished. Or, Clark paused, glancing meaningfully out the window. A wizard advances to 6th rank within that plane. Jie Ming fell into thought. The first method was impractical. Though the wizard civilization was advanced, 8th-rank wizards were the absolute ceiling. As for 9th-rank wizards, they transcended this world's concepts, existing beyond the ceiling. While the wizard civilization had many 8th-rank wizards, they typically followed 9th-rank wizards, expanding territories on major battlefronts. Norn Academy, even the entire Norn workshop, handled mere scraps of the planar battlefield. Not even bandit suppression, more like post-war reconstruction. Hoping for an 8th-rank wizard's aid was out of the question, leaving the other 2 methods. Weakening a plane's origin was standard for the Academy, intensifying warfare while minimizing losses. The loss of wizard apprentices was merely a necessary cost, one even the apprentices themselves wouldn't dispute. Unexaggeratedly, a high-tier wizard's value far exceeded thousands of low-tier ones. For the wizard civilization, the second method was a win-win. The third method was simple in principle. A 6th-rank being could access a plane's origin, but only if the plane didn't resist. For an external 6th-rank being, manipulating the origin was difficult without subjugating the plane. But a 6th-rank being who ascended within the plane faced no such issue, even if originally an outsider. With someone restraining the plane's origin internally, other wizards could easily eliminate the enemy. However, even in the current wizard civilization, advancing to 6th rank was extraordinarily difficult, with a pitifully low success rate per generation. Enough talk, Clark patted his shoulder. Rest up, then get to work. Those returning wizards aren't patient. Task accepted. Jie Ming returned to his lab, slightly dazed. He had little time to complain or overthink. Almost immediately, tens of thousands of cubic meters of gold arrived in batches, piling into mountains in the storage warehouse. The next half-month was a blur. Jie Ming was intimately familiar with refining refined gold. To avoid exhaustion, he used his cultivation system's true fire as the core, integrating material processing and energy conduction arrays from wizard alchemy to build an efficient refining pipeline. He embedded himself as the core component, his pale golden true fire burning day and night. Gold blocks were fed into the array, then refined in the true fire zone. Vast true essence was continuously consumed and replenished. His mental energy, wielding the alchemy technique like invisible hands, precisely controlled each step, removing impurities and extracting the conceptual essence. Even with the pipeline's aid, the half-month was grueling. It was both mentally and physically taxing. For half a month, he barely slept, only meditating briefly when exhausted. He downed mental restoration potions constantly, sometimes feeling bloated from them. Half a month later, as the final batch of gold was processed into a shimmering, subdued, refined gold ingot, Jie Ming let out a long sigh. Stepping out of the lab, the sunlight made him squint. His body felt drained, eyes red, hair disheveled. Now he understood why Clark, a 6th-rank wizard, always looked unkempt. At the plaza's edge, he ran into Amy and Victor, fresh from their tasks. Jie Ming, Amy exclaimed, "What happened to you? You look like you crawled out of mine." Victor studied him, surprise in his eyes. Though aware of Jie Ming's major commission, he hadn't expected it to push the usually composed Jie Ming to this state. Just finished a big commission. A bit tired, Jie Ming said, rubbing his brow, voice hoarse. That big, huh? Amy asked curiously. What was it? To wear you out like this? Material processing. Tough work, Jie Ming said vaguely. Victor was curious, but not being close didn't press. Seeing Jie Ming's exhaustion, he felt a twinge of envy. Many apprentices push themselves to such states, but only in Jie Ming did he see echoes of high-tier wizards. A broadcast announced the farewell ceremony for senior apprentices was about to begin. The trio lingered at the plaza's edge with other apprentices, watching seniors, guided by mentors, head to the teleportation array. They were bound for a frontline plane, entering brutal battlefields. Wonder which plane this batch is headed to, Amy muttered. Victor, recalling a chat with his father, said, probably the shadow plane. It's tough. They'll need reinforcements. The shadow plane? That's rough? Amy whispered. Heard the fighting's intense. Given Norn Academy Senior's average level, a typical plane could be conquered by one batch, with losses but yielding several third-rank plus wizards. A plane requiring more than one batch was exceptionally challenging. It's not so bad. The shadow plane's been scouted, so they can adjust wizardry models and gear beforehand. Less risky than exploring a new plane, Jie Ming offered. After all, these were elites trained for a decade. Even in a high-intensity war, preparation would prevent them from being caught off guard.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.